are still saying the stream's down?
Yes, we're trying to fix it again. I don't know what happened. The YouTube's like not working.
Wait,
Now, okay, we're up
where's
again.
their accent from, Kirby?
What?
It's not showing your picture.
Where's their
Tyler.
accent from?
Oh, now it is. Okay. Okay, we should be good now.
I'm not gonna be able to do this all night.
Cause
Okay, yes, back up now.
Yes, it should be back up now.
the way you said black kind of hit different.
Why did I say black? Like, what do you
Eat
mean?
black.
Black.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, sorry, you're from... Aren't you from Georgia?
Oh.
No.
I thought Tay was from Texas.
One of my
Tay, where do
family
you live?
is from Georgia.
I live in North Carolina. Originally.
From where?
Houston, and I also
Texas.
lived in
That's what I thought.
Chicago for a good.
What's North Carolina like?
Oh, it's pretty cool, man. We got
Is that
bad
the
weather.
Carolina that had like the abortion thing happened? I know one of the
I'm not
Carolinas there was a big abortion thing happening.
I don't know. I think
North Carolina, I'm pretty sure. You know what this up? I don't know.
I've only really been living here since November.
Oh.
Okay, I have to draw.
All I know,
an
North
old
Carolina.
white man.
All I know about North Carolina is the babies from Charlotte.
Old white man complaining about video games. How do I draw an old white man? Let me look up angry white man.
Just draw Bernie Sanders.
No, I have to draw. No, Bernie Sanders is too nice. I have to draw. I'm gonna draw the suggestion they gave to me, which was, someone playing about video games. Except for in the background, it shows like the real problems with society.
Yeah. Let's see.
Some things just don't change. They're still complaining about video games while there's a pandemic and people are losing their jobs and everything.
Who's complaining about video games?
So,
Everybody, like, because apparently I made a video about it. I don't know if you saw it, but basically a bunch of carjackings have gone up in Chicago, and so they
and
decided
they're blaming
to ban.
GTA.
Yeah, they decided to ban Grand Theft Auto from sale in Chicago because
Wait.
they think that that's why people are stealing cars, is because of
That's
video
so
games.
stupid.
Not because
That's
people
so
are
stupid.
poor and can't afford their car payments anymore.
Yeah, plus
Wait, so
carjackings
why
were
don't-
before
why-
GTA.
Exactly.
Okay.
Wait, why are you drawing a white man though? It was a black person that was introduced.
Doesn't matter. I
Well,
was just drawing a white man for the sake of it.
Well,
'Cause I
something,
was-
something that I thought would be interesting to talk about is basically like mental health with COVID and stuff like that, because a lot of people I know obviously have to deal with stress and stuff about not having jobs, so they can't pay their bills and stuff like that. But then there's also another side of people that have like lost their jobs, and whenever earlier in the year when people are actually getting good unemployment and stuff like that, they were getting the $600 a week. A lot of people are actually really happy that they didn't have to work anymore because of COVID. Like, they were able to stay home. Of course, some jobs like offered like unemployment and stuff like that. So I just think that's an interesting like thing that happened in our society where people were able to work less, and mental health, like, of course we know like for some people mental health went down, but then for other people where they didn't have to worry about working 60 hours a week to survive, you know what I mean? Because like me personally at my job, 600, with at least our state in Kentucky, they were doing like $600 a week checks for every time that you were unemployed, and then plus like unemployment, like whatever your job would be, like the percentage of your payment. So basically I had to work still, so I didn't get unemployment, but the $600 a week for 2 weeks would be $1,200. That's more than what I make currently on a 2-week paycheck, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's how it was for a lot of people. It's like if they claimed unemployment, it's like they're getting more than what they get normally work.
Exactly, which is absolutely crazy that like these corporations and stuff won't even pay. Like, they realized that basically less than like the regular unemployment wasn't enough for people to live on, but then they raised it to like the extra $600 a week, and so people could actually live. But then there's still people like that's not even like enough money. Like, that's not even a $15 minimum wage right there. You know what I mean? That's more than to get $600 a week if you work 40 hours, which is so crazy. And then the fact that they fall through with this current idea to raise the minimum wage. They don't even follow through with that. But then Americans are still suffering right now. Basically, they're forced to go back to normal right now at this point of the year, where like, oh, all these businesses are back open, you have to get your job back, and then go back to $7.25 an hour. Whenever this time last year, people are making that $600 a week. You know?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
That's probably true.
I only spent a small amount of time unemployed, so like,
I know, like, I
I
saw
would've-
some people were like happier, like, because they didn't have to like work to survive, you know?
Like I never got any of the checks because I'm a full-time student. I'm blessed to be a full-time student. But like a lot of people, they really need it, like, and they really need it. And then it was wild too, because like, I mean, it was before like they started doing like the unemployment checks, but it was like, what was it, $1,600 for like 4 months or something like that. And then they did the unemployment checks, but now what is it? People are going to get the $1,400.
Maybe. I think they're voting on it sometime soon,
Oh yeah,
where
but
we might get
they
it by
pass it
April.
I thought it was by March. See, it's
I think
so messy.
the thing is that they don't know, and it's so ridiculous that Congress can go in and out of session whenever. They still get their paychecks, but then millions of Americans are suffering, like, every day.
It only took them like 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't it take them only 2 days to like secure like paychecks for congressmen?
Basically, I think so. I think
Their
you're absolutely right.
their salary's like $180,000 a year.
They get paid $85 an hour.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
They don't
$85
do
an hour.
They do nothing.
Exactly. I saw on Twitter people are uploading pictures from like the Senate floor, and there's like people asleep in their chairs. They were like,
$85. Oh my gosh, I'd sleep for $85.
To be honest, though, that's why there is that NASA sleep study thing where you like work for NASA and just sleep in a bed for like 2 years and get paid like $100,000, something like that,
Oh.
just
but
for
see,
laying
like,
in
where
bed.
did they
I
get
might
the
be
public
moving back
funding
to
for
Texas.
that? But then they
Okay.
can't fund regular
Here's something I've
Americans.
noticed. Here's something I've noticed. You know how on like Facebook and Twitter, if you see a Trump, like a stereotypical Trump supporter, it's gonna be like a white dude whose fucking face is right up in the camera in their profile picture.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing for
No, they're
liberals.
gonna
If it's a stereotypical liberal, it's a white woman whose face is right up in the fucking camera, and I'm like, holy shit.
And then it'll be at the angle where they had like the side
it's-
bangs.
It'll be like,
Their
or like
side
it'll be like
bangs.
side bangs, a little bit over the top with the
And
angle.
they're always wearing like a suit or
Yes,
something.
that
or-
Tay, that is the pose right there. That is the pose.
Yes,
of the
that's it.
woman.
That's literally it. And every fucking time I see one of them talk, it makes me want to like take a fork and stab my eyes
Well,
out.
that's why it's so funny
Oh,
because like
dear
those
God.
are the same people who are like, oh, we need to get Biden and he's so much better than Trump. Like, what has he done? At this
But
point
he's
in
a-
his presidency,
he's
what
only
has
been
he
here
done
for
that's
t-
been
No,
better
I'm
for
telling you.
us?
I mean,
The military, the CNN like manufacturing consent was on full fucking fledged today. After it was revealed that MBS like basically ordered the assassination of the journalist Jamal Khashoggi.
Mhm.
And like Biden's not gonna fucking do anything about it. He's like, oh, sanctions. Like, yeah, sanctions are really gonna hurt Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. It's
And
just,
I saw someone on CNN. It's like, look, Saudi Arabia is our most important ally when it comes to fighting terrorism. It's like, fuck you. Saudi Arabia is the terrorist.
They literally paid the terrorists for 9/11.
Literally,
And they were from most of them were
75% of them were from
Saudi
Saudi
Arabia.
Arabia.
You know, and it's kind of weird too with Jamal Khashoggi. 'Cause Jamal Khashoggi was like a supporter of Saudi Arabia, and like
Not
supported.
of MBS.
Yeah, he just didn't. He only started talking out about speaking out against MBS when they arrested a fellow Saudi journalist. But
And
then
it's like everyone's like, oh, what do you want him to? Everyone on fucking liberal Twitter is like, oh, what do you want him to do? It's only been 30 days. Give him some time. It's like there's no decision making process on this.
What if
You either care about a genocide happening or you don't care about a genocide happening.
I just like want to know because like Biden was like, oh yeah, I'll write all these executive orders as soon as I get in. Where are they?
Where?
What did he do on his first day? I don't
He
remember
did
what he
something
did on his
about the
first
Keystone Pipeline, which was like
Oh, he like
surprisingly decent.
canceled it, but then he
Oh,
did
yeah.
something else where like basically he's made like where the Keystone Pipeline won't be built anymore. But then he did something else like basically on the side of that apparently hurt a lot of like workers and stuff like that. I don't remember specifically what it was.
Biden hurt workers? I can't believe that.
Like literally, I saw Jake Tapper fucking tweet something good, like, and I was like, wow, Jake Tapper.
Do you guys follow the Twitter account that's called "Has Biden Done Anything Yet"?
No.
No.
There's like a Twitter account that every day, like, basically is like, today's the 30th day that Biden has gone against his promise to do this, or this is the 30th day, like, Biden has gone against, like, legalizing marijuana. It's a pretty funny Twitter account because it just shows you, like, I just can't believe it's already been 30 days and there's, like, stuff
Okay,
he hasn't
yeah,
done.
so
Yeah, like
So
it's been a
Jake-
month.
so
And
Jake
no
Tapper-
communism.
Jake Tapper tweets out,
No comment.
yes, hi, I see all you folks willing to look away from the brutal slaughter of a U.S. resident and a Washington Post columnist because you like this president, and thus it doesn't bother you that Biden isn't punishing the Saudi royal prince responsible. You're wrong. And the first fucking reply is a verified person named Kiki Melendez, and they say, Jake, are you a Russian asset now? All your tweets are criticizing Joe Biden. Give the man a chance, will you? He's been in power for 30 days, and intel on this came out today. I didn't see you in outrage when arms were sold to Saudi by Kushner. What the fuck? BTW, there was a raging pandemic. I'm like, just because he's right doesn't make him a Russian asset.
Okay, so Biden has been in office for 39 days, actually. So we're going on 40 days tomorrow. And what have we seen from that?
Also, like,
I mean, he bombed Syria.
that's 2/5 of the way through the first 100 days. And everyone's like, oh, first 100 days are so important.
Exactly, and he hasn't done anything. And it's so ridiculous because like, people will have like legitimate criticisms for him, and like on TikTok and stuff I've noticed is where it's like you have to give him a chance and stuff like that. Like how long do we have to keep giving him a chance?
Yeah, I really really don't have to give him a chance.
Exactly. I didn't even
Like-
want to. I didn't vote for
Why
him.
would I wouldn't-
I voted for my boy Howie Hawkins.
I voted for him very reluctantly. Like, I don't gotta give him shit.
Like it's
I was
just.
gonna vote for Biden. I used to live in Delaware. Fuck Biden.
Thank
Like,
you
honestly,
for that. It's
the
all
guy's a
Huey's
fucking
fault.
the guy's a fucking weirdo and a fucking old man.
I saw this one
Yo,
like
all I remember is that
TikTok point of view thing where it's like this is how many words I have left, and
Also,
then they did like Biden like I have hairy legs.
I was gonna call him.
it's like, I have
call
hairy
Biden
legs.
a
I like the
boomer,
kids
but he's
running
not
up
a
and down my
boomer.
leg.
No, he's older
No,
than a
he's-
boomer, I
He's
think.
so weird.
He's silent. Yeah,
Yeah, he's silent
generation.
So he's older than
That's
the
a-
baby boomer. Yeah, this is
Jesus.
Yeah.
silent generation, and then it's baby boomers, and then
What the fuck does silent generation?
it's like the people
They're
born
right
right
after
after
the-
World War II, or like
Yeah,
during World
the
War II or
so-called
something.
greatest. they're right after the so-called
Fucking
greatest generation.
Goombas.
They need to be silent and fucking die. That's what I have to say.
Seriously.
Hey,
No,
hey, hey.
What was I gonna say? So like, how crazy is it that like, I think in like a little bit in the 1960s there was still segregation.
No.
Right?
There were still some slaves in 19.
Oh,
I
Wait,
didn't hear it whatsoever.
I didn't hear what you said either. You like
Okay, who has the echo? This is so bothering.
hello,
Oh,
I don't know.
Hello.
It's not me.
could it be me?
hello. Is it
No.
me? Hello.
Well, I haven't even.
I don't
so
hear
it's
that.
probably not me.
I don't hear the echo.
Yeah, I think
Hello?
it's Kristen.
Hello,
I don't
hello,
know.
hello, hello, hello. I don't
Hello?
have the echo. You see that? I said hello like 10 times. No,
I don't hear. I don't hear
Oh,
the
it's
echo.
you, Huey.
it is Huey. I think it is. It's me coming
I
back through
push the
Huey.
talk on. It's not me.
No,
I'll
watch.
push
I'll talk. Okay, now it's not doing it. That's so.
I push the talk.
I don't know. Okay, I don't know. It's like random.
Huey
know
knows
for
how
a
to get
fact
away with
it's
stuff.
not me.
It's Huey. It's just.
I think
random
it's Huey,
that
too.
though.
I saw it light up green whenever he
Okay,
realized it
regardless. And then there was the Syrian airstrike, and liberals again are like, oh, it's so relaxing to have a president who, no fuss about bombing a country. I'm like, yo, you can actually go to hell.
We got to get back to brunch, guys. Yeah, it's
Seriously,
like
it's
that
like-
meme where it's like, oh, they say the next one will be sent by a woman. It really feels like you're a
Yeah.
part of history.
No, yeah, and it's like this one. I saw this one tweet screenshotted, like went all around leftist Twitter. It was like, yeah, it's so relaxing. When you swat a mosquito, you don't make a big deal out of it. I'm like, wow, Syrian people are mosquitoes too. Good for you.
What the
No, no,
fuck?
no, 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 good for you.
Well, because didn't our like airstrike or whatever kill like 17 people?
I don't know the exact numbers.
I think it was
It's kind of weird though.
17 people.
He bombed the people that were fighting ISIS and Al Qaeda. Like
How convenient.
I don't get it.
Hmm.
like they're
Interesting.
is an Iranian-backed militia fighting ISIS and Al Qaeda.
That's interesting.
Wait, but Iran bad.
I mean, I guess. Well, not to
No,
me. I don't care.
that was a joke. That was a joke.
Yeah, I mean, like to Biden, I guess Iran's bad. Iran's just chilling. They wouldn't do nothing. They're just like, we want to be free from America.
No, dude, it's the nukes. Because God forbid,
America wants that oil.
God forbid, Iran has one nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
wants
this is
that,
the
Iranian
whole
oil.
thing where like everyone's fucking overreact. Oh, Iran has nuclear weapons. We have like thousands of nuclear weapons. Why the fuck?
There's like
Yeah,
4,000.
but we're responsible because it's a majority white country.
Also, nuclear warfare will
I mean-
literally never happen. So what the fuck's the point of arguing?
I mean, it might happen if the U.S. is involved because the U.S.
Literally,
is the only
we thought
country that's actually using it
we
against
literally
people.
thought about using it against Korea, the Korean-China border. 50 bombs that we were thinking about instead of using Agent Orange. I think we were thinking about using nukes.
But yeah, didn't the CIA also want to bomb Miami to blame it
What?
on Castro?
yeah. There were so many times where they were willing to kill civilians to blame it on Castro and then go to war with Cuba.
Okay, Fidel Castro is Justin Trudeau's father, though.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
doubt.
yeah.
No doubt.
Yes, exactly. You're exactly right.
Well, actually, no. I'm not gonna. No, I'm gonna deny that because I don't want Fidel to have that legacy.
For real, like, Fidel-
is trash.
Doesn't
Fidel
matter.
deserves better.
First of all, it just I don't think of it as like, oh, Justin's a stain on Fidel. I think of it as like, oh, Fidel just gets the bag. Like Fidel's a player. That's his legacy.
I mean, like, this,
Ooh.
like, I don't.
True.
It's just like.
Hey, really. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. No, go.
Really quick, I found out where I messed up at. So I was thinking about housing segregation, but that ended in like the 40s.
No,
What?
wait. You said that ended in the 40s?
Yeah, it said in 1848, the Supreme Court ruled that black families had the right to move into their newly purchased home in a quiet neighborhood in St.
I'm sure, like, it was
I mean,
technically like
like,
like
'cause-
it was legal, like, finally, like, to
Yeah.
move into the same neighborhood. But I don't think that actually is how it worked out because I know,
Well, yeah, because
like, in
There you
Los
go.
Angeles, I saw somewhere that some guy made a video about it, about basically how, like, on one, like, there's a freeway that separates these two neighborhoods that have almost identical houses, but in the area where mostly black and people of color live, the houses are a lot
that's like
cheaper.
in Inglewood and
Yeah, the houses are
yeah,
like
I know what you're talking about.
significantly cheaper than on the other side of the freeway where it's majority white people. The houses are like double the price basically.
Mm.
So I mean, like, technically,
Yeah.
I think
I mean-
isn't like, it's like obviously like the United States knows how to like put in like places where, like, even though it's not technically segregation, it's still, like, as we know, like, black and brown people are more likely to have lower incomes than white people, so then they can
Well-
make it so that.
Well, but
Well,
here's
wait,
the
my
thing.
my family.
I'm a smart white person, and I have to say, man, they made the houses cheaper for the black people. Isn't that good?
No, they didn't
No, but,
make
like,
it.
my
No,
family-
they, like, they didn't make them
I
in the
know,
South.
I'm making the joke.
Wait, in the 70s, my great grandfather, like he joined the 60s he joined the military so he can get some money to buy land to build a house. In the 70s, he finally built the house in Delaware but it was on a road. The road was segregated. There's blacks on one side, white, and then a white neighborhood on the other side. Basically, so the left side of the road is like an actual neighborhood, like walls and all that, and the right side is just like single houses, like in a field.
What the heck?
Yeah, and this was like in the 70s.
Well, like, that's what I think, too. Like, I don't ever think, like, technically, like, even if, like, the Supreme Court is like, oh, yeah, like, every man and woman created equal. You know what I mean? Like, it's still, like, they can
Yeah.
say whatever they want, but they don't enforce shit. They don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
They really don't.
Like,
Yeah,
they sit up in the high little
Constitution.
chairs, and they, like, oh, this is what the Constitution says, but y'all can do what you want.
it was Black Madness.
Yeah, and we know Clarence Thomas.
Black Madness, the creator on TikTok, he was he said that like we were how can you be black and a constitutionalist? You weren't even included in the Constitution. We were a DL. He said that we were a DLC. We were a DLC in the Constitution.
And then when we were added, we were like full.
We
were $5.99 in the App Store.
We were
we weren't even full.
We were an in-game purchase. Or
No,
you
we were-
guys,
no, we
rather,
were
sorry,
like
you
the-
guys. My mistake.
We were the DLC of the DLC.
Jonah, our melanated
We
king.
were the
I messed up there. My mistake. I didn't.
I'm melanated king.
No, it's okay. I'm just gonna give you crap.
No,
Put
no,
the
but
fist up,
no,
Jonah. Put the
really,
fist
it's like, how could you be like a woman who's like in favor of repealing the 19th? Like, okay,
You know
you wouldn't, you wouldn't get to vote on that if you had it your way, right?
Did you guys see that apparently Femoid Lily is a mod for an Among Us Discord?
Oh, good.
No,
I'll
but
tell
it's so
Tommy.
funny because
Wait, you
like
remember?
no, somebody on Twitter posted a picture of her like original like video where it was like my beliefs, the Cookie Monster analogy, reveal the 19th, like all that stupid shit that she said she believes, and then like somebody like put like that her like fascist Discord mod for Among Us. And then somebody in the replies is like, if they repealed the 19th, how is she supposed to vote in Among Us? Because, like...
No,
But,
she also posted something on her Snapchat where it was like, it was supposed to make it look like a fake Twitter account where it was like, I hate...
Yes,
I hate
the
N-words.
right? And
With
she
the
was like,
hard
why would
R.
someone do this? But meanwhile, in the top right corner, it says edit profile.
Yeah. She's a fucking dumbass.
I didn't even like.
Hey.
Yeah, dude, I didn't even know that she was still like doing TikToks and stuff.
I don't know.
Last time I heard of her was when she like admitted having
Hey, but we
remember when she
never
was
know.
like crushing on
Social
Kosher?
experiment.
that could be a screenshot from the hacker that they sent to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they DM'd her. I was like, hey, I'm hacking your account with this is.
This
the
was all
account.
just an experiment.
See,
Guys, this was all just an experiment.
It's a social experiment,
I actually
guys.
support Bernie.
Yeah, remember when she
I'm a
was like
Democratic
when she
Socialist.
was like crushing on Kosher?
Okay, me and my
Oh,
mom have
God.
been watching The Sopranos together. It's so good.
Okay,
Oh,
that
nice.
sounds like
That was
boozy.
totally related to what I was
Yeah.
saying.
Thank
I know.
you.
I, just,
Totally.
I have ADD. I'm off my meds. Shut up. No, I'm sorry. That's my mistake.
Okay.
No,
Black Jonah.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Jonah, I'm only gonna mess with you about this like forever.
Forever and
This
always.
is-
Like literally
God.
forever.
Good
You
job,
just
Jonah.
gotta get used to it.
Ah!
From now on, every time I see you, I'm gonna be like,
You're just gonna call me like a melanin king.
"Yep, all hail our melanated Jonah."
Jesus Christ, what have I done?
That's what happens
Oy
when you
vey.
speak. You
Oh yeah, so Jonah, how has your podcast been going?
Good. I actually got. It's the new episode is releasing Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern, and I actually just did an episode with someone who has 185K on TikTok.
Wow.
So
Congratulations.
So
There's only one person with that many followers. Who can it be?
Hey Jonah, I want to be on your podcast.
So what is your pod?
you know it's
Podcast
it's about sports, right?
Okay, sports.
What?
Yeah, yeah no.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's
Just
about,
kidding.
it's
I'm
about
sorry.
fantasy
Let's not.
sports.
I'm sorry. I was almost stereotypical, but look at me. I know
How was it-
sports.
How the fuck was I supposed to know that?
I mean,
I'm
I
sorry,
don't know.
but-
Maybe
but-
because we look the same because we're both melanated.
Y'all got the same beards.
I'm sorry,
Hey.
but my melanin has nothing to do with sports. I do not know the difference between a baseball and a basketball.
Wait, what do you mean? I can't get into baseball. I've been to
Baseball's
one
Wow.
game,
so boring.
and that
Yo, I will decapitate
10
both
years
of you.
old.
Swear to God.
It's fun to
So,
play.
it's like the Star Trek
it's
of
definitely
society.
fun to play.
No, it
Like-
isn't.
Like baseball is like
Baseball is fun to play though.
Yeah,
Baseball is
don't
the
get me
most
wrong.
unique.
I mean,
Baseball is
that's how it is.
I like
Baseball-
softball because you can see women playing. Who cares about men?
Are you saying that
Facts.
women can't play baseball?
I mean, no, but what I'm saying is that there's no
Damn,
so-
There's
damn,
no
damn,
women
got
league
your ass,
baseball.
got your ass.
where's the
Bigot,
women
bigot.
league baseball? Go ahead, tell me.
Bigot.
Like, what is the
I mean,
point?
have you ever
Why
played
do they
baseball in
ma-
school?
can like Joan, you're a sports person. Why do they separate it though between like why is softball like a women's?
It's
sport?
because have you ever seen women in softball throw 100 miles an hour?
No, but they have to throw it underhand.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait,
why
so
is
wait, we
that?
got
So
Jonah
I've
being
never
sexist over here.
Wait,
No, I'm serious.
that-
There's
that-
like it's
wait, why-
such a stark physical contrast.
why is
When it comes to
why is
professional softball versus professional
They
baseball.
have to throw it underhand.
Wait, but what's the point of softball?
I don't know why they throw it underhand.
Because
I'm gonna be
It's
honest.
like
I
a
don't-
heavy ball though. It's
No, but
bigger.
like
It's like
It's bigger, but
yeah,
it's
but the
not
soft
Yeah.
like why is
it is
softball
heavy,
a
but like
sport?
not as
Why-
heavy as you think.
Like, why did they make softball though?
I don't
Fuck if
know.
I know.
Well, I thought you would know.
Like,
Like,
they
why?
just made the ball bigger. And
I know baseball, man. I don't know softball.
Why can't?
I'm
I'm
not
sure
gonna
women
lie.
can throw it pretty fast. I don't know what that has to do.
No,
with
no, no, and it's also
So-
the fact that the dimensions on a softball field are much softer, which like,
So is
not
it
softer,
smaller?
much smaller. So like
Hmm.
the mound is only 40 feet away versus baseball where it's 60 feet away.
Well, maybe that's
and,
why they have to
uh,
throw it underhand because it's closer.
So
that's a lot.
I was convinced when I was younger that softball was like just the game that black families played at like family reunions. Because like literally whenever we all got together, like we were playing softball, and I was just like, oh, this is the black
Yeah,
people thing.
it's either softball or kickball.
So when I saw that there was like a whole softball league, I was like, why are there only girls playing?
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
women
I
are,
could-
Also,
So-
where's the flavor?
I looked this up. Apparently, men created softball because they were waiting the score for a football game and wanted to play baseball inside. So they
Fuck,
So
played
you're
it
telling me
inside.
softball's an indoor sport?
that's fun.
But
I
they
guess.
don't even
Also,
play
by
it
the way,
inside.
flag football very fun to play and very fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright.
Like it's football, but you don't have to worry about like brain damage.
So
CTE.
apparently there used to be
Yeah,
all
but
women
it's,
teams for
but it's
baseball
extra
too.
worrying.
Very
Yeah,
interesting.
have you
What
ever
happened
seen in
to
a
them?
league of their own?
Yeah, that's apparently this article is
Wait,
just
what?
talking about it. 600 women took the field,
Wait, so
and the Racing Bells popularized the film.
Tom, there's no crying in baseball.
wait, so like like so why is there like like why is there like MLB?
That would be pretty dope. I think that like.
Wait, what does the M stand for? I thought that. Oh, major. Never mind.
Yeah.
I thought it was like men.
Yeah.
Men league baseball.
Men league baseball.
Women League Baseball.
woman men.
Wait,
Oh,
woman
but, like,
man.
why isn't there? I don't know, cause like there's WNBA.
Yo, no, I saw this tweet yesterday. It was someone who screenshotted Marjorie Taylor Greene's tweet saying God created only two genders, and this girl, she tweets and goes, "No, God created only one gender and a rib, but I wouldn't expect a rib to
Yeah, I
know
saw
that."
Jonah,
Oh.
this article right here says, the reasoning behind both items is that women have smaller hands and don't have the power to necessarily throw the ball as efficiently on a baseball-sized field. That is a big load of poppycock.
Yeah, who,
That's what this article
Really?
says.
who wrote that?
Hey guys, really
Yeah.
quick before I forget.
Yeah.
Really quick before it gets too late and it's awkward to bring it up. But I went to a high school outside of Chicago, and Candace Parker in the WNBA, she actually went to a school that was like in our district.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, our girls team used to play her.
And did you guys get your asses
like,
kicked
what?
because it's Candace
What?
fucking Parker?
Right? Are you serious? Is that a question?
Yes.
Somebody just asked, do Americans
it's
play
always weird.
rounders? Do you guys know what rounders is?
What the fuck is that?
We might. It might be a different
I
name.
think
I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
it
like
might
a
be
name
just
for
different.
something else.
I can't
Ask them
lie.
to
I
explain.
can't lie. I can't lie. When you first said rounders, I thought of the poker movie.
Round. Oh,
Rounders
that's
game UK.
it's basically like baseball kind of. So
Kind
you
of like
have a
a
stick.
off-brand snack.
Yeah. So
Oh.
you have a bat. You have a bat and ball.
Two
it's two
teams,
teams.
yes.
You hit you're
Oh,
hitting
wait,
a
there's
small,
four
hard,
base.
leather-cased ball with
What?
a wooden, plastic, or metal bat.
So why is this
There's
just baseball?
there's four.
then?
It's baseball with an extra base.
Oh.
No, we don't play that. Round
No,
versus
not at all.
Oh
round.
yeah, hey, what about baseball plus DLC?
But the
That's
thing
pretty
is,
much what
that
it is.
baseball is America's pastime. Isn't that what it
It's
is?
actually
Favorite
British, but
pastime?
Yeah, so
Achievement unlocked.
Is it America's favorite pastime or America's pastime?
It's not even
I think
America's,
America's favorite
I-
pastime is racism.
Facts.
yeah, I mean, they did have that one sport. I'm not gonna say it on stream.
Okay.
Is it? I'm trying to think. Is it lynching?
Jonah's face.
Yeah, maybe.
But it
I don't-
but goes by a
they're-
different name.
I'm
They
not
were
as
hunting.
I'm not as black as Jonah. So Jonah, you mind queuing him in?
Yeah, Jonah, can you tell?
No.
No, I will not.
Go ahead, Jonah.
Are you telling me that you don't want to inform us about the history of America?
I'm very all right.
You're very alt-right. Did I hear that
should-
correctly?
Yeah, you got
I
me,
think
guys.
that's what.
Okay, so
I think you should talk about that on your podcast.
Tommy made. I love the video Tommy made. Was like stitching the fascist simp girl, and he goes, "If I saw that thing in my living room, I'd stop it till it was a small brown stain."
Yes, like, and then Kai Clips making like 40 videos defending her.
Oh my god. I
Oh,
can't
God.
I'm not a fascist.
Oh,
I'm
God.
just a paleo
I like-
conservative
I'm not a fascist. I'm a paleoconservative.
with fascist tendencies.
nationalist.
/ nationalist, and I'm just like, dude, shut
I
up.
believe in American Christian values.
Okay, also, you know what show I binge watched in a week, and I'm kind of proud of it, kind of not.
What?
iCarly.
Everybody's been
Aw.
watching it.
Yo, no cap though.
iCarly's so
Yeah,
good.
I mean, see,
Dude,
iCarly's are. See, I don't know. I don't like iCarly as much as I like Zoe 101.
Zoe
Facts,
Zoe
Zoe
101 was
Fox.
not
Drake
that
and Josh
good.
is fine. Drake and Josh is good. I was
Wait,
never
wait.
really that big of a fan.
Wait,
of Zoe.
literally.
You said Zoe 101 was not that
No,
good.
no,
It's
I
not
said it was
better than
alright. I was
iCarly.
just-
Zoe
It's
101
not
was the
better
best.
than iCarly.
Wait. It is.
It ain't
good.
better than
Stop.
iCarly.
Yes,
You
it
can't
is.
do
Zoe
Gibby
101
like
is
that.
way
You
better
can't
than
with Gibby. You can't
See,
do
Sweet
a
Life
show
Zach
with
Yes,
Cody
Gibby.
was
you
cool
can.
too.
yes, you
No, no,
can.
no,
The
no,
Sweet
no.
Life of Zach and Cody. Mr. Mosby, are you stupid?
Okay.
Esteban?
That
Esteban,
was
yes,
arguably
Esteban is
than
better than
iCarly.
Gibby.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Esteban. I just followed him. He's on TikTok.
Yes, I saw
Spencer.
him. I
Yeah,
saw yes.
all the Sweet Life.
Except for
Even
Mr.
Erwin and
Mosby
Carrie
is
on,
it? Mr.
what's it
Mosby.
called?
Arwen is. The mom. The
Mr.
dad.
Mosby is on TikTok.
Okay.
I haven't
on
seen
Twitter.
Mr. Mosby.
Wasn't Arwen like a predator though?
Kinda. From my memory, I remember him being
I
really
don't know.
creepy
He
to
was
the
he
mom.
was just he was just a janitor that.
No,
loved
I'm
him.
talking about like actually legally. Didn't he get into
Oh,
Oh,
in
trouble?
I
real
don't know
life?
anything
Yeah.
about that.
Oh, I don't know.
I can look.
I
it
know
up.
Mr. Mosby killed somebody.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, he was,
manslaughter.
yeah, it was manslaughter.
Yeah, he also
He hit somebody with his car.
wasn't he also Hooch in Scrubs?
Yes, yes. I love Scrubs. That's one of my favorite
Well, I haven't
shows.
seen Scrubs in a while.
Crazy.
Scrubs was that show that I watch like when there's nothing else on now.
No, but Scrubs is so good.
No, I need to find. I want to watch George. I gotta find a website that has George Lopez for free.
Okay,
Like,
George
Ah, George
Lopez was so
Lopez.
weird because
Bop.
I can only remember.
Dude,
one
try
episode.
watch
I
cartoons
can-
online.
I can only remember one episode from George Lopez, and that is the episode where his son tried to get a sex offender to blah 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 with him. With
What?
his, that's a real episode.
I don't remember that.
And then there was another episode where he was trying to get it on with his cousin, and the entire family like.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
And his entire family were just like, "Why are you acting so weird?" Not like.
Isn't that
like,
like the
like,
entire
like,
plot
it
of
was, like,
Arrested
That's your
Development?
cousin.
Never seen
Yeah,
it.
literally it is. Arrested Development is so funny, but like
I
that is
finished
so
Breaking
weird.
Bad a
Like,
few weeks
The
ago.
episodes with the son were so uncomfortable, where like he was the main plot.
It's amazing to me how conservatives can watch Breaking Bad and be like still conservative.
Well, that's like people that watch Star Wars and they're still
And still
conservative.
be conservative.
They're like, oh yeah, the Empire
Conservatives-
kind of.
conservatives
I
have
love-
shows like
I
or
love
like-
when PragerU started talking about that, and I'm like,
Oh my
Oh,
god, I made a video
yes!
about that.
It's literally
I was so
PragerU.
fucking
I felt a
pissed.
disturbance in the
PragerU
force.
is literally named after Dennis. PragerU is literally named after Dennis Prager, the man who said on TV it was okay to bomb Vietnam, and it was okay that we killed the civilians in Vietnam, and it was
I
necessary
don't think you guys like
for us
like
to be
I
in
don't think
Vietnam.
I don't think Prager you really understands how Star Wars works.
I don't think so. They like watch a movie and they're like, "Oh, space laters, we love it." That's it.
Yeah.
Oh,
But if you
just
watch
to
Star
let you
Trek, you
know,
understand
Arwen has no complaints or allegations against him that I see. He has been married to this one lady since 2002, and he's only been active since the year 2000 in acting.
Okay, so then maybe I was just thinking. You know what? I think he might have been in SVU. That's what made would have made me.
Maybe.
Okay, is
Wow,
this a new
that's
thing?
probably
Is this
yeah.
a new thing on the internet? You had to be there.
Yes,
Is
it's a
that
meme.
is?
Yeah.
It's just like
okay.
you like reference old stuff.
Yeah,
Like
you
you would
just
post a
post
picture of
photos.
Webkins and be like, you had to be
Okay.
there.
Oh, I'm about to make
That
one with
sounds
you had to be
so-
there, but it's like Justin Bieber.
Sounds so white.
It was Justin Bieber getting shot on NCIS.
Oh yeah, I saw that video. It was like, like I saw the tweet wherever somebody was like, "Oh, thank God! Like if this was real life, then people would cheer." And it was like from a few months
Bro,
ago. Like
Like
somebody commented that.
11-year-old me seeing that on, like 11-year-old me on seeing that on TV would be happy. I hated Justin Bieber growing up.
Everyone did. You know what's funny? Everyone stopped hating him as much. Like there were still people out there, but it wasn't like as public when he actually started to do horrible stuff.
Like problematic shit. Like now he's like actually does like crazy shit. But I just don't think he's like relevant anymore. Like enough for people to care.
No, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Was still when he was still relevant too.
Well, because I remember, like, whenever he got arrested,
know.
like, there's no, like, Justin Bieber hater. I just think it's because people don't want to let teen girls like anything. You know?
No, I think it's a way they like. It's like they are obsessive with it.
But, I mean, everybody's obsessive
Like
over
they do with
something.
One Direction.
Like, look at Jonah's fucking
It's like
background.
it's like how. No, but it's
What did I
completely.
do?
It's like how people are obsessed with When people are obsessed with K-pop, like they're like super addicted to it in like a weird way.
What's wrong with my background?
Nothing. I'm just saying, like, how you could be, like, obsessive over stuff. But then the thing is that whenever teenage girls do it, it's like, oh, like, it's an issue. Like, oh, everyone
Jonah,
gets
you
haters
say that's
on
all
it.
your background is. Your background's not inclusive enough. See, you have the white Captain America, but recently you should know that Captain America is now black.
Ooh,
Yeah, facts.
yeah, dude, come on. He's your brother now.
Just like Jonah.
Yeah, Jonah, he's just like you now.
Just come on, Jonah, support your
You
piece.
right?
Come on.
First time a liberal. Now I don't know whether to be insulted because I'm being called the wrong race. Because if I say it's an insult,
Wait. Are you saying being black is bad?
Oh
Is that
my
what you
God.
said?
Are you
Can we get a
cooning?
replay on that?
soon I'm gonna pull the Jewish card on all of you.
Oh Lord.
Are you saying that black? Jewish
No,
people
I'm
don't
saying that
exist?
you guys are specifically picking on me because I'm Jewish and I don't like it.
Oh no. We're picking on you because you're black, dude.
Yeah, get it correct, Jonah.
Yeah, dude. We know anti-Semitism isn't cool, but racism is fine.
It is America after all.
We're in America.
Yeah,
We're
it's
American.
okay
No,
here.
I
no.
swear, someone's gonna screen record this and send it to my college, and they're gonna be
Dude,
like,
I'm gonna.
"I'm sorry, you're saying you're black?"
Yeah,
Dude.
Jonah's black. Give them the
Get with
scholarship.
the times.
Right? Dude,
Well,
Give the
give me a
financial aid.
Wakanda forever.
Yo, not in a million years.
Come on,
Well, because,
Jonah,
you know,
Jonah,
like-
throw up your fist.
Whatever happened to like Whoa Vicky? Was
No,
it?
Wait, I'm sorry. This is not just some like singularly black thing.
Raise it higher, and it will be. Just saying. Just
According to
raise it
conservatives,
higher.
this is just communism in general.
Well,
Oh,
like you guys
yeah.
know,
I
like
mean,
what
that
happened with
too,
like
I mean-
Whoa Vicky, like people that are like transracial or whatever.
She's
I don't.
not transracial.
Can
She
we
said
please
she
not
was. She
ever
used
use
to
that
say
term?
she was black.
Never.
Oh, man.
Can we never use the term transracial ever again?
I know that's such.
I mean, conservatives.
I'm sorry. Are you
conservatives
being
took that word and ran
transphobic?
with it.
I mean, transracial. Like, I'll discriminate against them for sure.
Transracial.
I would gladly discriminate against a transracial.
I'm pretty sure that
so hungry.
the term transracial used to be for like children being adopted by parents of an opposite race. So like a black kid being adopted by
like
a
Amy
white
Coney
family.
Barrett.
Wait, what?
Like
Yeah,
Amy
like
Coney
that.
Barrett.
Yeah,
Was
like,
she adopted
yeah.
by a different race?
No, her daughter.
No, her
Oh, okay.
Right, her daughter. I don't know.
That's
Anyways,
like Matt
yeah,
Bevin.
that
Matt Bevin,
that
the
that
governor for Kentucky, adopted like a bunch of like he has white kids, but then he adopted black kids too. And it was just really weird because he like tokenized them in his commercials and stuff like that.
I mean, that's how it's all political ploy.
Exactly. It makes me
vote.
feel so icky. Just the idea of like white politicians doing that and like putting them in their commercials. And it's just basically like, I'm not racist. I have a black kid. You know?
Right.
And like you gonna give like I don't believe in our races, so you get the black kids.
What was
some
that
of that
one
inheritance.
video where
That's what I
basically
usually
after
say
that-
though. I'm like, I can't be racist. The inside of my apartment is eggshell.
Well, apparently
I
I'm black
remember-
now, so.
I remember.
Oh,
one
wait,
person
sweet.
actually
Oh, I'm
did
going.
that.
I was screen recording that.
Their wife divorced was filed a divorce right after they used their black child as an excuse.
See, like it's just so
God.
weird. And like the thing is that I do think like if you're obviously like a white person and like you're able to like adopt a black child or something like that, or a child of color where you can give them a better life, you should. But I just don't think like white people are perfect. I don't think like white people can properly like teach like
Like, have you guys ever seen The Blind Side?
Like it
Yeah,
takes humility.
like that's like white
It takes a
savior
lot of
shit.
humility.
Like-
It's like
like,
white,
that's
No,
such
but
a-
no, but a
Like,
lot
the
of
more I watch, the older I get and the more I think about that movie, I'm kind of like, you know what, the NCAA investigator was kind of right. Like,
I don't remember what happens in that movie
Yeah.
to be honest.
but like
Yeah, I forgot.
a lot
too.
of white families. I don't know why this is, but like a lot of white families they like to go overseas to like Southeast Asia.
Yes.
Like,
I was just talking about that before we
Oh,
started.
wait.
I was talking with that about my mother. I've been trying to convince my family members about socialism, and my mother was just
Well, you know how
was
many
talking
babies are in
about.
America?
Oh, by
My
the way,
mother
if
was
you
just
guys-
talking about.
if
I was
you
like, why do
guys-
all these white people adopt children
Like,
from Tibet or China
It's
or
just
whatever?
so weird.
Yeah.
if you guys don't think I'm bringing up what Biden's done in terms of foreign policy at dinner with my liberal parents, you're very wrong.
It's
Do
white
they
savior,
like
but-
Biden? How like what's their opinion on Biden?
Biden was neither of their first choice, but it's not like it was for Bernie supporters where like Biden was the last choice. It was like Biden wasn't their first choice, but they were also pretty
Well,
enthusiastic
I'm
about
just
him.
really confused because the reason why we got Biden is because Biden was all these people's first choices. So where are those people?
No,
I'm
it
literally
wasn't.
Not
No,
seeing
no,
them.
dude, it was because of the DNC. I hate the DNC.
No,
bro.
Biden
That's
wasn't
so trash.
first choice. It was because he won. He won South Carolina, and the media gave him, I think, $120 million worth of positive press in 3 days before before Super Tuesday, and all
But-
the moderates dropped out, like Buttigieg, Klobuchar, Beto. All of these people dropped out
And endorsed
and,
him.
and endorsed him, and all of the moderator
like,
votes
yeah.
went to him.
Literally, when that happened, I literally thought to myself,
Hey, to go
like, there's
back
no
a
such
second-
thing. There's not a difference between liberal and conservative.
To go back a second with the adoption thing.
Biden wasn't even my choice.
With the what?
Yeah, it's white.
Mhm.
I think it's just a white savior complex. That's it.
Yes, that's what I think it is a lot of the time. Like obviously, if you're able to give like a child of color better life, then you should. But you definitely need to educate yourself on their actual culture and stuff like that to make sure you're actually.
And
able to
also you
raise
should
them
ask yourself-
properly to
And
do
also,
it.
you should ask yourself why you want to do it. Like,
Exactly.
is it because
Right.
you're bored, or is it because like
You actually
you
want to
can't
help
have
a child in
kids?
evil.
Is
You
it
know what I
because you have a stereotype about that country?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is
Virtual-
it because
yeah.
like
Virtue
they're
signaling children.
is it because they're from Africa, therefore they're inherently in need of a better life?
Yeah, and that's one
Well,
thing too. Is like I don't understand why people keep going overseas for adoption and stuff like that. Whenever there's so many children in the foster care system here in the United States,
Right.
like
Right.
how
Actually,
Like-
And you know what's even like they bring the kids over to like they bring the kids to America to live in America. Like what is like
Oh,
what's
Crazy
so
Beard
much
in
better?
America.
Why are you gonna make it harder on
That's like,
them?
Crazy Beard and what's Antifa are here? Hello, everyone.
So I get
Hey,
because our
hey.
hour slot is over.
Oh yeah. I have pizza ready. I'm so
So in our hour slot, we did end up raising $204.33.
yes, beat that.
So
Yes.
thank you everyone that
Jonah.
donated.
I mean, we're gonna try to beat that for sure.
Hey, Crazy
Yeah.
Beard. We just found out that Jonah is actually black. So
No, I'm not.
do with
I
that
hate this
information
so
what you
much.
will. He's our new melanated king.
No,
Okay.
this is anti-Semitism.
But you
All right,
guys
Jonah,
go look on
I'll
your
see you
hour
next Wednesday.
slot. We'll
You know what?
have a good night.
I'll see you
I'll
later.
catch you guys later.
Yeah.
Bye.
We should have our guest.
Wait, who's all in
Looks
this
like
hour?
Anthony just joined the server, so he should be on soon.
Okay.
So while we wait for everything,
Oh,
we are doing a charity live
I'll stay up
stream.
with some-
You can donate down below.
Crazy
That's for
Beard.
Black.
One
Yes.
thing, I won't be by my computer, so I won't be able to tell you guys if you get any donations. So all you have to do is, like, if you want to open up, like, the stream on your phone or something
Yeah,
like
I've got it
that.
on my TV.
Yeah,
so I can
so
see
whenever that comes across, it'll have the username, so you can announce it, just so you know. Okay? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, you're good. So yeah, we should be having tnathan and I Speak 1906 join in here shortly, which is going to be awesome.
Yep. Where are they at? Oh.
So I guess while we wait, we can do a couple of introductions real quick. So I'm Crazy Beard, one of the founders, or I guess the founder of the Vanguard. We've got. Do you want to go by what's Antifa? Or do you want to go by your name? Hey, Nathan.
Hey.
You sound a little distant. Let's see. Maybe it's me. Kyra, can you hear Nathan?
You're a little quiet. You're a little quiet.
Uh-oh. We can't hear you. Thought it was just me.
No,
Looks like-
he's silent. He is.
Looks like you're plugging something in though. So
Yeah.
nothing yet. Well, he's trying to figure that out. Kyra, go ahead and
Okay.
introduce yourself.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm Kara. What's Antifa? Yeah, I just mostly make videos of like anti-imperialist stuff, protest videos, and yeah, I'm like the new in kind of to the Vanguard.
Awesome. They are our most recent member. Looks like Anthony just joined. Still can't hear tnathan. Oh boy. I think he's probably
Okay, maybe fixing his settings.
Oh boy.
Bro, the struggle was real. I'm dead.
We'll get it for sure.
Okay,
Oh no.
here we go.
It's very silent.
Kristen said she wasn't by
Like
her.
we can
computer.
hear you, but like you're very like we could hear you say testing 1 2
Maybe
3,
like settings.
but it's
your
very silent.
outputs are low.
We can hear what you're saying, but it's very muted. So if we were talking, we could barely hear you.
I think he's moving to his phone.
Okay, now I can't hear anybody.
Oh no.
The struggle is real.
All this technology, I'm not surprised.
I'm surprised that I was able to stay on the stream because I'm past my part, but I was like, you know what? I'll just stay.
Oh, we're not going to kick you off or anything.
Because my internet is really just bad, rural area.
Hmm.
It looks
That's
like
why we got
Anthony's having
nationalized
trouble.
internet.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a little better.
A little bit? Yeah.
I think we can
Yeah,
make
pretty
do with
good.
that.
Pretty good,
Anthony
yeah.
said he's having trouble with it too. The Decepticons are definitely attacking.
They're attacking our communication.
Is that what we call bigots now? I really like that if that's what we called them.
No, I'm not gonna do that to the Transformers.
Random. Wait, I just thought about just random discussion about Transformers. There is a comic where I've not read it, but I've seen like clips from it, and I think, what's his name? Megatron is basically a socialist of the Transformers, but they ruined the concept by basically saying like, oh, by him fighting against the caste system, he actually is causing more harm. And I'm like, this was written by a liberal.
Yeah.
All right, so now we got tnathan. We can hear you. I'm sure everybody probably knows who you are, but if you want to introduce yourself, go for it.
Yeah, everybody knows me. I'm good. No, okay. Yeah. Hold on. What happened? I just.
Do it. Oh, it looks good now. We can actually hear you and everything.
Yeah, you're good on my end.
Can you see me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can see you. You're all good now.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think Anthony might be having trouble though.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can't
there we
see
go.
you.
There we go.
Yeah, there he is. All right. I'll go first, I guess. tnathan Fairley, PhD. Yeah. Look, yeah, that's me. PhD, political science, minor in geopolitics with a master's in psychology. Um, I am on sabbatical. Of course, you know I'm an activist. I hope you all know that. I consider advocacy and activism is more important to me than probably anything else I do, besides raise my children and my dogs. As a matter of fact, it's probably third. And I'm not going to tell you what the first two are in that order. Think that one out for yourself.
All right. So that leads to a question, tnathan. Does that mean you're a doctor of knowing what's a doctor of putting bigots on blast?
Yeah. That I had that one way before college. I had my doctorate of clapbacks whilst I'm raised in a black household. You gotta have a doctorate to make it through that. And you can structure clapbacks for people you like. You can imagine what you can get loose to for people that are trying to kill you.
Yeah, my niece is being raised that way because she has an African American mom, and sometimes when I talk to her, I mean she's just sharp as a whistle, and like at 13 years old, she can put me in my place. We did get a donation just now, $3 from T. It looks like. Woohoo!
Yay! Thanks.
We've raised 200 and I think 205. I think is the total so far.
Good.
So,
Everything helps.
absolutely, Anthony. Did you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hey Frozen guy.
Oh my god, my bad. For some reason, the audio keeps cutting out.
Seems like everyone's having trouble.
I'm convinced he's holding that position, right? He's not really frozen. He's just holding that position. Because look at him. Yeah, see, he can't hold it long.
Oh no, there we go. There we go.
I can't hear you, Ant.
Can y'all hear me?
There you are.
Yeah, I like you.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're
Yep.
good.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the Decepticons. They attacking my earbuds. So I'm just not going to use them. I'm good.
That's the problem I was having, Ant. I think they was attacking my my AirPods.
Yeah, I'm not really
Yeah,
sure.
I had to take. Yeah, I had to take them off so y'all could hear me. Can y'all hear me good? Am I coming through good now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
All right.
Everyone's good now.
Appreciate it. So Anthony Highland, I speak 1906 on TikTok, of course. Background on me, I have my bachelor's degree in mass communications, light concentration in public speaking and journalism, and I have my certificate of completion from Harvard Business School online for entrepreneurship essentials. I have a slew of other professional certifications, more so in the public speaking realm. Been an activist over 13 years, spoken word artist 15 plus, professional public speaker 9 plus, and moving. So I'm definitely excited. Thank y'all so much for having me on, and I look forward to chatting with you all.
Yeah, we're very glad to have everyone here. TikTok is just, man, they don't like charities. I don't know what it is, but we post an advertisement for a charity video and it gets 10 views when normally we get 5 to 10K on our main account. It's just like,
Yeah, I concur. I want to. So who was that? I want to address the Mr. Beard comment. Yeah. That trans. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Beard here? It's Mr. Redbeard. It's actually Dr. Redbeard, but okay.
I wasn't even watching the chat, so I was like, where's he getting this from?
Flex
Oh,
on
I
'em.
was looking at the comments on the YouTube page.
Okay. Yes, I mean, we've raised over 200. I don't know the exact amount, but it's over 200 so far, so that's good. It's an important charity. I mean, we all know that COVID's still going on. 500,000 people so far in the United States, more now, have passed, and we know it affects Black and Brown communities a lot more. So, good charity.
Yeah, I mean, but the disproportionate rate that Black and Brown people are impacted by the medical system in general is what leads to anytime there's a pandemic or anytime there's a national healthcare crisis, that Black and Brown people are going to be disproportionately affected compared to their white counterparts, because the system itself has failed us. And when we can talk about things like medical apartheid and talk about the history of medicine in this country, where we have been more on the end of experimentation than we have been on the end of those who are really helped by it. So it's a two-pronged, it's a system, plus it's our own fear of the system that has systematically abused us historically. And I mean, when I say Black and Brown people, I'm talking about indigenous people, the Black people. We all know the story of Henrietta Lacks. We all know the Tuskegee experiment. We all know about the doctor in New York that did experiments on Black women and children during slavery. So yes, these stories are part of our historical trauma.
Yeah, we were talking about the Tuskegee experiment earlier.
And
I don't know how much off top of my hand, but it
and I
was
was
quite
talking
a few
about
people, right? How many people were
I was talking
affected by
about
it?
Yeah, I mean, there's the pure number of the people that were experiment on, but then it's the families that were impacted by those numbers. It's the history of knowing. In our communities, we learned about the Tuskegee experiment when I was in elementary school. We learned about them. That was part of the conversations our grandmothers would have with us anytime anything came up. And I grew up in the generation that eliminated polio. So you have to understand that it was still, even when things are seemingly in our best interest, they have always been used against us. Even the rollout of this vaccine, we get to the fact, huh?
We got a $1 donation, by the way, from Hungry Eye. Thanks, Hungry Eye.
$3.99.
Yeah, in Florida, they were the white, like some rich white community was getting it over everyone else. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, when they leaked the
vaccine.
Yeah, they leaked the code that they were supposed to be given to the Black and Brown communities, and they leaked them, and wealthier communities were getting them and coming in and taking the vaccine.
But they already had low rates on top of that, so it didn't even.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you something. All that aside, we're not rushing out to get the vaccine anyway. Even though the media is targeting us, when even Fauci said it would take over 75 million people for us to even start down the path to herd immunity. Well, let me tell you something. Every time I look at a vaccine rollout, when they're doing it, they always put these Black people up and say, I got the vaccine and all that. We could all get the vaccine, and we still would not be close to 75 million that's necessary for the herd immunity. So it's not us you should be targeting to appeal to if you want to build herd immunity. And we notice things like that. We notice things like that. And then Joseph Biden gets on a town hall and talks about basically the illiteracy, computer illiteracy and savagery of Black and Brown communities is why we're not taking the vaccine. And I'm like, somebody stop him, because it's an insult when you look at the fact that it's not even that. It's maybe if you worked on having access to rural areas, that would cover a lot of people. But to say that they're computer illiterate is not the issue. But yeah, I won't be a cult member. I'll just letting you know, I'm not going to blindly follow this administration like Trump supporters do, because they have already made several missteps for me.
Oh, trust me, we criticize them all the time. Like he said, $2,000 stimulus check was going to immediately come, and it's like 2 months later, and we're just now getting it to the Senate. Like, come on.
And then you saw what the Senate did today. They said they wasn't voting They Friday they said they wasn't voting on it because several of the members had other engaging business because they needed to be at CPAC over the weekend, right? So I don't even know when the people in this country are going to wake up and realize that their government is failing them, and they keep supporting a government that is failing them. And it's not even, we hear people talk about they're so busy talking about socialism, communism, and all these other isms that you're realizing it doesn't matter what form of government you interact, it can still be racist and oppressive if you don't deal with the racist and oppressive attitudes that are part of our society.
Yep.
100% agree. And I think we also need to take into account that, and this is something that I can say, I'm independent, but as it relates to the left and the right, one thing I can say from those that voted for Joe Biden, it was understanding that maybe it's just the Trump supporters that don't understand that, Joe Biden in terms of politics was not the end all beat all. The Biden Harris ticket was not the end all beat all. But when you look at the numbers and crunch the numbers, if you want to unseat a Republican president, the only viable way to do that is to vote Democrat. And then they don't take into account all of the Republicans that also voted Democrat this year as well, because they finally got it in their head that the celebrity in chief was not doing what the hell he was supposed to do. And I think as Americans, and this is something that I continually push on my platform, we need to understand that we hold the power. Regardless of what they may think or believe, as politicians, we hold the power. You don't do your job. Someone asked me the other day, well, what do you think about Joe Biden, about what he's done so far? It doesn't matter what I think. You know what matters? What did he say he was going to do? What did the administration say that they're going to do? What are we holding them accountable for? And what are we being silent on? And that's the biggest issue that I've seen with the last administration. People, we got to this place to whereby now people are making politicians a personality trait. That literally, I just can't fathom that. To whereby I grew up in an era, now mind you, I'm probably one of the youngest here, I'm 28. We didn't talk about who we were voting for. We didn't talk about our political affiliations. We talked about politics, but we didn't talk about our political affiliations and or who we voted for. To whereby now it's becoming a regular day-to-day conversation, to whereby people are utilizing that as a means upon which to mistreat you. Now, to me, it's a big difference between saying I support a candidate because I like them and I support a candidate because I like their policies. And most people are not looking at their policies. If you ask the average voter, the average voter, what was the policy? Oh, I didn't really like him. I liked his policy. Well, what policy did you like? Foreign policy? Economic policy? Which one? Well, I just think, he's bringing, jobs back. From where? Where did he bring the jobs back from? Oh, he's making America great again. For who? For who?
When was
And they
America?
have no.
When was America ever great? That's my question. Because
Yeah.
They
great
have no.
countries do not oppress. Great countries liberate. So this country's never been great
Yep.
because we've always oppressed.
Real quick, we got a donation for I think $2 from Hepazorb. I'm probably saying that wrong. So anyone joining in now, there's a donation button down there. We're raising money for Know Your Rights Camps COVID Relief Fund. So any amount helps. Definitely share the stream too if you can do that. That's also very hopeful. I wanted to circle back to something tnathan said about Biden saying that black people don't know how to use computers. He should really look at himself in the mirror for a second and think, do I know how to open up a Twitter account? Because the answer is probably no. I'm sorry, Biden, but I remember that text 5309 or whatever that thing was during the campaign where everyone was making fun of him for like a week for not being able to set up a text line. But you gotta tell me that a whole group of people can't use technology and you don't even know it, what?
Yeah, it's a difference between can't use the technology and not having access to the technology.
Right.
Exactly.
And
Big difference.
it goes back like the same misstep when he said, black children are just as smart as white children, basically comparing about poverty. Um, these are the missteps that, don't get me wrong, like Anthony said, I didn't vote against. I didn't vote for. I voted against. And most people of color on a large scale, we didn't vote for either one of the candidates. We voted against the candidate. And you have to understand, and that's our history, because none of the 45, President Obama included, have never had an agenda that sought to raise the common black man to a level where we can say that we have equity to work towards equality. and even they praised the former occupant for the First Step Act. Right? You must then understand the Three Strikes and You Out Act, because there was no incentivization for the states to adopt the First Step Act, for one, and there are more white people in federal prison than black people. If you want to talk about where the black people are in prison at, they're in prison on the state level, and the First Step Act did nothing to address that disparity. They want to talk about he gave $250 million to historically black colleges and universities. There are 107 of them in the country. If you break it down and you do the math, that's like 2 million some dollars a piece. And while for the common person that might sound like a knock, my university's budget was over $250 million on its own, and $2.2 million would not pay a department's salary for a year at my university. So we look at these things. Huh?
Let's not forget that these are things that were already being proposed before he even hit the office. So you're literally taking credit for something that for years it has been denied.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, your administration is in office. Now you want to take responsibility for it. Almost the same the economy.
Yep.
Economic opportunity zones. Come on, Let's call them what they are. We're exploiting the black community again. We're large corporations come in and exploit our community and say you're creating opportunity for us. Actually, if you want to create opportunity for us, you just get the hell out of our way and allow us access to the resources that we need to create our own opportunities. Because we've proven that we can create our own opportunities with the proper resources through places like Tulsa, during 1922. 1921, because in 1922 it had already been burned to the ground.
That was Black Wall Street, right?
Right. Wilmington, North Carolina, Rosewood. We have the ability, but we have never had the right. I was just answer the young lady's question, and when she was talking about affluency during Jim Crow. But people have to realize, and this is what capitalism teaches you. Capitalism teaches you that wealth will solve everything. Yeah, no. Because in this country,
Yep.
we understand that wealth has never protected black people or any indigenous people or any people of color against racism. All the communities that we have built up in the past that had wealth, anytime a white mob got mad, they would come in and destroy those communities, and no amount of wealth stopped them. In Wimbledon, they went in, they kicked people out their homes, they burnt the homes to the ground. In Tulsa, they took pianos out of people's houses before they burnt it to the ground. So the wealth in and of itself, when people be talking about this wealth of prosperity and they always asking how much money we have, that's not the issue. The issue is it does not protect LeBron James from having someone come onto his property and spray paint the N-word on his gate. It is this racism is a societal issue, not a wealth issue. So this false person, and this is because capitalism tries to teach black people this and other marginalized groups that if you do what's right and you get up on your feet and you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you too can be part of this American dream. But Dr. King taught us that the cruelest thing you can do is to tell a man with no boots to pull himself up by his bootstraps. And that's what we're doing.
So I
And I
actually
think-
have. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask. I had an interesting question. I've been wondering because I've seen you've been doing a series on whitewashing American history, which has been awesome. I've learned a lot. With Black History Month, what's the best thing in your guys' opinions that someone like me can kind of help in that area? Because I know that it's kind of an insult that Black History Month is just 1 month out of the year because it is history, and we should just learn that as a normal thing. So if you had any advice for anyone who wants to, help, what would that advice be?
I think the first thing is understanding that Black history is not just 1 month. It's just 1 month that the government recognizes. This month I've made it my goal to not do too many videos on Black history and to boost other people's voices on things in which they're putting out, because we do this. I'm gonna give a perfect example. From all of the people that have learned from myself and tnathan, I'm not sure when tnathan jumped on TikTok, but I joined TikTok November of 2019, but I didn't start posting videos until March of 2020. So right after Black History Month. So from March 2020 all the way up until now, with all of the things that I've taught people, all of the things that I brought awareness to and things of that nature, it wasn't on Black History Month, because those of us that truly understand Black history, we understand that it needs to be taught about all year around. So the first thing is erasing that sentiment from your mind that Black history is only 1 month. It's only recognized by government for 1 month, but Black history is 365. So the second piece to that is educate yourself. There's one thing to be an ignorant accomplice, and it's another to be a willfully ignorant accomplice. Doing your research, that's saying, hey, I read, I don't know, the new Jim Crow, and I had some questions about it. I'm more likely to want to have a conversation with you because you've already did your due diligence to get the information for yourself. So whereby we are sick and tired of doing all of the damn heavy lifting. You know what I'm saying? So in this regard, there are certain things that, like you said, as it relates to unwhitewashing, there are things that I'm still learning. I'm sure that we are lifelong learners. None of us know it all. So in this regard, we humble ourselves to say that, you know what, I understand that there's still things out there that I can learn. However, the way in which we're taught, it kind of reminds me of this quote: our problem isn't learning, it's unlearning and relearning the truth. And see, when we relearn the truth, the problem that we run into is that we begin to question everything that we've ever been taught. And then to go beyond that, who taught it to us and what was their motives? So when we start thinking about different facets of history, again, another quote comes to mind: if the story is always told from the perspective of the hunter, the hunted will never get their day to tell their side.
Right.
That's very helpful.
All right. And I'm going to echo basically what Ant says, because when I first made the unwhitewashing of history hashtag was January the 1st of this year. And I think, Anthony, I came on TikTok at the same time you did, but I came to stalk my daughter. I didn't come here to make content. I came here to stalk my children to know what they're doing, because number one, that's a whole nother discussion. Parents are leaving too many um, items to govern their children, and they're not governing those items. So my thing is, I'm going to echo what Anthony says, because if you want to be a good, because I'm over allies. I'm over allies. I'm over allyship. There's not a discussion with me anymore. So if you're going to be a good accomplice, then you're going to understand when it comes to Black history, you rarely see me say Black History Month. You really hear me say it unless I'm making a reference to something somebody else is doing, or being sarcastic about TikTok's efforts to say, on one hand, we credit Black voices, on the other hand, we're going to suppress this content about police brutality. But my thing is that you have to understand that if you want to make a difference, the difference comes by understanding that we have not just got here, we have always been here, and we have always been a part of this country's history. So we should be talking about history in January, as well as March, as well as August. Every month this year, there is some highlight that I can call out for you that is about the intersectionality of people of color in the history of this country. Because when the White Line brought the first 20 Africans here in 1619, from that point forward, we have been here. Now, our contributions have been whitewashed. And also to understand that when you talk about Black history, we're not just talking about to 1619. What our history extends is to antiquity. From all of the great civilizations that ruled on the country, on the continent of Kemet. Africa means conquered lands, and that's a European name. All of those have to deal with the fact that when the colonizers came through, seeing these big ass temples. I don't know if I can say that. These
Oh
temples,
yeah.
the greatness of people that didn't look like them, they tore them down. They destroyed them. You hear the stories of the burning of the Library of Alexander. So we can talk about Alexander. You can talk about libraries in Europe, because they were intimidated by the fact that these places existed, and they are advanced. See, one of our problems was not the savagery that we claimed we were when the colonizers came to Africa. It was the kindness that we could not believe the treatment that was in store for us. The idea that I have to tell people, because They're acting like selling people into slavery and then you taking them. That's the difference in, and I'm not trying to trigger anybody, but think about this. If you come upon a woman in the woods and she's tied up and you proceed to take advantage of her, and your defense for taking advantage of her is that I didn't kidnap her and tie her up, you're a piece of shit. It doesn't matter how she got there. You did anything but liberate her.
Yep.
So that's the argument we hear when we talk about the kidnapping of Africans, because we were not slaves when you took us. And then to say, well, kings and queens sold you into slavery. The talk about the slavery, the indentured servitude of what was in Africa and the chattel slavery, what resulted from the transatlantic trade, is two different things. But you want to composite, but you don't realize that the word slavery did not exist in African culture to mean chattel slavery. There was no lifelong slavery in African culture. It was about the conquering. Tell Freak to stop calling me. It was about the conquering of lands and the integration of people. And that integration sometimes took the form of you work for me for this amount of period until you learn cultures of our civilization. So when they talk about in Ghana, last year, my great grandmother's from Ghana and she's from Ashanti. So that's why I've always embraced it. I never she would, but in Ghana, last year, tribe came out and apologized to the descendants of slaves, AOLs that are in Africa and America for their part in the slave trade, and acknowledging that they didn't understand what they were getting into because they were thinking it was the same thing that they were that what they were doing at the time. And don't get me wrong, slavery, right or wrong, there's no compunction now for me saying it was justified. But I'm saying that the difference matters. There was no hereditary slavery in Africa. And what the transatlantic slave brought to the world was highly unique. And then people don't understand that when we talk about it, we're not just talking about the fact that you kidnapped or even bought a slave, mean someone in enslavement. You took their children in a foreign country and enslaved them. People want to always talk about when the transatlantic slave trade ended, but that did not end slavery because you now have a breeding stock that you are breeding for slaves. Now, you didn't take people that were slaves, you enslaved them, but then you created a whole class of slaves because you bred them. And that is what is so despicable about slavery that took place in this country and why we're still struggling with the trauma and watching people that have benefited from it that don't look like us have a problem with us when we say, hey, you know, the generational wealth gap exists because of this. And then you want to have a problem with reparations. Like I'm asking for you to give me $5. No, I'm actually asking you to create institutions that level the playing field for equality based upon equity, not based upon this idealism that we're all equal. Because at the end of the day, that's a falsehood also. Because I'm 6'2", 197 pounds. I run 3 miles every day. That makes me not equal physically to somebody who doesn't do those things. And we talk about equality under the law. Most people don't understand that either. They don't understand equal treatment under the law because they have never been treated equally under the law. So that's my rant for now. I'm sorry.
No, it's really valid too. And like,
45 to 50 minutes. I'm trying to even get.
I was about
you're
to say,
good. I mean,
two things I want to draw attention to that you said. One was that understanding, and this is something for accomplices as well, understanding and doubling down on this sentiment that slavery is not Black history. Slavery interrupted Black history. And another thing that I like to talk about too, because I talk to a lot of the elders within my community, as well as elders that I've come across in terms of older brothers and older sisters that really dispel the whole. And because I can't find continual historical data supporting this, is part of the reason why I don't really talk about it much, but I think it's very befitting for this conversation. People like to talk about, oh, African Americans, they like to play the victim, but you sold yourselves into slavery, blah blah blah. You know what the elders told me? They said that those Africans that sold other Africans into slavery, when those tribes that were in Africa found out what they were doing, when they came back, guess what happened to them? Yeah, they didn't do it no more because they took care of. Because again, there were people who they got to this point where they valued currency over the community. So now they're being incentivized to go out and become these slave runners or slave catchers, to whereby they're rounding people up and selling them off. However, when the tribes and the elders found out about what was going on, they took care of them swiftly. Yeah. So understanding that these were doctors, lawyers, teachers, mothers, grandmothers, fathers, uncles that were taken. Slaves were not taken. So when I hear that sentiment, oftentimes it's like, no, 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 no. Those were people with real life jobs, professions, and trades that were literally snatched up out of their businesses, snatched up out of their homes, and sold into slavery. It kind of reminds me a little bit of 40 Years a Slave. And even that one was a little rough to watch, because I didn't think they would go as in depth as they did. But even just watching that was just like, okay, I got you. Boom. To whereby in an instant, your life had literally forever changed, because now you're being thrust into an environment that you are not suited for. However, over the course of those years, to know how much endurance, to know how much tenacity that our ancestors had, it's almost like wow. So when people say, I'm not my ancestors, that's a lie. I am my ancestor, and I will channel them any opportunity that I get in order to really connect and understand that this is not just a simplistic conversation when we seek to have it. This is one that we have to deep dive into. So when you give me a second, when you talk about the history of what has taken place, the very first question I'm going to ask is, how much due diligence have you done? Because if you have not done your due diligence to gain the knowledge for yourself, that you don't truly want to learn. Because think about it, when we want to learn something in today's day and age, what are some of the first places that we run to?
The internet.
The internet, right? Google is free. You know what I'm saying? As long as you pay your bill. You got YouTube, YouTube University. You know what I'm saying? Because I go to the school of YouTube all the time. I remember just the other day, I was using my buddy's weed whacker in my yard, and the spool came off. And I ain't never used a weed whacker before. I ain't never had no backyard. You know what I'm saying? We just had the little small patch of concrete in the hood. You know what I'm saying? We had to worry about no grass. So, I'm mowing my backyard. I'm hitting it with the weed whacker, and it popped off. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to return it to him like this. I hopped right on YouTube because it was something that I wanted to know to fix a problem in the moment. Why can't we do the same history? Because you want someone else to do all of the heavy lifting for you. And then what happens is, and this is something that I learned even through going to college, right? When you go to do research about a topic, right? All of the residual knowledge that you will gain as a result of looking up that specific topic is what is the most invaluable. Because you'll be looking through the articles, you'll be looking through, the scholarly journals that have been written. Wow, I didn't know that was, oh, wow. And then it starts to come together.
Yeah, that's a great point. I honestly never thought of that analogy before. Like, when you want to learn something, the first thing you do is you pick up your phone and go, all right, how do I X, Y, or Z? So that's a wonderful point. Thanks, Anthony.
Absolutely. And I think the unwhitewashing series is definitely a good one for those of you. Hashtag unwhitewashing of history on TikTok. And I'm gonna put some more content on there as well. tnathan been punching me in the gut to put some more content on there, because he's kind of carrying the hashtag. Him and Sonny are carrying the hashtag, so I got to throw some more content up on there. But it's just it will literally baffle you. And even as I'm doing my own research, and tnathan, you could probably speak to this as well. Even when I'm doing my own research to talk about certain topics, I will look like, what? That wasn't what I thought it was. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, like Anthony hits it on the head, because most people were not taught the things we discussed on the unwhitewashing of history. No. They wasn't taught them. And I don't mean just the broad strokes. They wasn't taught any of it. Like when we talk about the affluency that existed during Jim Crow, people were just surprised to know, like, didn't understand that Madam C.J. Walker died in 1920 and 1919 as a millionaires. That we actually lost wealth during integration more than we gained wealth because of the fact that the lifeblood of any community is its wealth in its community. So when we had $1 because we couldn't take that dollar to white only businesses because they wouldn't feed us, we formed our own. My great grandfather, I built our wealth off of bootleg liquor. You understand? So the dollar that circulates in your community the longest builds your wealth. With integration, people rushed out to spend those dollars at places that didn't accept them anyway. But they learned. People think that integration came into being because people had a moral shift. No, business had a understanding that dollars in our communities spent just as well in their communities. It was cheaper to build one water fountain than two. It was cheaper to build two bathrooms for each sex out, male and female, than it was to build four for black males, black females, white. It was easier. So, and understanding that because of capitalism, integration was a capitalistic decision, and that's why we still have so many problems with race in this country today, because it was not a dynamic shift in the morality of people. It was just an understanding that our dollars spent just as well as theirs, and they wanted access to them. Because you look at, there was a place called Biloxi, Mississippi, right? And Biloxi was the go-to place for airmen at Keesler Air Force Base because of the music that was now prevalent on Main Street. The whole area had built up. This was a predominantly black area. By predominantly, I meant 100%. And they had built up a stretch of wealthy landowners and bar owners and club owners and head owners. This was during segregation because they couldn't go outside of these areas and spend it. So they made their home better than what they could have went to anyway. But what happened? Soon as integration took place, those communities started to dry up, and all that wealth was shifted to people. We ran to live in white neighborhoods, and what did white people do? They kept going up 49, running away from them, but you kept chasing them, and you wind up spreading that wealth out. So don't get me wrong, racism is insidious, and it done its thing, but we have been so busy taught to assimilate that we are throwing the baby out with the bathwater. State-sponsored segregation is wrong, no doubt about it. But we can't have these discussions about true equality until we have the discussion about equity. And we can't even have that discussion until we learn to know what we want. One thing I will say about the Jews coming out of World War II when they got Israel, right, when they were given the promised land, is the fact that they voted in block. They would go into their conclaves, they would have their arguments and disagreements, but when they came out as one voice. We're not doing that. And I'm talking about all oppressed people. At the end of the day, I think you understand that racism is just a tool of the 1%. And we can't have that battle until we solve this one. But we have to start working towards it and understanding that we have to come up with some way to sit at the table and talk about equity, or we're never going to. I can't be a freedom fighter until I know how my family is safe. I have to be able to feed my family, take care of my family, because until then, I'm going to do everything it takes to do that because that's my responsibility. Now, once we talk about that equity, we can talk about how I can become a warrior knowing that my family is safe. And that's how the system has us. The system has us so many ways. It's like we don't understand. People are always talking about why you doing this and not this, why you doing that, and how you gonna do this. This is not an either or situation. This is a walk and chew bubble gum while raising kids, raising dogs, and feeding your family situation all at the same time. It's not one or the other. These problems have so much intersectionality that you could try to fix one without addressing the other, and you wind up making this one worse And then in turn, you're going to fall over here because you haven't built it on anything that takes into account the intersectionality. It's not enough just to pour money into a community. You have to also work with the mindset that knows what to do with that money. When slavery ended in this country, as far as transformed from slavery of shackles to slavery of prison, you just set people free that had never been free, generations removed from their homeland. What were they supposed to do? They went back to what they know. And that's what happened when you were still able to enslave sharecroppers and you still remove the physical bonds of slavery, but the mental the bonds still stood because you put no systems in place to address them. Reconstruction was destined to fail because no one did anything about, hey, okay, they're free. What are you going to do? And that's why we got Jim Crow. Because when we
Right.
did figure out how to start navigating our freedom, what did you all do? Well, not you all, but what did the system turned around and put laws in place of state-sponsored segregation. They did everything in their power to take away the power that you were starting to recognize. And people don't realize Jim Crow lasted to 1965.
Right.
And if you want to be technical, I can make an argument for it still going on in 1968. And then it didn't stop. Just like people like always talking about slavery ended in this country. No, slavery did not end. It transformed. So if you could find out that, hey, I still got the prison system and it's exempt from the 13th Amendment, all I have to do is find more ways to channel Black people into prison.
You know,
And we can use it with slavery. I get so tired of people talking about, oh, when slavery ended in this country. When? When? No, it just
Yeah,
transformed.
yeah,
Don't
because
talk to me about the 13th.
they can't ever identify that because there is no true answer to that because it didn't. And I think once we get to a place where we can understand that and stop having people peddle this mindset that you're somehow playing the victim or having a victim mindset, just to
Right.
identify what it is that's taking place and or happening. I want to go back to 2 points that you made, one about equity and then one about the affluence. Those of you that are not familiar, there was a French young lady who posed a question on TikTok asking, during the Jim Crow era, were there any affluent African Americans? And if so, despite the times, how were they able to become wealthy? Right? To whereby I think tnathan gave a great historical context, but then I spoke to the mindset of that question. And oftentimes it's rooted in that pseudo, oh, well, if these people could have prospered during this time, why can't you prosper right now as well? Because your affluence does not devoid you of the responsibility and or of the effects of racism. It doesn't, because it doesn't matter what car you drive, what neighborhood you live in, how much money you make in. They still go a specific group of race. That's why I think it's so vitally important that we're very specific in our sentiment of who we're talking about and what we're going after. Especially when we talk about these systems and we talk about these institutions, there is no just blanketed racism needs to end. Okay, that's a cute ass statement to make, but how are we going to end it? What are the specific institutions that we need to target to either redefine or completely dismantle so that we can truly get to this point, right? So that affluence does not devoid you of those types of instances. Now, oftentimes people ask, well, what's the difference between equality and equity, right? And I think I seen a meme first, and then I heard one of my favorite public speakers talk about it, and I think it's one of the greatest examples, essentially, of the difference between the two, right? So you have three people that are standing next to each other, right? One is 4 foot, one is 5 foot, and one is 6 foot, right? Now they're standing in front of a fence. Now the 4 foot and the 5 foot can't see over the fence, but the 6 foot can, right? That's equality. Everybody's standing on the same level ground, right? However, that 6 foot person is the only person that can see over. That's the top 1%, right? Or the most wealthy in this regard, right? Equity says not only is it okay for that 4 foot and 5 foot person to have a stool and or a ladder of some sort to be able to see over that. This is the part that they don't talk about. That 6 foot person is okay with it Because that is the part where it's like, okay, not only are we equitable across the board, now we can work together to form a more equitable society. However, there are too many people as well as institutions that profit off of our separation as opposed to our unification. So they're not going to advocate for that equity. They're going to say, "Oh, well, everyone's equal." Okay, well, equal's not enough. We need equity across the board when we're fighting against these systems, from like tnathan said, the intersectionality of other oppressed minorities. This isn't just a black and white issue. Oftentimes they like to make it that way so you can choose a side. But then again, when you realize how much power the people have, right? People of color, the black
Fred
community,
Hampton.
um,
Fred
our,
Hampton.
our Asian Pacific Islanders, you know what I mean? Like when we look at the whole spectrum, me and tnathan, we often talk about how we're fighting oppression of all forms, right? And some people are just like, oh, well, it's just a black and white thing. No, it's not just a black and white thing, and that's what we want people to understand, and that's what they'll package it, right? So a lot of my classes were in marketing and public affairs, right? So when they put certain things on the news or they put certain things on the television, I used to ask myself, why is it called television programming? Now that's going a little bit deeper. We ain't gonna jump down that rabbit hole, but television programming, it's programming you to think a certain way. What is it? What is the way that they want you to think? Eurocentric features and values. These are no longer talking points. These are facts. The Eurocentric body standards that women are held to. In terms of corporate America. Right, hair. These aren't things that we just think about or just made up out of the top of our heads. These are things that people genuinely go through every single day. So when we talk about combating these types of things, right? Yeah, a lot of companies now are, in terms of education, a lot of companies are saying you don't even need a college degree anymore because they're recognizing that these are people going to college for 4 years to gain a degree in an area that they have no expertise in. To whereby you have someone that maybe have 25 years of experience, but they don't have that shiny piece of paper. And then that person with that little shiny piece of paper with 6 months of experience is getting paid substantially more than them, right? And then when you crunch the numbers, right, a white male with a high school diploma is going to make substantially more than every other demographic of people, even if they have a master's degree. How crazy is that to conceptualize? But these aren't just things that we think about. These are things that you look up. So when we talk about coming together, ooh, popped out. All right, here we go. When we talk about coming together in regard of that equity, right? Now we got to talk about why are these things happening? Well, what can we do to better it, right? And then how can we consistently combat this on a regular basis? And a lot of that has to also do, and I kind of want to introduce this into the conversation as well, biases. A lot of us don't realize that we internally have, and more specifically as men, we have biases because we live in a patriarchal society to whereby the world caters to us. Now we know, cis women rule the world. I'm just gonna keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? They rule the world. That's not to invalidate. Shout out to my LGBTQIA plus community. You know what I'm saying? Members, family, and everything like that. I'm not part of the community, but my wife is. Shout out to you all. I don't want to, devoid you all of that identity. However, I say women rule the world. Period. And that's. We can go down the rabbit hole of arguing that. However, we live in a very patriarchal, dominant society, to whereby if we talk about oppression, when women get to talking about the issues that they face, oh, let me go ahead and gaslight her real quick. You said all. We need to get on you for saying all, instead of saying, you know what, let's address and identify this bias that's clearly running rampant, right? That you might not even realize that you have, but confronting that says, you know what, I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to close my mouth and I'm going to use these 2 ears, right, to listen before I speak. You know what I'm saying? And in this regard, I think that we can, come to more equitable solutions when we listen more and confront those biases.
True.
So we're getting to the end of our hour here. A couple of rapid fire questions for you guys, if you don't mind. I heard tnathan mention Fred Hampton. Definitely someone that we're a fan of. And we were talking about the prison system earlier. Angela Davis wrote the book our prison's obsolete. I'm assuming both of you guys have heard of it, probably read it.
Yeah.
Any
I've heard of it.
quick thoughts on that?
You want? I guess I'll go since Anthony act like he don't know how to cut off a talking point. I don't know where he got that from. I don't know where he got that from, because I can cut him off. But the prison system has never been has always been obsolete, because it has never been about rehabilitation, and, and that's what people have to realize. And as somebody, I'm sure anybody who follows me and knows that I served 22 months in federal prison. So speaking from a personal point of view, prison didn't rehabilitate me. Prison was just a warehousing. Prison is about society's punishing of people that they figure have done something that they did not like. So it is obsolete in the sense that it doesn't. And then, I mean, I'm fortunate. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not. I'm fortunate that I have a family that I was able to return to and continue my life. Like Anthony said, slavery just interrupted, prison just interrupted my life, but I was able to get back and do the things I was supposed to be doing. But you get to the point that it doesn't even offer you any opportunities in prison to prepare you to return to society, and it doesn't even offer you the opportunities once you get out in society to help you maintain that, and that is a problem. And that is the obsoleteness. Don't get me wrong. I never said anywhere along the line that prison was not necessary for some people, because some people need to be locked up away from me before I kill them or unalive them. I'm sorry, I keep doing that. But you
You're
don't
fine.
act like we don't have crime or we don't have people who are deserving to be in prison. But our prison system needs to be overhauled. And in turn, first, the criminal justice system needs to be overhauled first. And
Just
if you're not
a
doing that,
huge step.
then it goes back to the intersectionality I talk about of our problem. Those are the intersectionality of them.
I think also too, and I think he summed it up pretty well. I think also too, we have to recognize that at one point in time that there were programs that were instituted into the prison system for individuals to get a trade, to get a GED, things of that nature. They're removing a lot of those programs, and in some places they've never been existent. So then you ask the question, when you talk about prison reform and rehabilitation, what are you really doing? You're just housing them for a certain amount of years. And then, of course, survival of the fittest. You got to do what you need to do to stay alive, whatever that may be. I definitely, so I did some work in the juvenile detention centers in Virginia and in Philadelphia. So from a juvenile standpoint, a lot of those kids that are in there, to be honest with you, they don't need to be in there. They need to be in a mental health institution to whereby they can have, mental health resources, not just medication. I'm talking genuine sessions to whereby they can come together and talk about, and really and truly, that's literally why my slogan is what it is. Let's talk about it, because oftentimes that's what needs to happen for these situations. They just need to talk. However,
Yeah.
and it kind of goes back to what we talked about earlier about the mistrust of the system, but that's we can't expect a system to benefit us that has always been designed to fail us.
Now, I thought your slogan was goofy, because that's what I hear more frequently. These days, that seems to be not goofy, but I seem to be bullying people more than educating these days, just because there is some real dumb stuff going on TikTok these days.
Indeed.
Indeed,
Oh.
indeed.
Like, I'm sure you guys have seen the Republicans just crying over the whole Mr. Potato Head thing, and it's like, man, y'all got better things to do. Come on.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't have anything
Conserve
better to do.
praxis.
That's why they continue. That's why they continue. They don't have anything better to do.
And then they're always the ones who, the first time anyone says anything, about like, hey, maybe we shouldn't have a brand that exploits people, it's like, oh, you guys are snowflakes. But no, it's a valid concern. We're pretty much at our end of our hour. I was not paying attention to the donations, so I don't know exactly how much we raised. I very much thank both of you guys for coming. It's a great honor. I wish we had more eyes so we could get some donations.
Thank you for having me. I'm honored and humbled to be even asked.
I mean, if you guys, when you get off, if you want to go yell at your followers to come donate, that'd be awesome.
So, really gonna go live right after we get off of here.
Yeah, we're going live.
Thank you, thank you.
It was
Definitely,
really great talking to you guys. I mean, both of you have been
Crazy
huge
Beard.
role models.
Yeah, are we mutuals, Crazy Beard?
I don't think so.
Okay. Shoot me a message on Instagram with all of the people that are on here. That way I can follow them.
Okay, I can do that. That's it.
Let's go.
$12.
Oh,
All
that
right,
was
let's
so
go.
good
Let's go.
though.
I'm gonna
I
match
mean,
whatever we raise, so I'm matching a little more. So okay.
It's a couple of bottles of milk. I mean, it's something.
Absolutely.
All right, you all have a beautiful day. I'm out of here.
You too, guys.
Thank
Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right.
Where's the replacements? $22. Okay.
$22. Let's go.
Well, I think that was definitely worth it, though. I learned a lot.
It was great
Same
just to
here.
hear that.
Both of those dudes are stand up gentlemen. If whoever's watching has not followed them, two of the best TikTokers out there.
Very, very knowledgeable.
Is it Angie and them taking over now? Well, while I wait for them,
Hello.
keep watching. We've got a donation down there. We talked about a lot of the stuff in this last hour about how bad slavery was and everything like that. We're doing a charity for Black and Brown communities today because we know COVID is. I mean, frankly, it's destroying them. Like tnathan said, it's a lot of factors. It's the history of how the medical community has treated them. It's a whole lot of factors. But if you guys have 10 cents, $10, doesn't matter. Any money helps. Yeah. Kyra, I feel like we didn't let you talk at all. You should say some stuff because.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was just like really insightful just to listen, especially the part about like whitewashing history, which is something that I have like struggled with a lot as like a part of the Vietnamese diaspora. Like I'm fucking not supposed to be here. Like I'm here because of the war, So really eye-opening because it's like you're re-educating yourself on this stuff.
And tnathan made that hashtag on whitewashing history. If you go through those videos, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And like
but I wasn't taught a damn thing about any of this when I was growing up. I had to learn a lot.
For sure. Yeah. Also, like
2 years ago, when I learned about the whole, that myth that black people can't swim, it's because white people used to pour fucking bleach in the pool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is it time?
Yeah.
Look
So
at
they
that.
just, so they just,
Looks like a mob is here to replace us. So
you will not replace us.
Hey.
We just performed a revolution.
all right,
Our
listen.
scheduled revolution.
Y'all make sure you talk about the donation link because we didn't do that very well.
Donate.
Everybody.
Bye.
Or
I'm gonna go too,
I
but
guess
this is a lot
people
of
are
people.
staying. I don't know. Are you staying for this one?
Am I
Yeah.
staying? Do you want me to?
No, because you're gonna attack me the whole time. I'm not ready to get canceled on the Vanguard.
You like Timothy
Stop!
Chalamet?
See, this is exactly why I didn't want you on here.
Who?
Timothy Chalamet.
I don't know.
What?
I
I
think
don't know.
I personally think this is slander and lies.
All I know is that he's white.
We're just waiting for it to come on.
Yeah, there's still like 3 people who we're waiting on.
Where's Heim? I just saw Heim.
Heim is switching to their phone, I think, instead of their computer.
Okay. I just finished a painting. Let's put it to JPEG.
So is there like a structure, or are we just like
That's
hanging
it.
out, talking about donating?
Just hang out and talk about whatever.
We're hanging
Okay.
out, talking about donating.
Please donate, because I was just instructed
Please
to talk
donate.
about donating.
I'll
Please
do a
donate.
dance every time someone donates.
Ooh.
That makes people feel better.
Is there a way to tell what's being said in the YouTube chat? Because I don't know.
If you load up the stream, you can see the chat.
Ooh, I should probably do
Okay.
that.
Hello, Zoe Porter.
So who is Tori and Kaden? I do not know who y'all are.
I'm Tori Noodles on TikTok. Nice to meet you. Who are you?
I am Star the Takist. I draw draw usually like informational videos, or just like I just put drawings over my videos of stuff that I drew, and then either inform people about something. Usually do with socialism or something like that.
That's
Nice.
cool. My name is Kaden. I'm a leftist TikToker. I identify as a eco-Marxist, and I make videos about like debunking communist debunking anti-communist arguments, and like I try to add like quality to my videos. That's like the thing that I try to do.
I'm Tori. I get angry at the camera, and people love it for some reason. That's basically what I do. My focus is anti-imperialism. Now it's starting to get into kind of some Marxist feminism as well, and just basically dismantling the idea that liberalism is the way to go. I attack the West a lot.
I love doing that.
It's my favorite thing to do.
Destroying the West is our goal.
I do not know how to be in here. Is this working?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Oh. Yeah, okay. 'Cause I can't see. I don't want to share my screen, but all I can see is like this little thumbnail in the corner.
You can make it expand if you hover over it.
What's that?
Yeah.
Hold on, Eddie's calling me. Yo, what up, Eddie? Say,
So this
dude,
is this is
I
the
clicked
old
on
people part of the
Hold on one
stream.
second, Eddie. I gotta mute this microphone because. Okay, there we go. Yeah, if you go to the stream room and click on that, that's all I did.
Oh, Eddie's
So
a
I don't
boomer now?
know if that'll work. I think it's kind of working. Apparently, they can see me. I can't see them though.
We can also
So.
hear you.
Yeah, we can hear and see you. Your mic's not muted.
You're hearing great.
I think he muted us.
All right, man. Yeah, just
You're
click on
doing
the
great.
stream room. That's where I think you have to go. So. No, yeah, I'll try to
We're not
let
supposed
somebody
to
know.
hear him, right?
Corey, Caden, Shata, and Kate, and who else?
Jay, mute
Angie.
Mike.
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
can
yeah.
Eddie is Eddie on mobile?
All right, man.
It's alright, I just
Is it-
muted him.
Is Eddie on mobile?
Eddie's still trying to get in.
We're so organized. This is fantastic. We heard the whole thing.
I've never streamed from Discord ever.
I just want to
We've-
say
I've
we could
muted
literally
him.
do Zoom. We could literally like Zoom would be so much better.
Can't go out because we've got the YouTube set up and linked to this and the Streamlabs so people can donate.
Oh.
By the way, donate.
Yes, donate. Please donate to the good cause.
I be really good. Black and brown communities They are need to go disproportionately to- affected by COVID.
Mm-hmm.
If you
I was about
posted a
to
black
say, someone
square
should
on your
probably
Instagram,
explain.
you better donate. That's all I'm saying. Tori knows what's up.
Oh, goodness gracious.
This is why we say Tory supremacy. So true. Exactly. Even though some people don't know who I am, which is fine. I would really like to keep it that way.
You know you are. You're so basic, Tori.
You. I don't know. Sometimes I try my best. I can hear myself on Jay's side.
gosh.
Yeah.
Eddie has the Streamlabs link open. He's like, "How do I join the chat?"
Is there a chat? Why am I
Not on Discord.
But I don't want to screen. I don't want to share my screen.
It's quite funny to
We
see all these
all
people
really-
use Discord for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
There
thing
is
about
no
Discord
age
is
to
that
mindset.
Discord has terrible bandwidth, especially in Discords that don't have people actively using the Discord premium options to support the bandwidth of the server.
Should I drop $300 to make sure the bandwidth is good?
Yeah.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good use for the money.
There it is. I fixed.
Imagine if I did.
James,
I'd never give
James, it's not gonna do any. You gotta unmute yourself
Wait,
because
is that
like we
Ian?
didn't invite you
hi.
for lack of vibes.
How's it going? Sorry.
All right, Eddie's in here now.
Sorry.
Hey,
Everybody-
figured it out.
Oh, Eddie's
Get it.
here.
I think I'm here.
Is there anybody else?
How's it going, everyone?
Good,
We're
good.
great.
Whoa, you
great.
finally figured it
Whoa,
out.
someone
Oh.
donated $14.
Let's
Thanks,
go.
Base.
The world ends with
Oh,
Cheer
and
donated
Peacoc's
$14.
here. Dude, I
And we
thought
just
you
lost like
streamed
3
earlier.
people at the same time. Hey, there he is.
Let's go.
Alrighty.
Oh man, this is a big one. This is prime time.
There we
Big
go.
group.
It's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Guys, welcome to the
This is
late
gonna
night
be the
hour
best 2 hours.
Yeah, it's
where
gonna be a
nobody knows
fantastic
how to
2
use a
hours.
camera.
I love your laptop.
Well, because if you log in, the trouble I was having, if you
Okay,
log
is
in
this, like,
through
really
Discord through your
for other
laptop, it doesn't
people?
automatically work.
Is this working for other people, or is it just me, like, that it's not?
I'm cool, but
Yeah,
I'm a
working great on mine.
I'm a
I'm good
veteran
too.
Discord user because I'm a gamer. So
Wait,
I
what
played
are you
Among Us a
drinking?
couple of times. I'm drinking wine that I got for $2
Oh, let's
on
go.
sale.
I'm gonna also start drinking wine then. Let's go.
Let's go! I'm glad I don't want to be
Yeah.
drinking alone. I was like, wow, I
Yeah,
really
Real-
look like a very responsible person.
No, God forbid. God forbid.
Thank you
Real
so much,
comrades
James.
have vodka.
I can always count on James for like making sure the vibes are good.
Yeah, James has like the best vibes. Not gonna lie.
Appreciate that. That makes my day, actually. You all are way too
Wow.
nice to me. I just like to
Working
drink,
now.
so.
You're right. It's because
Same.
I don't know. Shava and I, we need to
It's
get some momentum so we can start bullying you again. So
No,
All
it's
the
good.
white
It's good right now.
Yeah.
Bully all the
Energy
white
right now, honestly. So I've got a half open bottle of this, and we'll just run with that, I guess.
I'm
Yeah,
down.
do it.
No, I
I'm
got it.
very excited for this. Should I use a real wine glass just so I'm pretentious, or no?
No, drinking the proletariat.
use a red
with
cup.
me.
God, I'm gonna drink it out of the bottle.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Okay, even more nice.
That's the way to
I've
do
gotta
it.
say,
Taste.
thankfully
The
there
best
are.
day.
No one's keeping an eye on YouTube.
Oh, how's
I'm gonna
YouTube
open
doing?
Trying to pull out a cork with my bare hands. This is a terrible.
Hello everyone. Hello.
I'm gonna check the YouTube chat. We're all just ignoring
Hello.
people for sure.
Yes, we have been ignoring people. We got a $14 donation a couple of minutes ago.
Thank
Someone
you.
donated
Oh,
10.
damn it.
tnathan for the 10.
donation right now.
Thank you for
Yeah,
donating.
as I was talking about the
That's like the
donations.
whole point.
What is
Yeah.
the topic of discussion right now?
Yeah.
What are we feeling?
Definitely
I feel like we
vibes.
can correct this in some way.
But I'm gonna check YouTube and just see what the going ons are.
I think that
Oh,
maybe.
should I? I'm gonna get.
Yeah,
my
I
phone
See,
I'm gonna have a whole
I'm
setup.
definitely not the one to
I've
do
been
that.
wanting
'Cause if
to
I keep bouncing back and forth, my
talk
camera
about
goes on the
Disney.
frit.
Hey,
So
does
Alright.
anyone get
I'm
about,
having such a good
Definitely
time.
not me.
does anyone want to talk shit about Disney
Guys,
right now?
this chat is like
Oh no!
seriously brain.
Jimmy, my friend Jimmy's getting neglected in the YouTube chat.
That's upsetting.
Does anyone want to talk shit about Disney though? I mean,
What are we
I'm
talking
not
about?
I love
cool
being
to have
hated.
everybody here all at once.
I love critical.
We all interact with each other on TikTok all the time. It's pretty cool to have everybody here all at once.
I'm
Disney-
happy about your hate.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's why I joined. 'Cause I haven't seen that yet.
Let me talk
Such a
about
large
Epcot
group.
for a second. Let's talk about Epcot, okay?
Oh,
Yellow
great. I'd
Parenti,
love
I've been
to.
following you
That's
for like
not
6
bad.
years.
Disney. Like
I didn't know you were a real person.
I am.
Yellow
So,
Parenti, real
it turns out Parenti does not run the account. I don't know if y'all knew that, but
Wait, you're not Michael Parenti?
What's
no,
good?
I'm not.
Okay,
Wait, actually,
we've got to give a shout out to
That's why I
Yellow
was like
Parenti.
meeting you.
Yes.
We've got to give a shout out to Yellow Parenti for somehow debating
Long-time
Benjamin
fan.
politics through Michael
I love-
Parenti.
So I love
it-
debating. It's one of my favorite things.
But it wasn't even like it was amazing to watch because it wasn't even like
We got 30 people in the YouTube chat, by the way.
oh wow. It was
There are a lot of people at the stream right now.
Hold on, I'm gonna go ahead and look at the chat on my phone so I can say hi to people.
Jimmy, we're trying not to ignore you. There are just a lot of people talking in the stream.
Hi, Jimmy. I don't know who Jimmy is.
He's been talking about in the chat getting neglected.
It's such
well,
a
hello, Jimmy. I used to go by Jimmy.
Hi, Jimmy.
In high school, everyone called me Jimmy.
If you guys aren't using headphones, can we please? Because we're getting so much like echo right now.
One sec.
I can. I have a mic in.
Oh shit.
Oh, I can hear the buzzing when you hold it up. ASMR.
That's how you know it's a quality microphone.
Ayo, the stream bussin'.
It's offensive to ask me to put headphones on. I can't hear.
Stream bussin'.
That was good.
I need
So
to
how's everybody doing?
Wait,
How's everybody's day?
I just literally plugged in my headphone.
I
I
am
woke
so
up
hungover. I went to a wedding last night.
I woke up late. I woke up late and then had a weird dream where Yoda was fighting Lando from Star Wars.
Yo, I have had weird Star Wars related dreams too. Like I had one like a few years back, and I only remember it because it was like very weird. It was like a blend of like Harry Potter and Star Wars, which is just a weird dream, but it was very vibey. So I remember it, I guess. Did anyone else have that where they wake
I'm
up
here.
after having a dream and like they literally just can't remember it even though it like just happened like within like 30 seconds?
Oh yeah, I hate when that happens
that's me
because I
every dream.
actively try to remember it.
No, that's like a real thing. Like, I was reading something for class from Freud about dreams, and he was talking about that, about how we don't remember our dreams.
I want to keep it.
I was reading this thing from Freud, and he was like, yeah, like for some reason he was like talking about like wanting to fuck his mom or something.
He's a big fan of that. No, I think Freud really wanted to fuck his mom for whatever reason. He's a big fan.
I'm just throwing it out there. Anytime we receive a donation over $10, we're gonna dance to Rasputin. I'm just putting it out there already. Okay.
No,
Oh, I don't.
please.
Hold on. We gotta get the Wii out.
I hate that song so much. I'm so tired of it.
Before I do that.
No, like
Excuse me. You may use the door to exit the chat, please.
Jimmy just donated $20, guys. Pretty much $19.26.
Let's go.
What are we doing? Who is cranking the vibes right now?
I like.
We need
Thank
this
you
shit.
so much for the donation, Jimmy.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Jimmy.
you, Jimmy.
Dr.
Alright.
Jimmy, Mr. Jim.
We got to check on Rasputin right now.
No, we
Cranking
don't.
it.
Guys, should I message the men in my Instagram DM request to go ahead and come on the stream so they can donate money?
It's a great
Yes,
idea.
do
That
it,
is
do it.
praxis if I've ever heard of it.
I'm doing it right now. Okay, let's go.
I got people on my Instagram DM sending me shit like
Okay, we need someone to play. I'm not like a big Discord girl, so if someone could do this, that'd be fantastic. You said you're a veteran, Tori.
I'm actually not. It was called. I was being sarcastic.
I'm very
I have
Discord
a
experienced.
Discord.
Okay, can you check
tell
on
you.
Rasputin then, please? Thank you very much.
We
I
need
just want
a
everyone- I
we
just
need
want
a
everyone to-
music bot in the server. So
This was
whoever's the
something
owner
that
of the
somebody
server would
DM'd
have to
me.
put one in.
No, you don't. You could just share the screen.
I'll DM you, Heim.
This is what I
You
get
could
in my
share. You
Instagram
could
DMs.
just
I
like
could
share
do that
screen
as
and
well.
sound. Surely. See, sorting out. Maybe you're the veteran.
You want to play Rasputin, the Russian
Yeah.
song? Okay.
I'm literally coming for you all, and I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's not a Russian.
good. It's fine.
Is it a Russian? It's not a Russian song, isn't it?
No, it's German. If I
They're not
It's
Russian.
German.
It's not
It's
Russian.
about
at all.
Russia.
It's about
It's
Russia.
literally
It's
no.
not
They're,
a
they're
Russian
literally
song.
Guys,
Afro-Caribbean.
this is the beautiful American melting
literally
pot in
Afro-Caribbean.
which. Just kidding. Nothing's beautiful about America. Funny joke.
The uninhabited places are pretty beautiful.
That's valid.
Very true.
That's fair.
Alaska do be gorgeous.
No, or like even in Texas, if you go to Big Bend, where there's no
Alaska's
it's pretty
bussin'.
nice.
That's what
Tori
I
knows.
Oh wait, this isn't gonna work because the person who's hosting the stream has to join my share screen to hear the song.
Let's
What?
go.
Wait, You can't share sound?
Well, you can share sound, but only if the person joins the actual stream. So
Yeah.
they'd have to like full screen it, which would like ruin the point of the
Jesus.
stream.
Why is this so freaking hard?
No.
Maybe if we go
Unfortunate.
headphones off, we can literally just play it through the computer. That like next best thing.
Or we can clap.
Yeah, just clap. Just that's worth it.
Thank
I'm gonna nominate Eddie to sing it.
Clap and
For every donation over $10, I'll take a
Huh?
We'll run it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wait, someone was asking me a question earlier, I think.
In the chat?
Yeah,
Or,
we
I
should
don't
take
know.
chat questions. That's a good
Okay,
idea.
maybe. Wait, did I just make that up in my head? The narcissism is getting to me. I'm sorry, y'all.
I did see a question a while ago, but it was
I
a
was
while
just
ago.
the only other one from Texas here.
Yes,
No,
I am.
I'm from Texas as well.
Are you really? Oh, even better.
Texan takeover. Let's go.
Texas is.
Jimmy wants to know. Wait, Jimmy wants to know what his donation is contributing to, and I think it's probably a good thing that we explained what we're raising money for.
Yes, we should talk over that. Who wants to go over that?
Angie.
I nominate Tori.
Wait,
Oh.
no, I'm not. I'm a guest. You're making the guests do things.
You are the host, Angie.
We're raising money
I'm
for
the host.
Kaepernick's charity because Colin Kaepernick is raising money for Black and Brown communities that are hit by COVID, because those communities are hit much worse than other communities. And so we're partnering with what is the name of this charity? It's
Know Your Rights Camp.
No, you're right.
Know Your Rights Camp.
So that's what we're raising money for. I got you.
Wait, I'll put the donation link in the chat. Let me just go a step
The
further.
donation link is also in the description of the stream.
See, there you go.
It actually was kind of complicated to donate. I tried to donate earlier. It took me at least like 10 minutes to do it.
And what
What
we're
do you
doing with
mean?
the
I don't-
Streamlabs is with all the money, we're donating it straight to them.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's a good idea. That's good.
Like, we're
So
not
you guys can either donate directly to them or you can donate to the stream, and it will end up in their hands anyways.
Oh, it says my laptop's about to run out of battery. We don't need that.
So Jimmy asked, is it for food, water, medical, shelter, etc.? I think it's for a lot of that and some other things.
I don't think we decide what that's for. I think they
Yeah.
kind of figure that out. That's on their end.
Because we were
We
saying
can-
earlier, it just
But
like
yes.
affects them in so many
What
ways.
about charity, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of it is it's not
When
just
you
the
do
medical
mutual
care.
aid, when you do mutual aid work, you get to decide what it's
Hmm.
going to.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
I don't think we're
charity. Yeah, a lot of it is to do with not just having like medical and insurance, but also to do with infrastructure, transport, and to do with the history of Black Americans and building up their trust in the U.S. system. If you were on earlier, tnathan and Anthony, I Speak 1906, were talking about. Is it 1906? I can never remember the date at the end. Is 1906, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Thanks. They were talking about some of the history behind that, but you could look at, for example, the Tuskegee, the syphilis experiments that took place between 1930 and 1970, I believe the span of time was. It's well worth a look into that if you want to look at why Black people particularly have a mistrust of healthcare institutions.
Yeah, and rightfully so. Like, they have a good reason not to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
They also have so many camps. They have a camp in Atlanta, Baltimore, Miami, Amsterdam, New Orleans, Chicago, New York City, and Oakland. That's a lot of cities this money is going to. So you guys will know it's definitely going to be going to some good people that need it. It's not just going to be going into like pockets of some CEO.
Sam is saying he donated $10 to ask a question about the Omegaverse, and now he feels like he's done something wrong.
About what?
Why is that
Omegaverse?
wrong? Why is that wrong?
Wait, are we all familiar with the Omegaverse in the chat?
No.
No idea.
No idea.
But-
What
What is that?
Happy
Am
to
I
learn.
the only one that knows about the Omegaverse? Because I
I'd be
really,
happy to Google it and form an opinion.
I'm
on
the-
it.
Tori
if
explained
I'm
it.
the only person that knows about the Omegaverse, then I don't know anything about the Omegaverse.
explain what it
The
was.
only,
You have no
Then
idea.
I don't know anything.
the only Omega I know Kenny Omega, the wrestler, and that's about it. So
The Omegaverse is a so it's a very fun and groovy time that ultimately disrupts Western hegemony. But it doesn't actually. It's degeneracy. It's about. I really hate
Cool.
that Chandler decided to join as soon as I started talking about the Omegaverse. Anyways,
Chandler's here.
Chandler.
Oh my man, welcome.
but
Wait, if you're not on your
it's
phone, you
about-
should
it's
go
about-
live on.
It's like a wolf thing. It's like a weird wolf fetish deal.
Are they like furries or?
They're not like furries. They're humans, but they function similar to like.
Wait, is that where that
wolves.
video comes from? Where that guy's like, for like all intents and purposes, I am a wolf and like
Kind
barking. on
of.
the thing. Yeah,
Kind of, but
I've
it's
seen
more
this
has it's like a specific genre of like fiction that's like written about, and basically like there's like alphas, omegas, and betas or whatever, and it's all it's basically a very complicated fan fiction universe around a breeding kink.
I just googled it,
I
and I
really
wish I hadn't.
don't. I'm very sorry that I was the one to explain.
Yeah, I've
this,
never heard of
and-
it.
And the only reason I know about this is because I
seen
used to
those,
be on
like-
Tumblr back in the day.
I've seen
This is
those
the
like,
weirdest
those,
civil
like,
rights stream
pyramids
I've
on
ever
I used to
Twitter.
be on Tumblr. I don't know about this shit. This is great.
Are
Listen,
you
I had
talking
to
about
Google it because I thought it was
I was on-
political.
I was
got
on-
very confused.
I was on I was on anime Tumblr, so it was
Yeah,
wild over
that'll
there.
do it.
I mean,
That'll do
Tori,
it.
if you're into that, like, I'm not judging.
I'm
It's
absolutely
okay if
not.
that's why.
I'm actually I don't like anything.
It sounds like so
Degeneracy,
weird.
and then also Lindsay Ellis. It's so well. I also know about it because Lindsay Ellis like made a like video essay on it, and I was like, "What is happening?"
Who's Lindsay?
Because apparently it like got into the court system. Is what happened. Like there are court documents that talk about like the Omegaverse. It's wild.
Shut the fuck up.
Yes, I'm dead ass.
Conceptually, I just love that.
Very serious.
Yeah. Eddie's got the hat on. He's cranking the
Another hat.
vibes.
Eddie.
I saw that you had that hat, so
Cog also has a hat, but he refuses to wear it.
I wish I
So,
had one.
Can we
Is
all
my mic
just
working
bully
now?
him into putting on his fine accessories?
Not actually sure whether the actual hat is at the moment. I've just got the badge somewhere below the screen, but I'm not going to show it on stream because
We should
I would be in trouble.
we should ask
gonna
the
get
chat for
cancelled.
conversation topics so we can be
Well,
interactive
what's
with
your-
the stream.
How many? What's our watch? How many people
We have
Wait,
31
can we
people.
wait? Let's.
Oh, what?
We need to see if we can hear Jay, because his mic has been having issues.
I've been trying to talk. It doesn't.
Well,
Yeah,
you
it doesn't
sound
matter if I
great.
use the
I
headphones
sound
or whatever.
Get really.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like plugging in like all my different audio stuff and nothing was working, so I was like, okay.
I can't hear him at all.
I hear him well.
I can hear him.
Yeah, he sounds great.
It's you, Angie.
Talk
Can we
about the
talk-
Syrian strikes. That's a
about
very
Syria?
good
Can we
topic.
talk
We
about
should talk
Syria?
about
The
that.
Syrian strikes. I mean, obviously.
I have so much to say about it because I'm so fucking. Can I swear here?
It's so much better that it was so wider. Now under Biden, it was such a much better strike than it was. I saw that on Twitter from liberal Twitter. That's what they were saying. They were saying there was no drama. There was no drama. It was such a much better.
Imperialism's chill as long as the president's not.
Yeah, it was very
It was
chill.
activist
Yeah.
imperialism, you know. It was
Well,
different.
The weirdest.
No,
The
but go
weirdest
ahead. What you
thing
were
was
gonna say.
is the weirdest thing is seen on Twitter and we've all shared it in group chats and stuff, but like just how Democrats are rushing to defend Biden.
Sam
when
said
they
we should
said they
stop talking
would.
about garbage.
No, but what,
And
what
like
were you?
we knew that, but like they didn't. Yeah, they're not doing what they. I think this is what I've been talking about. It like it's an accelerationist moment because if anything, I think a lot of people are like, "Whoa, wait, why are you defending him?" And it's like we're not, and Democrats are. So a lot of people are starting to move like, "Oh, I need to go further left." At least I've experienced that in real life and in messages and comments and stuff like that because they're like, "Oh, wow, there's a big difference between you guys and Democrats." And we're like, "Yeah." So it's funny
No,
how that
but
is.
Sasha, you were gonna say something about Syria.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, like, the mental gymnastics that I've had with liberals trying to justify it is so stupid, because it's like going back to the original thing. Like, it's a retaliation, but why are y'all in Iraq to begin with? Like, from Iraq, and then it's like, oh, they're Iranian air forces, whatever, in Syria and all this stuff. Why are you there? It's an illegal occupation. Get out of the country. How can you like justify they attacked us first? No, like in Arabic, it's called Hezb al-Shabi. Basically, they're Shias, Sunnis, Christians. They've all banded together to fight against American occupation within the region. So they're reactionaries. Get out, and then the issue is like somehow solved. But I
But
don't
if we leave, however will democracy enter the Syrian government? Like
That's true.
That's true.
Our
They don't.
freedom is in
That's just
Syria.
That's
my
true.
freedom.
Yeah, our freedom is
I-
in oil crates in Syria.
No,
My
we are the
freedom's
only
been
ones that know
backpacking
about
hella
democracy.
lately. I don't know.
They
what
don't know about
No, I mean, same thing with
It's
liberals
just
and immigration. Like the
like-
amount of liberals I get in my comments when I talk about the overflow facilities, the new
Oh,
detention
gosh.
centers. They're like, oh, well, they're just trying to create more humane conditions. I'm like, when will y'all realize that separating children from their parents because they don't have papers to be in a country that's made on stolen land will never be humane. It will never be humane to imprison children for just moving across a border.
Yeah,
Just
no,
put
I made.
them off because they
The
use that.
chair of our GSA is diabetic, and she sent me a video or a picture. They're like whatever, a meme like Biden did this to make insulin prices higher. Made a TikTok about it, and all the liberals were like, "Bullshit! It's not true." Blah blah blah. Read the CNN article; it's not true. And this is anecdotal evidence. But then I went and talked to my buddy, a different kid who's on my team who has diabetes, and his insulin price went up $40. And I'm like, these liberals are so condescending. They're gonna turn everybody away from the Democratic Party. I mean, hopefully that people don't go to being Republicans. Hopefully we can bring them to socialism. but-
Well, unfortunately,
I,
that's kind of the move. You see it. Everybody's like, "Yeah, come on over to Republican side," and I was like, "I'd rather die." That's not happening. But yeah, I think there's something to be said too about like when we're talking about how like the left gets painted as like weak or snowflakes, and it's just kind of like, well, yeah, Democrats are. You know, like they'll do.
That's true.
Like they will, because they'll do whatever their leader says, just like the Republicans will. And yeah, so we're the much cooler vibe. If you keep going over there, you get cooler.
All time right now. This is only in the first month. We're already seeing this.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah, if
1
you
month. We haven't seen stimulus checks. We have seen bombing Syria, and we've seen new renaming for the cages in Mexico. So yeah, it's been a great month so far under the Democratic Party.
And
Also,
then,
I
like,
want to say
yeah.
thank you, Rosa, for the donation. No one really saw it besides me because I have
Is
the
that
stream
Rosa?
open.
Is that history nerd Rosa?
I'm not completely sure, but she said we should do a smash or pass leftist edition.
Oh
Historical
no,
leftist.
we're not doing. We're
No, thank
actually
you.
not going to
Please,
do
no, thank
that.
you. I cannot do that. But I
But,
just want to say,
thank you for the
why is
donation.
it-
The answer is abstinence until revolution.
Yes, that's correct.
That's a good answer.
Is sex counter-revolutionary? Fuck.
Yes.
No.
There are actual talks on that. Like, is sex counter-revolutionary? Can we swear here?
Yes.
Okay, like okay, never mind. I don't want to say it. If my Muslim dad
Say it.
opens this, I don't want to say it. No.
Say it.
It's fine. I can't. I'm not gonna say it. But
Wait,
basically,
message it to me and I'll say it.
Okay, but I just wanted to add on Biden. Like, if you look at Biden's history with the Iraq War, like he was championing this shit. Like him and Bush were buddy. Like it's not surprising that he went and bombed Syria. Like,
Yeah.
I just the shock was so like, what? Like, don't you know Biden's history when it comes to
Like
Iraq and
leftists were
Afghanistan?
saying this when he was
Obama started the intervention.
for, like,
Biden was his
months
VP, you know.
This is not like we've been saying this now for like 6 months, and then now it's just coming to fruition. Like we were saying, and they swore to us that they were gonna keep criticizing him, that they were gonna hold him accountable. Well, like where are they? Where are they at? They're not holding him accountable.
So
The thing
I agree with you. No, I'm just saying I agree, but I mean, like I also want to give credit to, especially, I mean, if you're watching this, you probably know it's all from TikTok, but I do want to give credit to the TikTok creators that have, decided that like, whoa, this isn't where I want to stay, and there's been several of them that have done that, and I that's good. and I think we need to keep encouraging that because at least they're recognizing like I need to be further left, because this isn't what I wanted. And there's enough of them that have done that, but then there's also the ones that have staunchly stayed put. And James already knows who that is.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean,
But
like,
yeah.
there's a difference. Like, I mean, if we're going to, like, even though to us they're kind of the same, I think in terms of criticizing Biden, there is a line to be drawn between liberals and progressives. I've seen
Yeah.
mostly people that identify as progressives continue to press Biden versus, like, the hardcore libs. They're just like, oh no, read a CNN article. Everything's better. What's manufacturing consent? Like,
like the AOC, like Bernie types. Like
yeah.
Sam Kitten, thank you for the 10. Sam Kitten
Let's
said,
go.
"Hey Tori, Chandler about his parentage. Tell Chandler about his parentage."
Next.
Why
That
would I
is
tell
pronounced.
Chandler about their parentage? No,
Please tell us.
no, it's
Yes.
because I was on live earlier on my account, and they were asking who would be the child of Marx and Engels, and they said their name would be Chandler, and I was like, wait a second. Does that mean Chandler is the child of Marx and Engels?
Next $10, I will shotgun this.
Do
Hey,
it.
I'll take the bull. I'm down. Let's run it.
Next,
We're out
next,
here.
I wanted. Do I need to go get another drink?
next
Come
$10.
What
on.
regions of the world
I-
do we have covered
I'm-
here? We have Texas, Midwestern.
Tejas, first of all.
Hey yo,
We've
Midwest
got Indiana.
represent.
Let's go.
Canada.
I put Midwestern in one group because me, you, and Eddie are all
Yeah, no, that's
basically the
fair.
same person.
Midwest
so,
gang.
so yeah.
I'm very happy.
Midwesterners really are all the same.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
Heim's
you
here
know-
too. Sorry, your camera's not on. But yeah.
Thanks. Wait, my camera's
I
not
like
on?
China way
Wait, hold on,
more
my
than
camera's not
Japan.
on? Really?
No, it's on. We can see you.
No, it's on.
We
It's
can
on.
see you.
You're good. You're good.
Heim, I don't see Heim at all, but okay.
Well, you don't need to.
Chandler is here too. He lives in
Yeah.
Louisiana, I think.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So we got the world covered. We just need more. If we could get some comrades in Asia and in Africa, I think we'd cover all the continents. So
I'm kind of
Asia, Africa, Europe. Well, we got. Well, no, because
we got Cog here for that.
Cog is on He's on the island of Britannia.
Yeah.
The UK, last time I checked, is not a part of the EU anymore.
Yeah, it's still in the
So,
same
I
place
mean-
though. Like it's still
But is
as
it
much
still
as
Europe?
as
Is
much as the UK would
Actually, you know
much
what?
like to
I
just
have a
float
question.
off. Like
And
Question,
Tifa
does
Cog, I
Europe
still
really-
remember the first video I saw of yours was it was a long time ago before I made a video ever, and it was that kid Garrett. I don't know what is it, and he was like, "Let's do some research," and then Tifa Cog goes, "Sure, I like doing research," and he just destroys
Whoa.
this kid.
Guys,
been
we just
following
got
him.
two
What?
more $10 donations. Rosa History
Oh,
and
thanks.
who else? Someone donated saying it's shy to shotgun the drink because they donated 10. I forgot. I didn't
Hi.
see who it was though.
So hi.
That's definitely not chugging wine. Holy fuck.
yeah, that
Are you doing a
Garrett
shotgun right
had
now? I'll
an
do one with you.
idea.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
we'll do
took
an
on White Claws.
No,
I like shotgun
Aw.
White Claws.
I
Very
think we've raised like
inherent.
on the
$60 or
carpet.
$70 in just this 30 minutes.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, that's awesome! Thank you guys
Thanks.
so much.
Yeah, Garrett disappeared.
Incredibly
after
nice.
I
Why did
after I
it take
responded
this
to
of
him.
all the tools to open it?
No, didn't he disappear because what's his name? Real J William. What's that kid's name?
J. William J.
You know yeah, J William J. Like destroyed his whole entire TikTok career in like 3 videos.
Yeah, that
I
was
didn't know that-
I can
Throw
beat
that out
that
there.
record.
I
that
didn't
was
know
in
that
the
JJ
summer
had a
because
go at him too.
Garrett tried to like lie about Jay, and yeah,
Yeah.
just went downhill. So it was pretty funny. And then J. William J. and Antifa Cog have done team ups before. They did this one where like JJ did like half of it, and then Cog came in for the second half. So it was pretty cool.
With Christian Walker. that was,
The tag team.
yeah.
For the tag team, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a lot of fun. That one. But
How do you guys do that, Cog? Do you guys like he'll send you half his video and then you like edit yours in?
So usually what I do is I like divide it up and I go, and this is useful if I ever work with any of you, is like I go 20 seconds. Basically, you have to put your point across. I'll give you half the video. You have to put your point across in 20 seconds because I can condense the rest of the video into like 10 seconds. So we get 20 seconds each plus the 10 seconds. And that way you cover the full 60 seconds. But it's really difficult to respond to somebody's video in that, short space of time.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Echoing? Is it echoing for someone?
Who said they're gonna
Yeah, it's
shotgun?
echoing for all
We're
of us.
waiting on Shy to do it.
I was waiting on y'all to I was waiting on y'all to like tell me when. Oh,
Go
man.
ahead, do it, Jaime. We want
Right
to
now,
hear
bro.
it.
I've literally
wait,
got
Eddie and Shy about to do it.
He forgot how to shotgun.
I'm like waiting to shotgun.
I got
Jimmy,
vodka.
I'm not doing a shoey, by the way.
I have a low alcohol wine.
Here's to me, the best of friends will ever be. If we ever disagree, fuck you. Here's to me.
For charity.
I'm taking my sip. I'm not.
Charity.
The next year in the rock shop.
You guys smashed those. God damn.
This is whiskey. I'm
We're in
not.
our
I'm not.
20s, so
Caden's a baby at this.
Am I like the youngest one here?
Yeah, Caden
Yes.
is a baby.
Wait, how old are you?
That's
guys?
funny. I'm
How old are
17.
you?
Oh, let's go.
Oh wow! Oh my God! You are a baby.
I was like,
Yeah.
Caden is coming to the like late night hour, and there's a baby.
Shows
It's
up,
only-
we're all just getting hammered.
I'm glad to be the
Hello, welcome
Zoomer
to
here.
Eddie's stream.
Well, we are too, but we're like the older version.
Josiah, your use of emojis disqualifies you from being a Zoomer.
Nope. You know what? That's
How
actually
could I-
false.
No,
False.
no.
Sorry,
The
false.
way- the-
And I can
the- the-
explain
the-
myself. I can explain myself because I was talking with Hoftachain about it, and they were like, "I figured out what the difference is. Do you have Reddit?" And I was like, "No." And they were like, "That's the difference. You don't have
Okay, but
Reddit."
I don't have Reddit, and I'm not.
Neither.
I don't use.
But I literally could show you all my friends that I'm in school with, and we all use the same emojis. So that's why I'm like, this has to be like a certain internet
emoji of
culture
old
that's
people.
Hey Tori, how old are you?
I'm 23. I'm basically dead in TikTok.
Wow.
I'm literally less than a year older than Tori, and the slander that I am getting is
I'm
absolutely
24 too. Are we
You
the
use the
same age?
laughing crying emoji unironically.
We're the same age. I'm 24 and I feel fucking old.
We're getting
do and I don't.
Once you're above 20 on TikTok, you have to add 15 years to your actual age.
That's very true.
I don't feel old unless I'm like around, like I'm student intern teaching kids. They make me feel old because I'm like, wow, yeah, you guys don't remember anything about the 2000s, so that's weird. Like, so, but there's
They don't
that.
even know the Backstreet Boys. Like,
No, they don't remember
We got-
basic necessities like Hannah Montana. Like, I'm like,
Oh,
I mean,
no
everybody knows
way.
who Hannah
You
Montana.
kids don't know good TV like we do.
oh, okay, they know Hannah Montana. You're lying.
No,
I'm
it's-
sorry to interrupt this absolutely riveting conversation, but we got asked to talk about effective mutual aid practices.
Not Hannah Montana. They don't want. They don't. They don't want to know.
No.
I don't know why it's so funny.
Mark failed to consider that Hannah Montana would exist for more than 3 seasons.
Hannah Montana debunked
You're
communism.
killing me.
We are not going to mention Hannah.
You're killing me. I can't do that. It's perfect.
So effective mutual aid
Leftist TikTok be like,
That's
Y'all,
funny.
y'all don't count.
Oh my god.
And by the way, like honestly, and okay, to be fair, it also really doesn't include Kenny, and it doesn't really include Josiah because we're the matzah assortment.
the matzah assortment.
Yeah.
I like my
Wait, how many
funniest
Jews are
moment
there?
with matzo ball soup was when I put chili oil in it, and apparently that was a faux pas on my part. Apparently, I'm not supposed to put chili
did
oil in
what?
matzo ball soup.
Ooh. Actually, you know what though? Chili oil.
What?
I feel like matzo ball soup would be good with chili
It
oil.
is. It just
Like-
I wasn't being warmed by the matzo ball soup, and I was like, I need that chili oil in there. So
Yo, although I do have to say, matzo ball
I put
soup is
Tabasco
quite
in it,
honestly
but
one of the
chili oil-
greatest things on this planet. Matzo, it sucks. Matzo sucks, but matzo ball soup.
Matzo. I like matzo better than matzo ball soup.
I
Why?
can't have matzo ball soup anymore.
Matzo
Yes,
slaps. What do you mean?
I'm a dirty vegan. It's bad.
You know,
I
you can make
deserve to
vegan
be
matzo ball soup. Wait,
oppressed.
what? What are you
I'm
talking
actually.
Isn't matzo ball soup made with chicken broth?
You can make it with vegetable
usually
broth.
it doesn't have
But
to
you can,
be.
You can make it with vegetable broth.
Well, I
How
can't
is
do
it
it
related
because
to
I
mutilate?
well, I can't eat matzo ball soup anyways because I'm not in the conversion process anymore. That's how
true.
it works, right?
You're right.
It's
You
very
can only
true.
eat Ashkenazi cultural food when you are in the. That's it, and no one else can eat it.
You're allowed to
It's a
eat
closed
matzo ball.
practice. So
You can make it with vegetable
it's a closed
broth.
practice.
Well, also I
It's a
thought it was
closed
funny
practice,
because,
actually.
as we know, I wasn't raised correctly in that way, and I grew up eating potato pancakes. Like I thought
Fire.
that was absolutely a thing. So and then someone told me, goes like, well, that makes sense. Just it was like a couple weeks ago. Someone goes, that makes sense because of your mom, and I was like, what does that have to do with anything? They're like, dude, that's potato pancakes are a Jewish thing. And I was like, no, they're not. They're an American thing. And he's like, no, they're not. And so I texted Haim, and I was like, hold on, Haim. I spent my life doing this. That's a Jewish thing? And he just sent like just LOLs and was like, yeah. Like, what's
They're
wrong
one
with you?
of the best Jewish things. That's one of the best Jewish foods. But
I thought that was just American. I thought that was
like
classic
Jews
American
are not very good cooks in general. Jews are not known for their cooking. You know, just in general. We're not.
Dude, no, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's like really underhyped because like my grandfather's Jewish and he makes some of the best food I've ever had in my life. Like
Except,
it's unbelievable.
you gotta give it. You gotta give it to Sephardi. You gotta give it to Sephardi Jews, because they have North African food.
Yeah.
So like.
That's fair.
Like they're. It's just like it's just better than the Ashkenazi food.
It's very okay. But most Jewish food here, like most like Ashkenazi food, is like very okay. It's not like any.
I really like bagels.
That's not.
Guys, we have some questions through the chat if you guys want to discuss them.
Yeah,
Sampar
gonna
was
say, can we-
asking whether the
Gonna be
DSA
like-
will be an important player going forward. That was their question.
As long as they don't like debunk the ECP or something.
You guys like DSA?
We did get one,
like
but I'm not
things
going to
like-
talk about it.
Go about the DSA because I think we can't ignore the DSA because the DSA is the only socialist organization we have.
I mean, I'm a member of the DSA.
It's the only socialist organization we have in the country that's like worth a shit. Like it's the only one we have, so we can't
James,
ignore.
what's your perspective as a member?
Well, I mean, I have a friend of mine who's one of their national delegates, and she's pretty cool. But like,
Okay, wait, y'all just wait. Y'all just wait. Give it 3-4 years, and Maoist organizations will be
I think their
the
organization
organizations in the
where I
U.S.
am. Where I am, they're doing a lot of tenants rights.
Give it
and,
3-4
and
years.
stuff. So that's kind of cool.
So-
Like they're getting a lot of like the Greater Lafayette chapter where I am. Like they kind of built out their own like canvassing app. And they've been doing a Medicare for All campaign, but kind of figuring out who is open to like talking about that or doing organizing work. And then we're kind of like putting a data. I'm a little bit outside of this little operation, but they're like databasing it and then figuring out all of the people who live in like the same like apartment complexes and then trying to do tenant unions, which is kind of cool. I think that's kind of a really neat like little local organizing component. But like. I think overall DSA's organizing capacity and their electoral capacity is pretty solid because I mean like the Democratic like party doesn't really have any like rules on candidates, so you can put in we could run communists all year if we wanted to and we wouldn't win. We could do it, but like DSA actually like the way they work with electoral politics I think is kind of cool. I mean I don't know if they'd be like a major player, but like they're definitely going to be like a weight in certain major cities at least.
I think the DSA, like specifically, can go like either one way or the other way. I think they can either push themselves further into the redefinition of an American democratic socialist and become pretty much just a rad lib organization of just Bernie bros, or they could be more identifying with leftist politics. And I would like to see them push more into the leftist politics, but like it's right now they're more like in the middle of that, like they're at the crossroads right now of that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean a lot of the
That's how
colleagues in my close circle
we need to view them as because I'm in
sorry.
I'm in DSA too, and it is on the kind of line, and I think we need to be worried about pushing them more to the left than dismissing them as reformist or whatever. Like
they're a useful part of the coalition, I think.
that they're the only socialist organization we have. Like we can't just dismiss them. We just can't.
Also,
I
from chapter
identify
to
more with
chapter.
PSL.
You're right. No, it is different from chapter to chapter. PSL
Yeah.
still has potential too. No, you're right.
It's I was just yeah, but in my area, like you guys were saying, like DSA is the only thing that's like active.
Yeah,
So I
that's
go
kind of
do
their,
stuff with DSA. There's no PSL, even though that's what I ideologically identify with. So
That's kind of it. It depends on
No,
what's
same.
in your area. Like here in the South, we don't have shit.
DSA is our only real option. However,
even
like
then,
however,
barely.
like my DSA chapter, like just reading Lenin all the time. Like I know depending on which like part you're in, like it can be far more leftist and like far more reformist.
Yeah, no, a colleague.
Well, also, Comrade Kitty or Zoe, you guys know them, said that in their organization there's a lot of Marxists in their chapter. So it kind of depends on where you're at. Mine is actually starting the one that I'm in, or like affiliate with. I don't pay dues because I can't afford it.
Hey, no, you
The
can pay
DSA
$2
here.
a month. You can opt to pay $2 a month. By the way, that's what I do. I pay $2.
The one they offered was $20 a month, and I'm like, that is 20 meals for me.
Oh, no,
So
you shouldn't.
cannot
I
do
don't
that.
think
I pay $2 a month.
I have some heavy
Yeah.
criticisms of the DSA. I think
But
that they
what I would
engage in
advise is
electoralism.
join any
They
kind of
engage
organization.
in
But yeah,
I don't think so. I mean, like we can create organic organizations within
They're basically
communities
saying
that-
we should go to DSA to recruit and then just make a better organization.
yeah.
No.
Well,
That's
actually,
why-
I
yeah,
actually getting some text.
entryism,
I'm actually getting some pretty cool text because I have some friends that are watching this stream, and they're fellow Marxists, right? And my one friend, he is in Michigan law here. He's a law student at the University of Michigan, and he said you should bring up like how do we incorporate the principles of Marxism without telling everybody like Marxism, and it's because
so
it's
what I would
because
say
it,
to that is to tell him to look at law from the perspective of
you
the
don't. You
defendant
just
and
tell
the
them it's
perspective
Marxism.
of the worker and look at what he's learning from the perspective of the worker and from the consumer and the defendant instead of the other way around. Because usually you learn law
right,
from
but I mean he's talking about like how can we do that too, right? Like how can we incorporate like make things mainstream? Because something the alt-right has done very well is they make their ideas extremely mainstream. That's all I'm trying to say. Like they don't use like these words, like they're fascist, right? But they don't say that. They're just gonna put all that stuff out there. And like Eddie Yellow Parenti, you and I got in those comments with Benjamin Politics. You know what we're dealing with here. The guy's a crypto fash. but
he's a fascist. It's like fascism in a pinstripe suit instead of fascism like in your face. So like,
I mean, I've had a lot of success like getting
it's
people.
tough. You know, Antifa has dealt with him more than any
Wait,
of us. They have gone-
what's Haim gonna say? Because
think
Haim's
about
been
this.
trying to say
Think
something.
about this. Think about this.
Oh, I can't hear.
Haim,
Haim?
back.
Crime, I can't hear you, buddy.
Haim?
Okay, he's gone. Oh no, he's back.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello. Nothing.
No,
Yes.
we can hear you.
No, we can hear you.
No, you're
Am I
there.
here? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's been lagging. So, basically, fascists are liars. They will lie and they will lie and they will lie and they will tell you whatever the fuck, and then they will do because they don't care. All they care about is aesthetics. They don't actually have any substance. The way that we convince people is through action. We cannot convince people through the same methods of fascism, through bourgeois methods. This is the issue with people who engage in electoralism and in these processes that actively participate within the system that we are trying to abolish. Like, we need to show people what we're doing is just and good and actually helping people. And you don't need to say it's Marxism, because then they'll come and join your organization because they want to, and then they'll be exposed to political education, and they'll be like, huh, what's driving people to do these things? And then bam, Marxism.
I think
So-
when I organize with Palestinians, I don't tell them that like this is communism or this is Marxism. The basic principles of like anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism, I just lay that foundation and then I slowly progress them into it, because just saying that outright is not going to get anyone to work with you or organize with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Exactly.
Especially in
Exactly.
America.
So maybe this is a good time for James to discuss. I know you were about to touch on it before, like what mutual aid you do, just to explain to people how they can participate in helping their community.
Oh no, y'all go first by all means. I'm just trying to take this in and listen. To be honest with you, like I'm actually very interested in this conversation because a lot of stuff I hear on my end.
Well, like that's one thing. Like DSA does try. It's like depending on
Yeah.
the chapter, it does try its best to build dual power and mutual aid networks. Because like that's why like engaging in mutual aid is so important, and trying to get organized in your local community is the best thing you can do right now for socialism. It doesn't have to be explicitly socialist. You just have to be helping people. And while you're helping people and while you're building this community, they're going to go ahead and learn socialism while you're giving them food. Or I know one thing that San Antonio DSA did recently was that we reached out to public employees for our schools, because they didn't have the resources they need to work. So like they needed clothes in order to go ahead and like clean the schools and all of that. And through helping those people, you introduce them to these ideas of socialism without being like, well, you see, it all goes back to dialectical materialism, even though
That's
it
where we
do.
lose people.
I mean,
That's where you lose people all the time.
Yeah.
Like,
That's the
like,
big
yeah,
issue I have with
clothing
like
guys and
leftist
things.
TikTok is like the pseudo intellectualism of
Yeah.
like just trying to convince people that like, oh yeah, the issue is the imperialist society and dialectical materialism explains this all. Like, we're talking to people who are being introduced to these ideas. We don't want to
Yeah.
like fucking open chapter 4 of Das Capital.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
It's not that they're
just am like,
stupid.
I'm usually just like, yo, if you look at the data, it kind of seems like a lot of us are getting fucked. So like that's kind
Yeah.
of wild. And
Yes,
then like from that perspective, being like, yo, like so like
James
this is
does
what-
it in that way. James does it.
Yeah,
James does it in that way of like.
I have an econ major, so like I'm kind of a nerd for that kind of shit. So like for me, it's like, hey, like it's weird how like you're making less money than other people for like no fucking reason, isn't it? And
Yeah.
like,
It's
hey,
so much more
you know,
accessible to people, like when
Yeah.
you're like watching the content, like James specifically I'm speaking about.
They know they're
And
getting.
that's why I have like
Yeah.
videos where when I
Well,
do
and
talk
that's-
about neoliberalism and these concepts, I define my terms as I'm going
Yeah.
along, because it's like this terminology and this framework is very useful because it gives you the language to communicate what you're observing. I was anti-imperialist since the day I came out the womb, but it wasn't until I started reading more did I have that framework to accurately describe what I had always been observing. So like
Yeah, I
while
mean-
you can expose people to that terminology, it shouldn't be your focal point when it comes to radicalization.
Yeah, I've had minimal success in like teaching people like terminology and concepts. I think what like I in particular have gotten the most agreement with, especially with conservatives, is the idea of like a kind of like a class antagonism. Really, like without describing it and being like, look, like you know, like I live in Indiana. We have a lot of farmers, and like a lot of people that I know are farmers or coal miners, and or got like fraternity brothers and everything, and otherwise a mine. And like I always tell them, I'm like, look, like the fact that like corporate farms are taking over all of this and making it impossible for like family-owned farms to like function is wild. And every single farmer I know who owns a small family farm is like, yeah, absolutely, fuck corporate farms. So like the sentiment's already there. It's just that like you can't then go like, oh, but like socialism, because then they're like, oh, I like my property, because they don't, you know, it's a common
Yeah, 'cause-
misconception, but like that's the thing, like.
Yeah, because Marxist theory is based on reality, right? That's all dialectical materialism is see the movement of capitalism and what's happening in reality. So if you're an actual Marxist, you know, you should be able to take Marx's method and analyze the economy and say, hey, here's how you're getting screwed over by corporate farms. Here's how you're getting screwed over by big pharma.
They hate.
Eddie and James are hitting on some great stuff because, like, especially in the Midwest, and I think Eddie made a video on it. If you guys know who Off the Marks also made a video on it, like the Midwest is like ripe for it. And what I mean to say by that is like, and I think I was talking to Eddie about it on his podcast recently. I feel like your just basic brand, like Midwestern conservative, is more ripe for the taking than like someone who's very complacent with illiberalism. And the reason why is because like
absolutely.
The very like your basic brand, not like fascist Trumpies. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about like people who vote Republican, right, in the Midwest, that are like agricultural workers or what have you. Like they understand that the state is the problem, and that's
Well,
like
I've said, I don't know how your guys' specific examples are. I've definitely heard, like, my thing of gathering information with Indiana specifically is like Bernie won in 2016 Indiana. We've always kind of had like a weird like progressive labor movement in Indiana, but that never really gets touched by the actual party here, which is like enormously frustrating. But I guess our party is more focused on like weird like I don't know like criminal reforms that would be good, but like aren't something that like energizes the voter base whatsoever. So like it's one of those things for me where I look at it and I'm like, well, like a lot of conservatives, like up until they hear socialism, are pretty open to it. Like I know a lot of like really far right guys too who are all like, yeah, no, we would have voted Bernie just because he's a straight shooter. And that was something
that's like what they want.
Yeah, and I had a friend of mine who worked at the ACLU in Chicago, and she said that like she actually noticed a really weird pattern of specifically like white dudes who would vote Bernie, but then once Bernie was knocked out of the primaries in the Midwest, would vote Trump. And a lot of that I think is populist politics, but like it's just like an interesting like dynamic. And I think that a lot of conservatives are really open to like critiques of corporations and critiques of like, you know, the perceived infringement of their freedoms and like economic gain.
I promise.
Like
We've talked about this on Driven Stream. Josiah and I have talked about this on Driven Stream before, where a lot of people that fall into that sort of conspiracy theory rabbit hole are one satanic cabal away from either being socialist or fascist. And that's where you have to go.
Because they're right there.
That's exactly right.
Throughout history, like if you look at like the fascist movements in Italy and Spain and in Germany, that's how they built those fascist movements. Is they played on those real economic like issues they had, and like they co-opted that, and that's how they took power. And we need to get those people instead of
and like whenever I end up like hearing kind of like borderline conspiracy theory talk from people, I'm like, yo, that's wild. Like, have you heard of the CIA? It's like it's kind of crazy, like some of this shit.
It's not the
Jews. The thing about it is that like
it's not the Jews, it's the CIA.
Well, like here's the thing: COINTELPRO is definitely more material and based in reality.
Then you start explaining to conservatives like, yo, by the way, like if you look at South America, like most of those governments we overthrew, and it's like, oh, by the way, like we were selling drugs to Americans for like years to fund this shit, and all of a sudden a lot of conservatives are like, because they already
I've always
it's just a matter of like formulating like what the average problem is.
I've always stood by the idea. You want to go? Or
go for it, Kate.
Okay.
No, Kate, you go.
I've always stood by the idea that like the traditional conservative that just votes Republican because their family has and have just been raised in the environment, those are the easiest to radicalize. They're way easier to radicalize than just like your average like lib who just like supports Biden and like stands for the Democratic Party, and they're way easier to radicalize than the fucking QAnon people, you know what I mean? Because they have the agendas and they have the ideas that leftists do. They've just been so propagated against to believe that it's evil. Once you can convince them that the problem is the system and they agree with you, and you can explain anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist ideas, once you put down that framework, it's so easy to just define it for them.
Oh yeah, no, the amount of conservative
especially
fraternity
if you were
brothers
raised. Sorry.
Oh no, I was about to say the amount of conservative fraternity brothers I've had that'll like get drunk and just like come into my room and like talk politics with me. And one of my roommates is also a leftist, and he's also one of my brothers. And they'll sit down and be like, listen, like you guys probably. And they have this like thing that they'll always like frame it in some way of like either like I don't talk like a liberal or I won't bullshit them. And I think it's very funny like both of those like because I'm like yeah I won't probably talk to you like a liberal, but like so they'll sit down and like ask us questions and like we'll end up having like 3-hour long like discussions about shit, and then they'll just leave and take that information with them. And I always found that to be the most interesting experience because I'm like, hey, like this is a conversation that they probably would never have with anyone else, so it's neat to have them like just come in for even a minute and be like, yo, what's this about? And then maybe like, well, it's kind of this, and they're like, oh, okay, and then they just dip. And like that little tiny nudge might be the one thing that gets them like a little bit closer to figuring out like, you know, certain.
And during the Bernie campaign, the app they had us using for door knocking, we would knock on people who were registered Democrats' doors. and we would end up in these bougie ass neighborhoods knocking on the doors of rich people who would tell us I really like Pete. And we'd be like, oh, what about Bernie's policies? And they'd go, oh, I don't really care. I like Pete. Yet I got like 70% of my wrestling team who were apparently Trump supporters to caucus for Bernie because I explained his policies, right? And they were apolitical. They just liked Trump because he was a loudmouth. Oh,
yeah.
Well, we have to remember this is a working class movement. So, of course, like, we can talk about political leanings all day long, but, like, who is the working class? Who are the people that are being exploited at the end of the day? Because I've noticed, I mean, I've talked about this with Josiah before, where we all have different roles in radicalizing different types of people. I know I speak a lot to undocumented people and first-generation Americans and immigrants in general through identity politics. And like, I know we were kind of being like, oh, you can't talk about immigration or imperialism, but that's how I've radicalized a lot of undocumented people that feel like they have to have this proximity to whiteness in order to survive in this capitalist hellhole.
Well, when I come like, sorry,
go for it. Go for
No,
it.
I just gonna say, like, when I organize with like Palestinians, Iraqis, Afghanistan, like people from like the Middle East. And if you don't center your work in like an anti-imperialist framework, I can't tie it to anti-capitalism. So that's my only direction, showing them like the links between the two. So that's like, I don't know, I think anti-imperialism is so important to link when you're talking about foreign policy and people outside of it, because they don't see the connections between the two.
Especially if they're immigrants. Oh no, especially if they're immigrants in the U.S., because you're like, what drove you here in the first place? That's my favorite book. That's my favorite book.
Eddie,
Eddie, you know, Eddie.
Can I just interject and say Michael is ready, he's here and welcome, and he looks like he's ready to bash some fascists.
Let's go.
I actually have to do the opposite. Now that Michael's here, I actually have to go, guys. But you guys know I love you.
Goodbye,
and everything,
Jay.
So
bye, Jay.
I love you, Jay.
All right, good seeing you guys.
If you love me, you'll stay. Oh.
Oh no.
The heartbreak.
James, I love you. That's why I'm here.
Michael, also you were low-key flexing, not gonna lie. Don't even try
That
to pretend
wasn't
you
on purpose. I was stretching.
You 100% are flexing on purpose. He comes in and he's like, oh.
I gotta switch into a tank. Let's get Beast Squad on the live stream. Let's run it.
I had a slight problem with the way that the discourse was being addressed just now, because a lot of the that made it sound much harsher than it actually is. I just have a minor criticism.
Damn it, he
Basically,
hates me.
what it is the way that we're talking about some of these communities doesn't account for the fact that they're not a controlling share. And I think there is a way for socialists and the DSA specifically to be effective, but it's not acting as though these groups are going to be the controlling share that gives the DSA a foothold in the establishment, or gives it the potential to have a DSA president, or DSA control of Congress.
Oh, absolutely. No, we've had to build an entire infrastructure outside of DSA. Even like I work with an organization called Done Waiting that does like logistical support for progressive candidates.
Yeah.
And like we're helping run like with Nina Turner right now, and it's like one of those things where the infrastructure doesn't exist internally. Both Democrats and Republicans hate anything that looks like remotely red. Yeah, especially in this country, regardless of the rhetoric in which we're peddling, like they all hate it initially. You have to like have a lot of really difficult conversations to get movement, at least in my experience. And I think that like we're not going to be able to work within the existing structures and adequately like get things done, but like we can build an outside infrastructure while co-opting some internal mechanisms.
Sorry, that's not quite what I was saying. I do think you can work within the existing structures, but I think you've got to be clever about it.
Yeah.
So I think it was Sun Tzu who said, if you want success in battle, if you need not fear 100 battles, you know yourself and know your enemy. This is the exact same thing. The grand strategy of the DSA will determine whether they are successful or not. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Brexit Party in the UK, but you might be familiar with Nigel Farage. He's horrible. I hate him, but learn from him. What he did. The reason that we had the Brexit referendum here in the UK was because Nigel Farage, partly because Nigel Farage fielded his candidates from his party in the areas where Conservatives were, and then in the 2017 general election, or maybe it was 2019. Sorry, he withdrew those candidates who were pushing the Conservative Party further to the right, in return for Boris Johnson moving further to the right. And the DSA can literally take the same strategy. it's all about knowing which voters are the leverage that the DSA, that the Democrats want to control. If you have that, you have the leverage over which way the party goes, if you see what I mean. And it's also having a knowledge of soft power. So many people who analyze politics don't take soft power into account, and conservatives are particularly bad at it. But that's sort of my take on it. There's a bit of a softer kind of look at it, and potentially might give because somebody asked a question about the DSA. That's where that came from.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, that was a good take.
Hell yeah.
I'm sorry, I wish I could hear
We've
the
got
rest
a
of
great
it.
question.
What is it?
Oh. We've got, I've often said that TikTok is the best thing that's happened to filmmaking in the past decade. Do you think the theatricality of the platform can be used to our advantage?
Oh, yeah.
We have to.
Definitely, especially when it comes to reaching young people. Like, here's my 23-year-old old lady moment. Like, I am so encouraged by seeing how many high schoolers I've seen that are so excited, like they're so hungry for knowledge and like learning not only like that capitalism is bad, but also how do they get involved in their community. It's very encouraging. There's a lot of like, and also given the dynamics of the like pandemic right now, where we're all feeling socially isolated right now, so we're all trying like to keep busy, and TikTok like has that very like snappy thing when it comes to you know, younger people who tend to have a shorter attention span, where like we can reach them, we can reach and mobilize so many different people.
Sam donated 5, by the way. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I'm just letting you guys know. Sam donated 5. Thank you, guys.
Let's go, Sam.
I was Tori decided to call herself old to my face. To my face. I'm 25 years old. I will be 26 in like 3 months. Like, no.
Politics with Nick donated 7.
Like we don't have a choice. Like we have to use these things because the right is using them. So, and they're using them very effectively. So we have to figure out some kind of way to use the internet, to use TikTok, to use even Twitter. Like that's a huge reason that Trump did as good as he did is because of social media. And so we have to figure out how to use, and I think we're doing pretty well, and we have to keep doing that. And I think it's have been good.
I will say, as a person, as a 17-year-old who experienced the alt-right pipeline when I was 13 to 14, TikTok is acting as the new leftist pipeline, if I will say. I'm definitely seeing a huge population of people my age and people that are even younger than me, like 15 to 14, that are like, yeah, fuck imperialism, yeah, fuck America. And it's very, like, strong. And it's, I don't know if it's I don't know how long it's going to last or how long this strike is going, because like when you look back into alt-right, a lot of leftists are worried about the alt-right pipeline. I don't think it's as strong as it used to be because it was based on YouTube algorithms, but now on TikTok we're having a leftist pipeline, and I'm curious, it depends on how long this pipeline is going to extend to see how many young communists will come out of this. And that's
I'm worried
the biggest thing about
there's
it.
a lot. Like
I
it
had
being
I made a podcast playlist
That's what I'm
for
worried
like intro to radicalization and like talking theory and like decolonization and anti-imperialism, and it got like 25,000 likes in like a couple of days.
Yeah.
And like that
I was gonna say I
video.
saw an anti-capitalist post that had 100,000 likes, and someone tagged me in it, and they were like really disheartened. I'm like, why is this disheartening to you? There's 100,000 likes on this post. I'm like, this makes me feel hope.
I will tell you the truth. The reason why the alt-right pipeline is kind of stifled, and it's mostly because of Charlottesville. Honestly, Charlottesville hurt them more than it would ever help them, and that's kind of like the issue. Is like, so the directions kind of changed, right? Like I agree with Caden. The directions changed. Like it's becoming more left leaning, this pipeline of the internet. And the issue being is like, I think the left just needs to be very careful with what we do with this and where we put our energy in, because it can't just be, you know, people arguing on Zoom calls and people arguing in debates. Like, cause like I like to do what I want to do, what like PragerU does, and like why I love Kenny's account so much. You know,
Yeah.
Yellow
The Gravel
Perenti.
Institute is a great channel if you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Yellow
Yeah.
Perenti's
Doing good
account
work.
is amazing for this because he does clips. He does just really short clips of Parenti, and it's just like it's fantastic. It's like you're breadcrumbing people, you know.
If you guys, if you all don't follow as well, just on that note, because that's a good point. Maybe we should recommend some like people that they can follow to get the same kind of content. I do agree, the Gravel Institute, but also Soapbox. They have a TikTok, they have an Instagram, and they have a YouTube. If you don't follow them, please do.
Soapbox is funded by Russia, just so y'all know. That's a fact. Like Soapbox actually
Saying that,
is
but their
funded.
Russian
content
Federation
is so good
vibes.
though. No,
I haven't
understand
actually
they're
Yeah, their
funded by
content is very
Russia,
good.
but like especially because I'm gonna be biased. I'm Palestinian, obviously, but their content on Israel Palestine is incredible. Like they
I haven't
hit the
actually-
nail on the
Yeah.
hammer.
Do they really? Because I haven't actually watched it. I just know Soapbox is funded by Russia. I don't know if it's good or bad. I just know like that's something you
Yeah.
should like tell people because
I think
I
it's
saw
well
something
intentioned.
Benjamin Politics and he was talking about how
Oh my god. This
Soapbox
guy
is
went around
Russia.
circles
That
trying to
was
say that
the
it was
video about Eddie.
anti-Semitic. No, it
It
was so
pisses me off.
stupid.
That pissed me
Guilty
off
by
so bad.
association, by
That
association.
By
video
association. No, but
about
then,
You talking about the one he made about me?
Yes,
not?
but the
Oh, that
critique,
pissed me off
Eddie,
so much.
Eddie,
Oh, that
Eddie,
made
the
me so
critique of
mad.
anti-Semitism was because someone was criticizing Israel, and he was like criticizing Israel. Israel's
That
not an
guy's
autocracy. Is no, it's and how is that anti-Semitic? Like,
By the way,
I'm gonna get
that
I
guy
didn't
he was
even
talking
respond.
about, that
It's so
who made
stupid.
Gray Zone is Jewish. The guy he was talking about, who he was calling a neo-Nazi, is literally Jewish. And so I commented
Let's
that.
not.
It's
He's
like
literally
you
Jewish.
know.
And he literally said, "Oh, there can't be Jewish neo-Nazis," and I was like, "No, there can't be Jewish neo-Nazis. That's not a thing." Like, it just
I
made me
didn't
sad.
even respond. I'm like,
Go
you
ahead.
know, the ruling
shouldn't.
class weaponizes identity politics, especially in relation to Israel, right? And I've experienced that firsthand. But then you have Benjamin Politics, this Kyle Rittenhouse
God.
defender, calling me bigoted for citing the gray zone sources. Like,
Yeah,
you're a
I
piece of
don't-
shit. I
Where
hope
do you have
everyone
a
can
place?
realize he's not arguing
Yeah.
in good faith. He's
I
a
don't
piece
need
of
some
garbage.
Louis
That
Ben Shapiro
this whole
talking shit,
argument
like
was because that guy appeared on a talk show with an anti-Semite. Like, okay, he was on a talk show in Russia with an anti-Semite. Like, that's your entire argument? Like, are you fucking
But you
kidding
have
me?
he has
Like,
no basis to speak. Like, look at your fucking content. Like, you're gonna be the one to call out people. Like, shut the
That's
fuck up.
that's the other thing. So if you look at the comments on that
apologize,
video,
Queen.
it's full of Benjamin Politics followers saying, "Oh, the Gray Zone sounds based. Oh, I should watch the Gray Zone." Like, that's his audience. His audience was like, "Oh, the Gray Zone is anti-Semitic. That sounds dope. I should go watch that." And that's for me was very telling.
Libertarian
Go look at those
love
comments.
fascists, and that's the thing. Was the class politics of Hitler were to fucking associate with the ruling class? That's what black shirts and reds is all about. Shout out to Parenti. And then you got this guy
Absolutely.
who's like a simp for the ruling class and a Kyle Rittenhouse defender who's like, Eddie's a bigot. Like, you can suck my dick. I don't know. I didn't even respond.
I find it funny that he uses the
Bad
word.
person.
I find it funny that he used the word bigot to describe you because if anyone
Yeah.
else would call him a bigot, he'd be like, "That's a dumb insult that only liberals use."
No, I literally Ben Politics.
If you look at the comments on that video, you can tell his audience versus Eddie's.
Oh my god.
I don't see a lot of neo-Nazis in your comments, and that's kind of very telling for me because in those comments you see that.
No kidding.
Like you see
It's the videos I've done saying anti-Semitism on the left is a problem and it needs to be rooted out, and anybody who's anti-Semitic is booted from the left. Maybe that's why I don't have neo-Nazis in my comments, but I guess I'm still an anti-Semite.
By the way,
Yeah, but watch the Gray Zone.
We gotta.
I'm so
Not
dumb.
to. I don't want to continue talking about him because it's a waste of time. But let's. We've got a question that I think is really good. It's basically it's not about recruiting people to the left. It's about how we keep people on the left. So I think that's
Can
a
I
really
add,
good thing
can I
that we
add
should
into that,
try to
Andrew,
address.
about like what I've found on TikTok. So what I've found is like I've been able to like connect with so many people across the world. Then like make groups
is
like
Michael
WhatsApp
smoking
groups.
cigs?
Don't smoke, Michael.
I
Make
just smoke
signal
social sticks.
groups. Go on Clubhouse. Clubhouse is really great. We can just open a room and talk to people.
Yo,
and then,
Clubhouse is great.
Yeah, and then just organize from there and stay in contact with people. And like, it's just amazing because like you can form so many communities and stay engaged with people like that you've just met online. And it's consistent in that way. And I feel like that's such a great way. Just like not only making content, but connecting to the people that reach out to you and just making small communities online.
I can't let
And like
Michael.
you really use like the perfect word with community. How to keep people on the left. Community. That's
Yeah.
how you
Exactly.
do it. You have to. There's a reason why we say comrade. There has to be camaraderie shift there. Like you do. Like I know there's been some discourse about like whether or not your socialism or communism should be centered around love or empathy. It all should always be centered around community because that's how you keep people on the left. That's why we also see people that like do fall down the alt-right pipeline. They have a hard time deprogramming because they also build a very strong community over there, and we need to do that too, but not to the same, like not to the manipulative degree that they do it.
Well, like community,
they're
can
both
have community
collectivism.
on both sides.
These are both
Todd, can you
collectivist.
give a perspective from your the UK? It might help.
I don't quite understand what you mean by perspective from the UK. How are you,
So, like
how are you coming at it?
How would people stay? How would you encourage people to stay on the left? So not just educating them and then them moving away, basically.
Oh, in terms of keeping people on the left, that's a really difficult one. Sorry, my mind had gone onto the libertarian thing because of course fascism is my specialism.
Is it really?
As my yeah. Well, who said that? Was that?
No, I just said like, is it really like? I don't know.
Oh right. Oh, because I'm always saying it. Sorry. Yeah. But what I was going to say was, if you don't mind, I'll just address that quickly. I was going to say that there's a bigger link between Nazis and fascists and libertarians, and it's the reason that Benjamin politics is slightly misguided about it is because people think of fascism as a strict hierarchy system. Actually, fascism is much more sporadic. It's much more. There's a concept that we use, historians use when talking about Hitler and the Third Reich, and it's the concept of cumulative radicalization. It's very similar to the idea of stochastic terrorism. If you look at the way that Nazi officers conducted themselves during World War II, a lot of the atrocities they committed were not commanded from the very top, but they were conducted. The idea of cumulative radicalization is people from below trying to accumulate the hierarchy, or try to bring the hierarchy, bring themselves up in the hierarchy by impressing the leaders above them. And usually it was basically a dual system where you had Hitler and then everybody else, pretty much in the Nazi high command. You had Hitler and then everybody else. But understanding that it's a stochastic system leads you to a greater understanding, and that libertarian capitalism is also necessarily hierarchical and necessarily in the same way cumulatively radicalizing, leads you to an understanding of why Benjamin Politics ends up defending Kyle Rittenhouse and ends up defending fascists when they begin with a notion about freedom, you know?
Yeah.
I love you, man. That was such yes.
I know, it was like perfectly said.
Yeah.
Tonio has said we should speak about. Oh, sorry. He said we should speak about the segregationist to libertarian shift.
The what?
Tonio has said talk about the segregationist to libertarian shift too.
Like people that were like in America, like people that were like pro segregation to are like
I'm
libertarian.
not sure. Maybe Tonio, you could give us more context. Maybe we need it.
Because people have not been open segregationists for a while. I mean, like,
I
we
don't know,
still
man.
see segregation in the U.S. Like Tori knows about that. In San Antonio, and Houston, and Austin are still very segregated, but they're not
There's
like.
a divide
What is
between
libertarianism without
But you won't find people that are advocating for segregation.
Yeah.
Libertarians are essentially segregationists. I could agree with that statement. Like
Why? Why?
Because the rights of the individual supersede any like form of other rights, And if that individual's a racist and just doesn't want to live around like minorities or people of color and things like that, then they could create their own like community, and it's essentially just like fancy segregation.
Yeah, I guess that's what we have in Texas.
Yeah, because it's because of the gentrification and like the wealth.
Especially, it's like that, and so
Yeah.
it's like national.
I can speak on
no-
that for sure.
No,
We're all at least in
Austin is
Austin,
bad, and
right?
San Antonio is the worst.
San
Austin is
Antonio's
the
getting
worst
pretty.
because
San Antonio's,
Austin,
like, yeah. San Antonio's getting pretty
they're
bad.
all bad.
This
I don't know about Dallas because I don't
Literally in Houston,
Dallas, but like
there's sections of Houston that is like 99% white, and then there's other
you can
sections of Houston
can
that are like
drive-
99%
Okay, wait.
black.
So this is one of the issues.
like you can see it very clearly.
I just want to welcome Dawson just joined, so I just want to welcome him.
Somebody's asking about
Hello, Dawson.
Xinjiang in the chat.
Okay, wait.
I saw that.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
I am watching.
Wait,
the
hold on. I want to hear
terrible
what
driver
Haim has to
or a
say
drunk
on
driver
the
right
thing.
now.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
The only thing I'll say is I have a very good friend from China, and he has seen those pictures, and he says that's a normal ass prison. That's the only thing that I have to say about Xinjiang.
Wait, what were you gonna say, Haim? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So this is one of the things about I mean it's about like racial capitalism, but also just the way that the state tries to resolve these conflicts.
You froze.
Just try FaceTime me.
Yeah, I can't
Capital
hear
tries
him.
to resolve these contradictions.
Haim, turn off your camera
Can
because
you-
it's lagging. So maybe.
You can't hear me anymore.
No, but turn off
We-
your
we
camera.
hear you now.
Yeah.
It's just that your FaceTime made it lag.
Try it now. Do we lose you?
So basically, this is
Yeah, I can't hear them.
the ideology. So what we saw, and we can see basically like because of racial capitalism, there were these concessions that were given to mainly the white working class in a lot of areas in in the United States and other very white countries in which we saw like the workers genuinely like saying having class consciousness, unionizing, all this stuff to the point where they didn't they were actually like, hey, wait a minute, like in the 1920s 30s in the US and then given concessions they were I guess kind of kept like it suppressed for a little bit and the neoliberal ideology kind of and neoliberalism itself as an economic policy started to roll back all of these concessions that were given, but it still promoted this ideology of individualism, hyper individualism, to the point where like people cannot even see themselves as part of a society anymore. I mean, to the point where you have people like Margaret Thatcher literally going on live television and saying there is no such thing as society, there are only individuals and there are families, and people just like being okay with that. People actually just like accepting that is like oh yeah, that's normal. That's a fucking normal thing for a human being to say. And
Margaret Thatcher can't debunk my book. That's all I'm gonna say.
Literally, the Joker literally understands things better than Margaret Thatcher does.
I mean, it's important to know too
What a
that
world.
neoliberalism is part of the reason why a lot.
What a
of
world we live in, a society. Anyway,
Yeah.
but
I
like
just have a book suggestion
but
for
the
anybody who's watching the live stream. Whenever Haim's done. Sorry, I interrupted.
oh
you.
no, so it's kind of like the point is like people are so unable to look beyond their individual self to analyze structural issues and problems that like are not clearly defined anymore by things like black codes, Jim Crow, like I mean, and they still are, but they're hidden or they're somehow like not explicitly racist in the law. So we can't. So it's not. You can just point to something and go, "Oh, this is it." You have to explain why. But by that time that you're explaining why, this individual's already off in their own la la land about themselves.
Yep.
And that
I
is
kinda-
is like is they constantly bring up Xinjiang to distract you from all these things, to make it about something else, something.
Yeah, who gives a like? They don't give a shit about Xinjiang. They don't give a shit about Xinjiang.
When have Americans given a shit about Muslims until this?
Never.
Actually, I'll go with
okay.
Joe.
That's
If anyone-
like the thing is,
If
When
anyone
have
buys
Americans
the
given
U.S.
a
State
shit?
Department line,
no,
on
you're right.
Xinjiang,
You're right.
like,
I don't even know if that's the best argument though.
There's literally a quote
The thing is,
from Brent
what
from the
what
fucking
are Americans? Even
Like-
if look, even if all of which there's a lot to be questioned about all this stuff. But even if it were all true, what the fuck is an American going to do about that?
I
When
actually, this is an area of study for me.
when we literally have fucking concentration camps at our borders that
And-
we actually know of, there is documented evidence. We can actively protest our government about, but instead we vote for Biden. And then we worry about our stimmies as he bombs Syria.
And like that's the thing, we need to be more. So Prenti has said this in so many speeches. He says we need to be more selfish. We need to worry about ourselves, about America, about us, about the people here, the people we affect. That's what we
America
need.
first.
Not all the America first, sure, but like
I was
America.
joking.
I don't even know if I agree with that. I
That was a joke.
That's
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, I was like, wait, I gotta defend this.
That was
This is
that was
great.
a joke. I was making fun. Okay.
Well, I mean, and that's
No,
why
I
America
agree with a lot of
first.
that for sure.
That's
Like,
why
we
it works
focus
so.
primarily on our material conditions first. That's like a really common position, at least.
Wait, what if we reclaimed America first?
No, fuck America.
I
That's too much.
Hi,
It
Hugh.
works for a
I don't
reason.
know. People would be pissed.
I'm joking. I'm
It
joking
works for a
because
reason.
I don't
That's all.
believe in America. I think America is wrong.
It only works because conservatives don't care about other people besides Americans.
Well,
I think America
There's
is
that.
incorrect. No, I mean, like America is just like it's false. It's
Can you
The
I mean-
settler colonial state is evil and false.
It's an occupation.
Um,
It's not a country. This is a military occupation.
It's a country though, so I mean,
It's not. It's only a country according to Europe, and it's only a country because it's recognized in the international system. But the international system is really anarchy, if you think about it. So, it only exists because there's accumulated power. That's why we need to accumulate power to counter that dual power.
I don't know, Chai. Isn't that every country?
Yes, that
That's-
is every
what a-
country. That is every.
That-
That is every. I'm joking.
you
That-
define a
that-
country.
that is literally every country. I know. I was just
and
how
like I get that, and I get the sentiment there, but it's just not practical to say that like America will dissolve. It won't.
Oh, I wasn't saying
It
that. I
dissolve
was
until-
saying that we need to build power to dissolve it. America won't dissolve on its own. We need to dissolve America.
we just need to let James fight.
America will
Give me, like,
and we're
10
good to
minutes.
go.
I think
America
when you
will-
say we need to reclaim America first, obviously we're not saying reclaim all the racist bullshit that Trump peddled, but reclaim the idea that like the American proletariat has been exploited and
Yeah.
has been, it like I had like 8 wrestling teammates who are overseas in the Middle East right now.
Yep.
Like these are working class people being sent into these disastrous wars, and like to be like social democracy. And I noticed this when I was like doing stuff for Bernie. It's like when you argue like we should tax the rich and do
Mhm.
healthcare, people are like, yeah. But then when you say, hey, you know more about your workplace than your boss, why don't you own the workplace? Almost like arguing from a selfish point of view. Like people catch on to that faster. We noticed that we were having more success, at least in the Midwest, arguing for socialist arguments of worker ownership rather than social democratic arguments that are based on morality and empathy,
You know
which
what?
is
You
interesting.
have
And
to
I'm
be a
not saying you shouldn't have
materialist.
morality and empathy, but when we're talking to the working class, it's like, yeah, fuck your boss. Like you should own
No,
the
I-
company.
You know, wait. You know
definitely
what's
had a lot of
crazy? I just
success.
I've been doing a lot of research into military statistics and everything, and like, the middle class in the U.S. is the most white middle class people are most represented in the military, but the people that are actually sent as foot soldiers, as combat soldiers to be killed overseas, are working class people.
Yeah.
It's it's really shitty. Because people ultimately end up, like getting like class structures are just as represented in the military as they are anywhere else.
Which is
and
why I have such an issue with like talking about labor aristocracy. I find it like like obviously the U.S. has it better than a lot of places due to the benefits of imperialism.
yes,
But, like, it doesn't.
I mean, no,
But
like
you have
we
to bring it
we
up
do.
though. It's not a truly existing thing. It's not
we
like we're
do.
just making it up to define a structure. Like it's how things work. Workers in the global south are exploited to a much higher degree than workers within the imperial core, and that
This
can
is
never.
true.
I just disagree. I'm gonna be honest.
But that's
That's no,
don't
but that's
think you're
true.
gonna get-
How?
I
Why?
would agree with Chandler on that.
Wait, why do you
don't-
disagree with
how,
that?
How could you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with the objective statement. I disagree with bringing it up to people ever.
Well,
Honestly.
why? Because y'all have, sorry, but sometimes on like leftist TikTok, there's like a Eurocentric or like American centric perspective of the world. And when we're talking about the military industrial complex, y'all don't realize that, okay, there's working class people being sent overseas, but they're killing us. Like people are dying. So y'all can't just have this one thing where it's like, okay, we're exploiting the middle class, but you're killing people too. Like their human lives are being impacted. So you can't center it in just one perspective.
If you
I
never
don't
bring it
know.
up, then that more
I
main
also think that like the
class
liberation of certain groups is like very beneficial to internal socialist movements in the U.S. Like I mean, like a far left Palestinian liberation and far left Kurdish liberation proves a model to be used in like local U.S. organizing that could be really useful. In my opinion, I think that like liberating anyone.
What's
is useful
happening
for
like
your
on a
own personal micro gains.
what's happening on a global level is that we are pitting the most exploited people against each other. We are forcing the most exploited people in these imperialist countries to continue our imperial agenda in other countries and kill them too. And like when it goes into how much choice a person has in doing that, it's bad. Like they do know, like they're forced into that, but there is a sad reality to what is happening when they choose to do that.
Like,
so,
because regardless of how like disenfranchised someone is within the United States, it compares nothing to how disenfranchised people are in the global south. You can't compare it at all. There's still some kind of like hierarchy. So I think that you have to center it in an internationalist perspective. It can't just be coming from America.
That's kind of what Tori was saying with
And
like how people.
on that note,
Kind of how people.
You're absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right. The people in the global south are absolutely way more exploited than they are here. But the people that are exploited here, they don't care. They do not care. They don't. And
well, that's
like,
why I'm saying in
they
your
don't.
like when you're looking at it, when you're analyzing it, when you're bringing forward these theories, y'all have to remember that it's not just America. Like you're exporting your shit outside of, and you're hurting people in the global south. Like when I saw people talking about Syria and the bombing of Syria, I was like, do y'all think that we're human beings? Like the jokes about the stimulus checks were funny, but it was just so regurgitated. Like y'all care about the stimulus checks more than lives.
Whether you got the stimulus check or not doesn't matter because people are still being
but that's
killed
not
and
to say
bombed.
like I get the irony, I get the humor. Like making jokes is fun sometimes, like when you want to like break down difficult scenarios. But I just feel like sometimes you have to remember like center your work in an internationalist framework, not just from America.
I've definitely been able
So,
to have
I was
people
just
like
gonna
with
read
actually,
out.
No, so Southern, what were we gonna say?
I was just gonna like say it's like, look, I completely understand that it work needs to be done internationally, but I'm gonna be honest here. Like I've talked to, I'm like working class, and I mean like working class, like the people who work in the factories. Like I grew up poor, life shut off. Like I get what you were saying, and it was different for me, my radicalization. But when I know people who live in a house who don't have electricity, don't have running water, don't like that's here in America. And I care about everything. But I also can tell you that I don't know a single working class person that would ever sit there and like truly supports sending their boys and girls over there to do those things. And it's like, and honestly, the only people I know that are like super patriotic about things and like want that military action are middle class liberals. I am not middle class. I am working class, and when my care for is the working class, and when I say that, I truly mean it. It is for the working class, and it is for the working class worldwide. But it's also I'm in the United States, and so my number one care is for the working class of the United States, and I feel like implementing less imperialism will not only benefit the international working class, but it will also benefit the United States working class. And that being said, it is not at the United States doesn't have it better. I would never ever say that. Like, it definitely does. But there are still people who don't have it like good at all. Who are like they're homeless. Like it exists here
When
too.
we talk about bringing up the labor aristocracy, it's different when when you bring up the labor aristocracy, you're not talking about it to some working class person that's just starting the radicalization process. I understand that, especially in America, when we see how Western centric it is, and you do have to adapt to your like conditions when it comes to radicalizing people. However, there does come a point where you do need to snap at, like, let that person be aware that that does exist in order for us to be like really successful. Because I mean, in order for US, like you said, US imperialism ultimately works against the US worker. So it is in their best interest to also support anti-imperialist causes and
like,
understand
this
that.
thing is that's why Trump had such like a good thing. He promised to bring manufacturing jobs back. That's why he did so well in the Rust Belt. I'm just saying, like, I don't think American workers want anybody across the world to, but telling them they have it good when they like don't, like, it's in comparison to middle class people, like, counterproductive is all.
Because when
But I
you
also think, look, I will agree with Shatha though, because one of the biggest problems, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to Americans, is that y'all have like a very centric view of like issues. Even when I first joined political TikTok, the very first thing that happened to me was people asking me why I was talking about American issues in the first place. Like, like, if we're not basically opening up the cause to like a worldly perspective, I completely agree. It's a lost cause. Like,
Also,
the
like,
whole entire point of this is to get empathy for other like people. It's
I
the
think
whole politics of me
so,
versus we.
also
Like,
when organizing, like I organize with local indigenous communities and like link it to like Palestine liberation. We have to organize with those in the global south. Like, it can't just be an American based thing, because dismantling imperialism is a global thing. So like, I just like looking at like just the Black Panther Party, just for just one small thing. Like, they worked with people in Algeria, people in Palestine, like all over the world. Like, they wanted to send troops across to fight American imperialism. So dismantling them
to fight in Vietnam.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
dismantling the imperial core isn't just an American thing; it's a global thing. And
I think what
Can I? Okay, so I agree. My buddy, he the sorry, was someone saying sorry. My buddy who got me into communism and socialism in the first place went into the trade unions. He works on the rails right now, in order to radicalize people, and he's kind of like strayed away from anti-imperialism because none of his coworkers are into it, right? And I'm like, I'm really hard on him for that. I'm like, you still need to be anti-imperialist as a socialist. Even Marx and Lenin, towards the end of their lives, started saying socialism is going to happen in the peripheries, right? In the countries that are the most exploited, and then eventually the imperial core will cave. But in order to get the imperial core to cave, you need worker ownership of the major industries and the banks. And if workers aren't necessarily anti-imperialist in their thinking, then it kind of leaves you in a conundrum. And I've been stuck with this lately because you guys know I'm the most anti-imperialist person on TikTok. But this kid who works in the rail union is telling me, like, just talk about labor issues rather than talking about the wars. And I'm telling him, like,
that's why
no, working class people are being sent to these wars too, so that can still radicalize him. But I see what he's saying, and also there's a the productive working class, the people who actually produce things, the people who work in productive industries like the rail industry, are the ones who are actually creating capital. The service industry and the service economy that's been created, like, you can organize as many service workers as you want, and if they go on strike, nothing's really going to happen. But if the 40,000 rail workers in America go on strike, the whole economy shuts down and they can demand whatever they want of the state.
Yeah.
I think we do need to be anti-imperialist, and you guys know I'm the biggest anti-imperialist, but we also need to be tactical, and we need to realize that we need to work for worker ownership in the key industries, because that is specific to American conditions. Like, that is what we need to do, is nationalize key industries. Yeah, that's
yeah,
like,
I agree with that, but I also think that it's like super it's this idea of like, okay, so where does imperialism come from? well, before imperialism, we have colonialism. Like colonialism is what led up to imperialism being able, the merger of finance capital and industrial capital, and then the spread of that beyond the borders of the nation state. Well, what was created under the specific colonialism of Europe and the so-called United States of America? Well, race. And one of the problems is that people, like, a lot of white people just don't want to acknowledge that.
No.
That there's like specific things that very much benefit especially white workers in the United States of America.
Yeah,
That
I
like end up actively killing people in the global peripheries.
I want to agree with you on that, and I want to talk. I've been trying to speak out, but everyone's been talking. But
Sorry,
I
Kaden.
it's fine. I don't really mind that much. But I mean, you guys are on point. I mean, when we're talking about American workers, there is a pipeline to sending our exploited people to the fronts of Syria and Iran and our imperial forces. There, I mean, look at the normalization of the meme of like in being in an American high school and having like the fucking army recruiters spot out the kids with the low GPAs and the people with the like the shitty clothes and like the people don't care about school. That's a real thing. Like there are army recruiters in our high schools looking for the students that are going to be the best for the military. And what's best for the military are people with not the best futures and people that have low grades and people that don't have things to look forward to. I mean, it's a real thing, and this happens in the best, and it's where it happens the most is where there's the highest working class population, the people who are just below middle class, but they're barely making by. It's those people in the working class areas who don't have much of a future. Those are people that are being pipelined right to the military. That's it. That's all I wanted to talk about was the pipeline to the military.
I think
But
furthermore, one thing that like, first of all, can you guys hear me? Okay, it's like my first time
Yes, we
talking.
can.
Yeah.
Is like you were maybe getting at this. I'm not completely sure here. But in particular, why would they choose these people that don't have things to look forward to? Not only because they're more likely to, but because if you can fully indoctrinate somebody who doesn't have intrinsic patriotism because they're middle class and they feel like America's worked for them, if you can take those people that would otherwise be a threat to the American state and brainwash them enough to believe that they fought for our country and now their country's going to fight for them, like you're immobilizing a large part of our population.
All good people agree. All good people say. All nice people like us are we, and everyone else is they. I think that nationalism is a problem because it to leftists because it must necessarily be defined in the negative. You can't define nationalism except by what you are not, and this is why it so quickly becomes
There
racism.
must always be an other in order for nationalism to succeed.
Exactly
Always.
right, Tori. But this is the thing that because there always has to be an other, and you're constantly shrinking what the other is. You end up in a situation where leftist politics can't be sustained unless it's fighting against an imperialist group. So, for example, Scottish nationalism or Irish nationalism fighting against a larger imperial group, because then the other is perfectly defined and can be defined in that way, and is generally harmless because you're taking the perspective of the person with the least power, if that makes sense, and you're working it from the other direction. That's the reason I think that America First can't be reclaimed, and it's the reason that it relates to race and everything else. If you're still struggling with the idea of nationalism as as something that can only be defined in the negative, because I realise that's quite a sort of weird idea. If you try and define what makes you, to try and define it in the positive first. So go, well, what makes me British? Oh, well, it's my passport. Well, actually, you can be British without a passport. It's where I was born. Well, it doesn't matter. You can be born elsewhere and become British. So it's the documentation. Well, you can have no documentation and be British. Well, it's because I'm white. Oh well, you can be black and be British. It's that there is no set of sort of connotations that make up somebody's nationality. And a good way I've heard it described is it's like carving a statue. When somebody starts carving a statue, they get a block of marble, and they carve away the statue. They carve away the marble, right? It can, because it's such a nefarious concept, it can only be defined as that statue in the negative by carving things away. Does that make it easier for people?
You are a smart motherfucker. You
I
didn't even know who you
He's
were
got a big
before
brain.
this, and you are blowing my mind like twice now on this pod. Or on this
I like
pod,
that.
so.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I want to read out. I want to read out a comment we got because I think it sums it up really well. So, America First, even if reclaimed, takes away the focus on global solidarity and intersectionality. So I think it was like perfectly said.
I was joking when I said we need to reclaim that. I
Oh,
didn't
we
think
know.
people would take that
But
seriously.
it started discourse
We know, yeah.
anyways. That's how
Okay.
when you get a bunch of leftist TikTokers together, we can't take a joke. We have to turn discourse about
Okay,
it anyway.
I have a genius idea. What about
This is why irony has no
what
place
about
in
we
Honestly,
claim the motto ALM, but make it Asian Lives Matter.
Okay,
What?
Do you got some feelings about
What
that?
did you
Because
just say?
I'm so tired of the. My people will never be free because they. I'm Filipino, by the way, because I know some people can't tell that I'm Asian. But it's
The way you
so.
like Timothy.
Listen, no, that's not what this is about. This is not about Timothy. But it's so frustrating to see because there's this weird dynamic with the diaspora for Asian Americans where we have this unique proximity to whiteness, but we're still not white by any means. And there's still some power structures that we take advantage of. So I hate when I see other Asians weaponizing anti-blackness with that Asian Lives Matter rhetoric. It just
I
there
also
are other
think that
things we can
you
do.
shouldn't I mean, okay, wait. I feel like I don't know. I don't want to sound
Well, I mean, there's another, and that's another thing when it comes
homogenizing
to
the entire Asian.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm so
Asia.
sure that a Japanese American, has a completely different lived experience than someone from Southeast Asia.
Well, and there's that whole thing that Asians are supposed to be, Asians are supposed to be successful and smart, they're the successful minority. That whole thing.
That has to do with
The
brain
model
drain.
minority.
Yeah, we need to remodel the Asian the racism to Asian rhetoric in America, because right now people are trying to model it off of a wave off of Black Lives Matter. And I think Black Lives Matter and Asian racism are completely different because their cultures and their environments and how they came to America are just completely different.
Yeah, I went on a Twitter rant about this, and I was like, the American empire was built on the exploitation of Black and Indigenous people. Yes, when it came to certain Asian immigrants in America, they were exploited. And I'm not trying to turn this into the oppression Olympics, but Asian people were not brought here against their will. Asian people were not chilling in America and had their people genocided in order to make room for the white man. That's not what happened.
Well, they came to work on the railroad,
They came to work on the railroad.
They came to work on the railroad.
That's why I said they weren't brought.
Wait, hold on.
Well, I wasn't saying. Well, they weren't enslaved in the same way. They were certainly exploited. And I'm not trying to turn this into the.
I'm not. No, but I mean, I'm not trying. I'm just saying. We have to. When we talk, what do we mean by? What do you mean by Asian American? Because
I was the Chinese Americans. And because again, every single type of Asian person in America has a different lived experience.
Yeah.
Based on where they come from exactly in Asia. And if we want to get technical about it, I try to talk in general terms when I'm in front of white people because it's I don't know, it's hard for me to believe that they can understand sometimes just because of the experiences I've had.
We can
differentiate. We can.
Well,
We
because like
hate
it's
hashtag
insulting
not
to
all
me.
white
It's
people,
insulting to
okay?
me. Well, it's insulting to me as like a Filipino person to be lumped into the same category as my oppressors sometimes, which is like not Japanese Americans, the ones that were in the internment camps, but like mainland Japanese people.
Like,
It's
especially
very frustrating for
you're
me.
like native Texan, right? Like you're Tejano, right?
Yeah, I'm
Like
half
you are.
Tejano and half
Yes,
Filipino.
yeah,
I
that's what I
got
know.
all the colonized,
Yes.
you know.
And Tejanos are indigenous to Texas. Like Texas, like I don't know. Yeah, Tejano is indigenous Texas.
Yep.
We have our own, I don't know, our own shit.
Yes, we do. It's like very, but basically, like for Asian Americans, because like it's weird how xenophobia in America expresses itself, right? Because I mean, what this really goes down to, the Asian American hate crimes that are happening is the result of xenophobia. But that xenophobia, because for some reason Westerners can't tell the difference between all of the different types of Asian people, it also affects Vietnamese people, it affects Korean people, it affects Japanese people. So while I do agree, like 100%, there is differences between all of us because we all have very different lived experience. To the white man, we are all the same when it comes to xenophobia.
Speaking of, did y'all ever hear what Taiwan did when the hate crimes started? Taiwan's genius idea.
What?
They have a lot of genius ideas.
Uh, um, the big idea was, hey, how do we stop hate crimes against Taiwanese people when they go travel to other places? We will just make the word Taiwan on the passport 10 times bigger. That will stop racism.
That's kind of like the
It's like
it's kind of like making a shirt
Wait,
saying
okay.
not
I think
Chinese.
that there's something
I
a
saw another
parallel
clip.
that people don't like. I mean, I don't know how other Jewish people feel about this, but personally, like I see a lot of East Asian people drawing parallels between xenophobia and anti-blackness, which is wrong. But
wrong.
Anti-Semitism and xenophobia.
Yes,
There
we
are
talked
a
about this.
lot.
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually a very
Because in America, Jews are supposed to be
Are.
very smart. They're supposed to be, you know, it's very similar. I
And
think
then
they're
we're
right.
all coming, and then we're
Very
all out here coming together to dismantle the West. You know, that's another
And
reason
the
what
only
like anti-Semitism and xenophobia. Yeah.
exactly. And it's communism. See, the xenophobia right
Judeo
now
Bolshevism
is anti-communism. You know, like whereas in the past Judeo-Bolshevism has been that sort of like communist wave, but now that you know,
No, I've been hearing that more and more. Judeo Bolshevism. Like
I mean,
I have.
I've been calling myself a Judeo-Bolshevik.
But-
Judeo-Bolshevik. So maybe that's me. Maybe that's you know the Jew bringing the anti-Semitism onto themselves. You
That's
know, classic. When the Jew is you know striking, they cry out in pain. You know, classic Nazi slogan.
Victimization is bred inside of us. That's what we say.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's almost 9 p.m. for me, and I was only planning till staying till 8, so I'm just gonna have to see myself out of here because I have to go eat dinner.
You're all good.
Thanks
man.
for having me on the stream,
Thanks for joining us.
Socialist
Thank you
Girl.
for joining.
Goodbye, everybody.
Identical to Kurt Cobain. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. If you guys, anyone on the stream, or if anyone here wants to follow me on Twitter, not Twitter, TikTok. My
That's what it
TikTok is
looks like. I was thinking
kaden.pol.
about that.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Yes.
Just before we go back into this course, I just want to remind everyone why we're here. We're raising money for Know Your Rights Camp. There's a donation in the link in the live, and I can also chuck it in the YouTube channel. So far, we've raised, I think, just over $300. If my math
Let's go.
Thank you guys so much.
But basically, they're providing mutual aid and relief to Black and Brown communities who have been impacted by COVID. So it's a really good cause. We've got 34 people watching the YouTube again. So
What? 43? Yeah, that's more than last
34.
time. Hi, guy. Oh, 34. That's still more than last time.
I think
It's
this
still
is like
more.
really
Exactly.
talk about. It's really important to me to talk about how like we can relate white working class issues to the global issues because it's very hard. It is very hard because because like at the end of the day, most of them don't care about global issues. So it's I don't know. It's like really hard to.
But worker ownership is the only way away from imperialism. So like if we own the major industries, if we own the fossil fuel industry, they can't lobby for the war in Iraq.
Well,
Like we
also,
gotta
you
do
cut
what we
out,
gotta do to get a hold of that fucking industry. And we can pitch anti-imperialism too. Like we said, it's working class people being sent to die.
It is.
You know, it's not like we have to abandon anti-imperialism, but like I don't know.
Also, when the workers own the means of production, then you like cut off that incentive for the wealth extraction part of imperialism, because it's no longer about extracting wealth. Yeah.
Private property is what incentivizes the extraction of wealth.
I mean, I guess if you define
Texas, we're very individualistic. It's very hard to preach internationalism to people that are very individualistic, and we have to figure that out. And that's something we really need to.
My basic point with my whole rant about my buddy in the rail union is like I don't really mind that much that he's not as anti-imperialist as me. Like I know he's radicalizing the other rail workers to want to get worker ownership of the industry, which is the same goal I have. So if he's not as anti-war all the time as me, but he still thinks he can radicalize his coworkers, you know, I'm cool with it.
That's what we need. And that's what we need to preach to them. Is like so I used to work at Walmart, right? And like the people at Walmart, I used to unload the trucks. And let me tell you, unloading the trucks is a stupid amount of work. Like y'all don't know how much work goes into unloading those fucking Walmart trucks. But like we're the ones that unload the trucks, we're the ones that stock the shelves. I promise we know way more than the fucking Waltons know. We can unload those trucks without them, and they know that. And that's what we need to preach to people. Because that will, I don't know, we need to preach that as well as anti-imperialism. Because none of them want to go, nobody wants to go and bomb Syria. None of them do. They don't. Maybe after 9/11 they kind of did, but that was fake as fuck. That's not fair. Like, of course that's not fair. Like, 9/11 was. I'm not gonna talk about 9/11 because I don't know. People get really mad on 9/11.
Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm watching Eddie struggle really badly with his hat and his shirt and whatever
I'm
he's
putting on my
else
Walmart
doing.
shirt because I heard someone talk about working at Walmart.
I used to work at Walmart.
So this is my badge.
Oh,
Hello, my name is Eddie. But they give you a 25% discount at Walmart after you work there for a whole year. But it's only a 25% discount on the Twinkies and stuff. You can't get any of the meat or the food.
So
I want you getting your means of subsistence for free.
Okay, so for us it was different. It was everything except grocery. So it was on like furniture, like clothing, everything except grocery and pharmacy. So everything except the subsistence stuff. So that was interesting. I
Everything except your means of subsistence.
Exactly. Like we put it on furniture, on clothes, on like I don't know, sports or whatever the fuck, like hardware. We get on hardware if I needed light bulbs, whatever the fuck. But no food, no.
Right.
All the fun stuff.
You get no food, peasant.
All the stuff you need. Like Walmart is one of the most piece of shit companies we have. And if anybody needs a union, it's our fucking retail. It's our retail industry. It's Walmart. It's Amazon. It's retail.
What I'm telling y'all, if HEB in Texas was a co-op, it'd be so based.
Yes.
HEB has been here for Texas before anybody else has, which
No, you're
sucks.
100% right. Because HEB is a decent company. As far as companies go, HEB is very good. And none of y'all know about HEB except Tori, but HEB is a very good company.
Yeah, but like, I mean, it also goes into like they're not global, right? They're very localized.
Well,
that also
so
helps
is
them
it
like have
only?
some
It's
slightly
only in
better.
Texas, right? Like
It's only in like specifically like South and Central Texas. You don't get them up in Dallas.
Okay,
Yeah.
because it's not even in Louisiana or Arkansas. It's like just South Texas.
Yep.
That's why I don't know. If Texas could go socialist, Texas would be one of the most base socialist
Guys,
countries.
I'm working real hard, okay?
Yes,
All
we
right.
need
I'm working on it.
I mean, Nevada was
I got
socialist
plans I
during
cannot tell
Oklahoma.
y'all about because the haters will sabotage me.
No,
okay?
the Socialist Republic of Texas would be badass.
Just wait until you hear my plan to radicalize the North Dakota oil field.
No, I'm here.
I don't have a plan, but I will soon.
Well,
No, you have a plan, but you can't let us know about it. All right.
Yeah,
Top
no,
secret.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
the unfortunate thing though is like Texas is just taken over by the libertarians. Honestly, that's who runs Texas. Like Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick. That's who runs Texas. The fucking libertarians. Not even conservatives. It's
No,
it's,
it's it's a libertarian
The
hellhole.
quote unquote libertarians.
whatever you want to call it.
Well,
Whatever that.
I mean, American libertarianism is a contradiction. Let's be
It's
honest.
just Americans who want to smoke weed, like conservatives who want to smoke weed.
No,
essentially.
it just means radical deregulation. That's
Eddie,
all they.
you're muted, so we can't hear you.
Me?
Yeah.
Eddie.
I'm back.
Yeah,
No,
you're
Eddie.
back.
Thank you for noticing, because I would have gone on
I saw
ranting.
you moving. I saw you moving, and I was like, "Oh, Eddie's saying something."
I just loved how he mouthed "oh fuck" right
I
before he
appreciate
unmuted.
you for looking out for
I'm
me.
trying my best.
But I mean, America's state is so thoroughly bought and controlled by the bourgeoisie. So you have a lot of people who are susceptible to libertarianism. They're like, hey, the government's bad, right? Every time you get taxed, it gets used for war and it gets used to dump subsidies into corporate America. And people are like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. I guess I'm a libertarian now. It's like, well, what controls the state? It's the capitalists. But people, we got to bring people along to that step of the analysis.
Well, I think a lot of that is that Americans just don't generally don't have class consciousness, so it's easy to sway them further rightward or further right to decentralization rather than actual socialist policy.
Because you're right. There's a reason they hate the state. They hate the state for a
The
reason.
sentiment is there. It's just a different.
They don't hate the state for no reason. Like there's a good reason they hate the state.
They hate the capitalist state. They just don't know it's a capitalist state.
Yeah, there's.
We got a really good comment on YouTube. Sorry, I'm just reading the comment. Sorry to interrupt you, Dawson. Basically, they're talking about the fear of workers developing unionizing because they are worried about losing their job because a lot of these big corporations will essentially get rid of them if they suspect that they're going to form a union. So
yeah, that's why it's really important, to build dual power, and also it sucks that you do have to engage in some forms of the system. Where I'm interested in law. I don't know if I want to do environmental or labor law, but there has to be some form of support for these people, so that way they can go ahead and create these unions without the fear.
Yeah,
that's where, even though electoralism is cringe, we do need to have people in office that can create laws that makes it easier for unions to form, so that way we can actually develop class consciousness. You will never be able to vote a revolution in, but you can vote to change the material conditions that makes it easier for people to achieve class consciousness in, on a very local level.
Tori, you should read.
I have that.
You should read this book.
Yeah, I have it ordered. I'm waiting.
You do?
I got drunk one night after I got my first paycheck and went on a little bit of a verso spree. So yeah.
It's about how Evo and Correa and a couple and Hugo Chavez worked through liberal democracy, formed a grassroots movement through the workers on the ground, but then also won through electoral politics. But it started through the workers, and it started through the unions, which were mostly indigenous people.
Right.
But anyway, I gotta go. So I'll see y'all later. Thanks for having me on.
Eddie.
Bye, Eddie.
Sorry,
always with the good
Dawson, what were you gonna say? Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say one thing, in at least very close to me, in terms of the raw libertarianism in especially in these parts of the country that have been forgotten, right? Like Texas and North Dakota, at least some parts of Texas.
North Dakota.
It is so our state legislature in the same day passed, or at least the House passed a bill basically legalizing marijuana. And we had a ballot measure in 2018, and I believe it was like 40 to 60. It failed. And the state legislature, or the House at least, passed it by the same margin. It's like 70% Republican. But then they also, in the same day, passed a law that made it impossible for any political entity, so like counties or cities, to pass mask mandates, like, ever. They also passed that in the exact same day. And like when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's a good thing. Oh, never mind. Our legislature is not good. Never has been.
I mean, that's one thing about engaging in local electoral politics is like it's good strategically sometimes, but like you will always just be disappointed. And that's why you can never ever like let the like glimmer of revolution, you can never like let it leave your mind, because it's like it is the true way for us to liberate ourselves, especially on a global level.
On that note, I'm
Revolution
gonna hop
against
off and
capitalism.
eat food because I just got off work before I got here. So
Oh
have a good
yeah,
one.
I've been
yeah,
eating
yeah,
food
your
on the
encouragement.
stream. Sorry about that, everyone.
You will
See you,
not be
Dawson.
forgiven.
Yeah.
See ya.
Do we still have people in our live stream? Like, how many people are watching right now? Angie, you're watching
We've got
it. How many people?
we've got 34 people.
Let's go.
We got
Y'all need to
34.
donate. Stop being
34.
stingy.
Wait, okay, we got 34
Yeah.
people. Come on. What's
Donate $1, y'all. Stop being.
I will literally.
Yeah,
I will eat a. I will eat a fucking spoonful. Oh, hold on. You know what?
Okay.
Hold on.
Haim, I will do something nobody asked me to do.
Can we? No. Can we all do? Okay. All right. Look,
Hello?
I was watching Hot Wings the other day. You know the show, the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Like thing, and Gordon Ramsay was on Hot Wings, and I was like, I have to pay homage to.
Great episode.
So like, okay, so. Okay.
What is that?
This is Carolina Reaper and Ghost Pepper.
Dang.
Not
You're gonna
impressed.
die.
Oh,
I remember this. I remember this when we were comparing everyone's the whites.
So
cabinets
high is
onto-
bitter. Would anyone donate money to see me die?
I would.
Like
I'm donating right.
Haim, literally, Sheldon, I need you alive in order
No,
for
you'll be fine. You'll be
Literally,
fine.
I will die
Okay.
if you
Like,
die.
you'll be-
Time I can't.
I kind of want to see this.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Like,
Oh, thank you, Sam.
I've drinking worse. You'll be okay. Like,
no.
as
I mean,
a Cajun Jew,
no,
as a Cajun Jew, you'll be okay.
Look. I think that like no, but I have European in me. That's the problem.
So I'm Jewish and Cajun, so I can handle that.
I've got
Chandler
Irish.
too. Chandler brings the hot sauce.
Yes,
I was
no,
like,
no,
we're
Jewish
talking
and
about being
Cajun.
Cajun.
And
Yeah,
Chandler
I'm Irish Cajun.
No, I just literally have a pot of fucking gumbo in my fridge that I made. Like I've been eating on that for a couple of weeks now.
Do you live in Louisiana?
So half my family's from Louisiana, the other half is Jewish.
But do
So-
you live in Louisiana?
I don't. Well, I'm from Houston.
I got the Jews. We just go everywhere. We just.
That's why it's called a diaspora. That's why
No,
it pisses me off when they say we're from Israel. Like, yes, maybe, but are we supposed to all go back to Israel? Like, what does that even mean?
Right. No. Exactly. That's
The entire diaspora is supposed to go back to Israel. Like,
it's
that's
like
dumb.
that's the thing. That's part of the thing. It's just like look. I've been to the land. I will never recognize the state of Israel, but I've been to the land of Israel. It's
not the same thing.
beautiful.
It's not the same thing.
It's like it's beautiful. It's wonderful. Really,
Yeah,
truly.
But do I have a right to live there over the people that actually live there? Hell no.
Yeah.
Like,
No, but
not the
also the thing is, it's a diaspora. It's like, fuck no, I don't want to live in I don't want to live on this land. But
well, hey, so Ashkenazi Jews have been separated from Israel for how long now?
we actually come
years?
from Khazar. We actually come from the Khazarian Khaganate.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Listen, I'm
Cop-
saying when I bring Tejano
We're not about to
socialism
talk
to
about
Texas,
conspiracy theory.
okay?
I literally
Alright,
made an
I will.
infographic on Instagram debunking Khazar theory
Thank
like
you.
2 days ago.
Because it doesn't matter. Like, I am definitely a big supporter that we are from Israel, but that doesn't mean that we have the right to go back there now.
Okay,
Like,
who want me?
displace the people that are living there now. Like, I
But
don't know.
who want me though? Who want me to drink this?
I
Do
pay
it.
$1 and so eat
And,
the
and that's the problem. Look,
I
that's
got.
the problem with
Hold on.
I gotta get at least double digits.
I just double
If people donate double digits, I will literally drink
everybody
a
give money to
spoonful
watch
of
him die.
I'm about to donate
miso,
money, shit.
ghost pepper, reaper sauce. I just want.
It's for a good cause, everybody.
This
Do
man's got me
Klein,
about
please
to
don't
donate
die.
money.
Oh, I'm not gonna die. Don't worry. I eat hot sauce all the time.
I've actually been thinking
Casual
about
flex.
taking my birthright trip because I have the right. I have a birthright trip to go to Israel for free, for 100% free.
Okay,
And
it's not free though. It's not
it's
free.
If y'all
free.
start on this topic, I will just go off for 5
No,
hours.
I want to hear you.
It's
I
not
wanna
free.
hear
As
you.
you should.
hear
I would love to hear your perspective on Israel because
Well, I don't like. I'm obviously coming
I
from
only have
bias.
one perspective of Israel because my
Wait,
entire
we can
so
okay.
half my
Hold on.
family is.
Hold on. We can actually talk. We can talk about this.
I would like to talk about Israel because half my family is Jewish and they are obviously like super Zionist, but the other half is like Baptist, but they're also Zionist for different reasons. They're different. They're Zionists for different reasons.
Yeah. The Christian Zionists are the least valid Zionists out of all of them.
They're the
All
worst one.
evangelicals. Isn't
they're
that the
the
biggest
worst ones.
base?
Look,
Isn't the
all
biggest base of support for in America for
Absolutely.
Israel the evangelicals?
Yes,
Yeah,
you're
that's
absolutely
It
right.
it's weird.
Donated
Like,
$1.
all
Thank
Zionists
you.
are invalid.
It's
of
not
All
weird.
are
anti-Semitism.
It's
invalid,
actually
but
kind of so
but
in the book of
evangelicals
Revelation,
first.
to bring about the end times, the Jews have to control Israel. That's part
Hey,
of
can somebody
Bible.
donate
Is part of
double digits so I can eat this hot sauce?
I
Just
was
eat it.
wanting to talk
Just
about
eat
it.
it.
Please,
Double
Just do it
digits,
for free.
guys.
Just do it for free.
No,
For free.
why would I do that? That's like not the point of this whole stream.
Can someone donate, please?
I'll donate $10
Jimmy,
right.
Sam.
Do it.
No,
I know
no,
y'all
no.
by name now.
It can't be somebody in here because the
You don't
reason
know.
I want them to all donate at the same time so we get like multiple people all donating like $10.
Exactly. No, it's like a psychological thing. Like we have all
Yeah,
these-
I don't
exactly.
think it works if we're transparent about it.
No, it still does. Like the
What are you
placebo
talking
effect.
about?
It's
We
like
didn't
no,
say-
it's like the placebo
Please,
effect. Even if
$10.
you know it's a placebo, it'll still work.
But I
Sounds
actually
like
would like
cap.
to talk about Israel because I don't hear a lot of people talking about Israel. The only thing I see,
That's
the
all
only
it is.
Wait, hold on.
Palestinian TikTok.
You're not on our.
it's like they said like free Palestine, like free
You're
Palestine,
not
free.
okay. Get on if you get onto Israel
Yes.
Palestine TikTok, it is intense. You have to come.
Is
It's
it
like,
really?
It's kind of vibey. I'm not gonna
It's
lie.
so,
Yeah,
it's
that's all.
fucking intense.
James,
And I'm like, yes, free Palestine, but like,
James
what does that
busts a
mean?
Zionist
So
every
like,
day.
like yes, free Palestine, yes, but like,
I think like so people always ask me like, do you want one state? Do you want two state? Okay, I'm a communist, so obviously I want no state solution. But I don't think about that right now. Right now, I just want to get like Palestinians' basic human rights. Like we have an apartheid. There's a settler colonial. Like they still annex Palestinian lands, demolish their homes. Like they don't get access to healthcare. Gaza's still under like an open air prison. $13.
Love you, moi.
I have heard.
I was like,
1382 was it? Something like that.
I've literally
Just a
heard
tiny bit.
Holocaust
With a little-
survivors compare it to the ghettos in Germany. Like there are Holocaust survivors that compare Palestine to the ghettos in Germany. Like they're very similar. Like
There are
they're very
survivors that
it's like an
compared
open air
the
concentration
camps that
camp.
there were Holocaust survivors that compared the camps they were held in through
Yes.
Israeli
$10.
So
Israeli
it's not an
dispersion
exaggeration.
Thank you.
Thank you. So like my personal experience is like I'm like a refugee from
Somebody
1948.
donated
$10. Did you drink the hot sauce, Chaim?
Hold on one sec. I just need to get some Pepto Bismol. Just
What do you
$10
you're a refugee
again from
from
Sam
1948.
Pitton.
Like-
Hey, there, now do it, coward.
So there are different like refugees from different times. There's 1948 is Nakba. You have a Nexa, which is 1967. You have
your
current
parents came
refugees. Sorry.
It's like your parents came here in 1948. Like, what do you mean?
No,
Like
no,
you're
no. So there are different times that Palestinians have been forcibly exiled from the land, and depending on that time, you have different access to Palestine. You have different citizenship. You have like all I had because we were like exiled in 1948 was just like my before Canadian citizenship. I had like a cardboard paper with like a scribble on it saying that like I'm stateless and I belong nowhere. So
because
that's
your parents came, your grandparents came in 1948.
no. So what happened was we like some of them went to Egypt, like as refugees. Some of them went to Gaza. Some of them went to Libya. Some of them went to Saudi Arabia. I like before coming to Canada, I was living in Saudi Arabia like as an illegal immigrant, and then we came here and we sought asylum, and then they gave us the citizenship. So a lot of like when we talk about the Palestinian right of return, a lot of Palestinians from 1948 till now are still living in refugee camps. Like it's like they've been living there for decades. They're stateless for decades. And what happens is when you're stateless, a lot of these like protections for refugees don't apply to them because technically Palestine isn't a state. So they're missed out in a lot of refugee programs as well. Like there's just so many issues when it comes to Palestinians. Like if you've been exiled in 1967, you might be able to return to specific areas of Palestine and be able to have some citizenship. But if you've been exiled in 1948, you can't. There's no way you can go back. You're not considered a person. You have no citizenship whatsoever. So I don't know what I went into tangent.
No,
What?
no, I didn't know that. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Because like we always think about the people that are living in Palestine right now. We don't talk about the people that have been exiled from Palestine over the last just 70 years.
That's like one of the biggest things that I fight for is the right of return. I feel like before like we go into anything about like one state, two state, we have to Palestinians who are still outside have to come back, because the majority of them are living in like horrible conditions, and even
I have I can go to Israel and get citizenship in like 6 months. If I wanted to go to Israel today, I could go there and get citizenship like that. But like Palestinians cannot at all.
Yeah, like when I was in university and they were organizing for birthright trips, like I had to go cry in the bathroom because like people were so excited to go back to Israel, and like it was actually all inclusive paid, like it was free.
Yeah,
and I was like, I can't go back, like regardless.
I've debated on doing that. So because I can get a free ass trip to Israel, and I've thought about doing it just to go and see, and to like part of me just wants to go and see the propaganda and see the Israeli propaganda and see what it's like there, even if it's just the Israeli side, because I know it's going to be the best parts of Israel. It's going to be like the beaches and all this.
They also take them to illegal settlements, and like what happens is the more that they do these birthright trips, the more they want to expand territories. So they continue to annex the West Bank, and they continue to then limit the water. For example, the water supply is controlled in the West Bank is controlled by Israel, and a bunch of like things like SodaStream, all these industries are like they're dependent on Palestinian resources. So like the more that birthright trips expand, the bigger that the Israeli industry expands, and the more that Palestinians are disenfranchised. So
yeah,
I
shouldn't have gone. I did.
No, I
went.
don't blame people who've gone and didn't know. Obviously, like that. I mean, hindsight is 2020.
Well, I didn't know about how I was anti-Zionist, and then this before I went.
They advertise it to us.
It was
like
kind of terrible.
Like
because
they advertise it as a free vacation.
They taunted me.
Habibi, you're cutting out.
And
I think is it me
like,
or is
oh,
Chaim?
No, I'm
No,
hearing.
he's
like,
cutting
sorry,
out.
really
Yeah,
bad here.
cutting out.
Because that's what it is. They advertise it as this free
Can you hear
vacation.
me now?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So you went on the birthright trip? Oh fuck.
Yeah, so the reason that I went was because my like encouraged me to go, but also because I found a trip that was quote unquote educational about the conflict.
Occupation.
Mind you, they no, I mean like obviously it's an occupation. Sorry, I was saying, like, conflict.
Yeah.
It's an
That's
an
probably the way
occupation.
they framed
It's
it
not.
as the.
It's
in
not
the
a
info
conflict.
quote.
That no, it wasn't even about the Israel-Palestine conflict. It was about the Arab-Israeli conflict.
Ethnocide. We love to see ethnocide.
All right. No, it's actually kind of terrible because like it's this weird thing where they're like, oh no, Palestinians are just Arabs, which is not true. The only Palestinian person that I spoke to on that entire no, there were two. There were two Palestinian people that I spoke to on the entire trip. One of them I have on Snapchat. I haven't spoken to them in a long time, but one of them was our bus driver, and one of them was the bartender at one of the hotels we stayed at.
They exploit Palestinian labor a lot within Israel. So.
They didn't have a single Palestinian person speak to us.
Well, actually, one of my friends who went on the birthright trip, what they do is they have like this camp where it's like Palestinians go visit Palestinian, and it will basically be someone like from the petit bourgeois, from the who's being paid off, who just comes in and says like, oh, we're part of the PA is super corrupt, like we're part of the PA, we have rights, and like it's just for show.
So that didn't even happen. No. What happened was they there's a few things that they do. They employ some brainwashing techniques where they sleep deprive you, so you're very it's not sleep deprivation necessarily, but like they know that people aren't gonna. There's a certain time you wake up, and they know they don't let you, they don't make you go to sleep. So they know more susceptible to like indoctrination and stuff like that. I've been through that before. I went to Catholic high school. They do that on things they make you go on even if you're not Catholic, which is crazy. But that's a whole different story. But part of the thing is it's also like what they do. I mean, and they also play on just very nationalist and ethnocentrist, like like emotional.
It's an ethno-state.
It's an ethnocracy. So apparently, like the definitions have changed. It's an ethnocracy now. I just like what's so interesting right now is that
no, I wouldn't say like the reason that it's not an ethno-state. I think that this is an important thing because Zionists get really mad at people calling it a fucking ethnocracy, but like Japan ethno-state, because the difference between an ethno-state and an ethnocracy is that ethnostates basically need a homogenous population. Whereas
so what
ethnocracy
Zionists do a lot is like they just get into like these little like semantic games, and then it's just like you're going around like this is this and this is that. You're occupying. You're killing my people.
No,
I don't care.
Not to you. Not to you.
Call it whatever you
You're
want.
perfect. You're perfect. I'm just like saying it for like people who are watching. Like
Yeah.
not you. You're perfect.
I
And like
agree
that's
with that.
something that like white liberals and like especially white liberals and like imperialists in general do a lot, is where they'll find these like little semantic things to be like, well, it's not technically this, it's not technically that, but let's look at
It's
what's
not technically labor aristocracy.
Exactly. Let's look at what's materially happening. That's the thing. And that's what like as like I mean
Right.
most of us here are Marxists, correct?
Well, no, because the problem is it's not it doesn't fucking matter if it's an ethno-state or if it's an ethnocracy or if it was a fucking multinational state. It doesn't fucking matter if Palestinian people are still being occupied and murdered through like illegal occupation.
So right now, what's happening, which is like some kind of like people would say it's like a step in the right direction. I'm not sure. Is that the ICC is investigating Palestine? So Israel didn't sign the Roman statute, so like stature, whatever you call it. So like technically they can't investigate Israel. But since Palestine did, then they're allowed to go into West Bank and Gaza and investigate that. The argument from Israel's side was, well, actually Palestine's not even a state. So you guys can't go in. Why the fuck are you going in? Then the second argument was, well, actually, Palestinians like don't have sovereignty and don't have any control over anything. So like there's no legal precedent to go into because there's no one really technically there. Like it's not an actual state. And the thing is, they try, like Netanyahu trying to frame it as like you're coming for the only Jewish state, but the ICC doesn't target states; it targets individuals. Like it goes after like people in the military,
Yeah.
it goes after people in charge. So it's not. And also, they're gonna also investigate Hamas. They're also gonna investigate the PA. They're gonna investigate Palestinians too. So it's not targeted at anyone. But just seeing the campaigns just to shut down the ICC from just going in. And they're focusing on three things. They're focusing on the attack in Gaza in 2016, the March of Return, where Israel literally shot in one day 40 Palestinians in the kneecap because when they shoot them, like they try to purposely amputate their legs. That's a technique that they use. And 25% of the people who have had their legs amputated were children. So like this is something that's necessary, and just seeing the way that liberal media or Zionists twist it as to make it something anti-Semitic is just vile in my perspective.
They did the same thing.
Very good. So it was a very good. I saw it on Twitter. It was a video from anti-Zionist Jews, and they were saying like this is not a new thing. Like they have been anti-Zionist since the 50s. Like this is not new. There have been anti-Zionist Jews since the 50s. And
No, there have been anti-Zionist Jews since the 1890s.
exactly. And like Noam Chomsky is an anti-Zionist Jew, and like and the problem with them constantly conflating Israel with Zionism is that like it takes away from actual anti-Semitism. So like they're constantly doing this, and it's not helpful to Jews. It's not helpful to anyone except for the Israeli Zionist Jews.
Here's the big spoiler for everyone
And
who doesn't know.
that's where I heard about these like Holocaust survivors that were so there was a Holocaust survivor that was comparing the occupation in Israel to like the ghettos in Germany, and he got booed off the stage by Jews. So like he was speaking at a temple, and they booed him out of there because he was talking about Israel being an apartheid state, and they booed him out of there because.
Here's the thing, though.
Stay away. I tend to stay away from like Holocaust comparisons. I don't. I think I call them. No, not you. Not, this is not targeted at you. Just in general, like when people advocate for Palestine, I think that like it's a way to detract from what happened. Not that person was that intention. Just in general in the discourse. I don't think it's appropriate to use like Holocaust comparisons. Because it's also a way that the alt-right does to downplay what actually happened, and like it's.
I agree.
It's good.
I want to say that when it comes from Jews, it's who have actually experienced the Holocaust. When it comes from actual Jews who have experienced the Holocaust, and this is a multitude of things. It's different. Like I don't ever hear Holocaust survivors comparing pretty much anything to that.
Right.
But I know for a fucking fact that when Holocaust survivors came to Israel, and the labor elite Zionists were there, and they had their like special policy of population dispersal, where they wanted to settle the entire land, and they just needed bodies literally living in the fucking middle of the desert in development towns. They had them live in tents, in camps, and they called them soap. And I don't know if y'all know the meaning behind that, but like there was a myth that Jews that were fucking murdered in the Holocaust were made into soap. So other Jews were calling Zionists, like the rich Zionists, were calling the Holocaust survivors soap because they were classist.
Like, you will never see Holocaust survivors comparing very many things to the Holocaust, but that's one of the things they compare it to.
That is really one of the things they compare it to.
That's the only time I have ever seen a Holocaust survivor compare anything to the Holocaust, and it's that. And they're not comparing it to the Holocaust per se. They're comparing it to the ghettos. They're comparing it to like that, especially to the ghettos and like walling people off in these tiny poor communities, and that's what it is. And
like the Bantustans, like it's the way that apartheid is set up. Like they have little Bantustans.
And also the way is like before 1948, whatever it was, there were Jews and Muslims and Palestinians living in Israel relatively peacefully. up until
I don't know about that.
then,
I don't know about that.
relatively
Um,
peacefully compared to now. Like after 1948, things got way worse for the Jews that were already living there. Like
yeah,
it's supposed to be a safe haven
no.
for Jews, but it's not. It's like absolutely not.
No, but the whole point of Israel is that it's a death cult.
Well, the idea is
Israel is
it's supposed to be a safe haven for Jews to
it's a
go
death cult.
and be away from
Aum
oppression.
Shinrikyo. Honestly, I think Israel's like Aum Shinrikyo. It's a fucking death cult. It's like Jim Jones. It's like Jonestown. It's a fucking death cult.
All that.
What kind of Israel do you mean?
No, I'm
Sorry.
serious. Okay. Maybe I'm a little bit drunk. But the point is that was a little. Okay, that was a little bit far. But the point is that there are actual. I'm not saying that all Zionists do this, but I don't really fucking care because you got the like with the JDL people who will fucking promote anti-Semitism in the diaspora. So
The
Jews
JDL.
return
They came to me and they threatened to like rape me and like attack me and stuff. Yeah, and they started to dox me and like someone.
Was that Ben Zona on TikTok? Ben.
No. The one
fucking...
in Toronto. Like I don't fucking know his name, but I sent it to the police and I
Wait,
found out that
they were,
members
like,
from the
actually-
JDL.
they actually.
Yeah, I went in person, and then members from the JDL were in the police force, so nothing happened. So that was great.
Shut the fuck up! Oh my god.
Yeah, we were
Do you
protesting
live in
something.
America or in Canada?
Canada.
Okay.
Like the
That's
the,
still,
the silencing of Palestinians is like super high in Canada. We have this new
Really?
IHRA definition that equates anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism, and it's been adopted in a lot of places around the world. But in Canada, they've left it very vague on purpose in order to prosecute people on different, like just to pick at something. So they didn't put the illustrations that would specify what it would be on purpose. So we were fighting that, and then the JDL came, and obviously things just.
What
went
exactly? I don't even know what the JDL is. Like what exactly?
Jewish Defense League.
What do they do? So I know the Jewish Defense League, but like, what do they do? They promote like Zionism. Like what do they really do?
They're hardcore like Zionists, and like in America, in America they're like considered apparently by the FBI a terrorist group, but in Canada no. So they have more jurisdiction here. But so they have more jurisdiction here in Canada than they do in the States. And like they mobilize anytime there's any type of like Palestinian activism or Palestinian group or Palestinian protest. They just come and join up in order to intimidate us so that we don't like organize anymore.
It makes me really mad. Because, like, one of the tenets of something I was taught. So I was raised like half Jewish, half Christian, but something my grandma always taught me was that we're supposed to like side with oppressed groups. Like the JDL is doing the absolute opposite, and it's just.
You know what the thing is? The thing is okay. So this is something that I'm going to try to explain through the pain. Okay, so basically, colonization, right? Jews were colonized for a long time. Jews were fucking led up to that literally led up to the fucking Holocaust.
Jews were ethnically cleansed. Like we were.
Holocaust happened. Holocaust. I mean, like we were ethnically cleansed several times, but the Holocaust happened, and we were like, "Fuck it, fuck this colonial violence." And then you had people like Abba Kovner, who was like, "They kill 6 million Germans," but that didn't end up happening. And then Abba Kovner was still like, "Well, fuck, I'm mad, I'm angry." This colonization happened, internalized the colonizer, thanks to thinkers like Theodor Herzl, notorious anti-Semite, literally fucking wannabe Catholic. Not that Catholics are anti-Semitic, but Theodor Herzl does. But like this man literally wanted German to be the national language of Israel. Anyway. Basically, like what happened was they end up they ended up fucking internalizing the colonizer rather than doing the first thing that Fanon suggests is killing the colonizer inside your head and then actively using that one act of colonial of decolonial violence
against the colonized, and instead ended up promoting colonial violence against the colonized.
And
it's a method of divide and conquer that worked too well.
Because the idea
I think
was
it works really well. I think that I'm so sorry,
like-
but I feel like there's a contradiction within the way that Israel's set up. So you have like a part of it that's like a settler colonial state, and then you have a part of it that acts like as like classical colonialism. And when the two just consistently, like when you have the apartheid wall, when they're at like contradictions within each other. So like one argument is we're indigenous, this is our land. And then the other argument is where you're like colonizing and taking land. They contradict the two. So I feel like that is one of the biggest flaws that Zionists made within like the barricade of Gaza is one of the worst things that they could have done for their project if the goal was to say that we're indigenous and we're like we're not a settler colonial state. Does this make sense?
Yeah, I don't know, because
doesn't make
I always
sense.
learned as a kid,
Zionism doesn't
like
make
yes, Jews are
Zionism is
Jews are like
inherently
Jews are indigenous there, but it's like a religious thing. It wasn't meant to be like literal. It wasn't like we have to go back there and like take our land back. It was like, oh, we're from there, and yes, Israel is part of our religion, and that's fine to me. Like that's the Zion. That's when they talk about cultural Zionism. If that's what they mean, fine. But like they
I'm
rarely
against all forms of Zionism.
they rarely mean that.
Because of how it's been co-opted against
about to be
Palestinians.
Carnegie.
So
They
I think discourse around like connecting Judaism with the Israel-Palestinian conflict is just irrelevant. Not to say that y'all's not just in reality, like in general, because Zionists try to make it a religious conflict. It's not. It's one based on settler colonialism and apartheid, and they weaponize their religion against Palestinians. So I feel like the discourse has to consistently be recentered around what it is and what the root cause is, and it's just a form. Like Israel is an extension of American imperialism, right? So you just centering it, that has nothing to do with religion, and it just harms poor innocent. Like, what does a Jew in America have to do with what's happening in Israel Palestine? Like, it has there's literally nothing. So I just feel like connecting it to Judaism
the
just
problem
isn't
is,
helpful.
It's like it's so easy to weaponize. Israel, the concept of Israel is very much a part of the Judaism. It's very much part of the religion. Like every single holiday, for example,
nation states
like
are anti-Semitic.
around Israel, but that shouldn't mean that we're supposed to go there and like colonize this land. Like, so the first time I met you, by the way, is I posted that clip from Kwame Ture, and he said we have to separate Zionism from Judaism, and that's what we have to do. But it's so hard to do.
It's actually, the thing is they make you think that it's hard. Like what I do when I organize with Palestinians is I'm like, you don't let semantics, don't let these things like get into your head and fuck you over, because it's very easy to do. Recenter yourself in what it is and what you're advocating for. You're against the illegal occupation of Palestine, against apartheid, against settler colonialism. When like there's a huge media campaign behind, like Israel has an entire, like whether it's in TikTok, people on TikTok are paid, and we found out people in Israel have course credits. They have course credits to go and spread Hasbara, which is Israeli propaganda. A course. I can show you guys everything. Like in your course, you have to go out and like spread Israeli propaganda. So it's so easy to get into like all these like small little arguments. I just say I don't give a fuck what my oppressor has to say about me. I don't give a fuck what a Zionist has to say. This is what's happening, and like recentering that I think is the best thing to do when it comes.
It's not even about Zionism. It's not about Zionism. It's not Zionism. It's settler colonialism.
Yes.
Like,
because
fuck
Herschel
Zionism.
himself, if you look up quotes from Herschel, whatever his name is, I don't know his first name. Herschel literally would talk about turning it into a settler colonialism ideology. He would say that was his goal. His whole goal was to turn it into a settler ideology.
The thing is, like, when you get into ideology, okay, what are the material conditions on the ground? Like, what's happening? You call it this ideology. What is actually happening? If you're annexing land, if you're demolishing houses, if you're exiling Palestinians, if you're imprisoning children, if you have an entire surveillance state, you have a monopoly on violence and a complete asymmetry in conflict. Well, no matter what you call it, that's the reality on the ground.
Like you have the entire U.S. behind your back, and that's the biggest thing. Is the entire U.S. state
exactly
on your back? Like
how
that's the
please
biggest.
explain how like Israel is not an extension of Western
It
settler
is.
colonialism.
It is. Like,
because like you can't.
the U.S. didn't back Israel, it would not be this whole thing. It would be nothing like it is
Or let's
today.
even talk
The
about
US
how
That's
how
right.
it
When we were
was
having
how the occupation happened in the first place.
Yeah.
So like that's why we were having the
Sorry
conversation
about that.
before about sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Does someone want to
You
speak?
don't have to
No.
apologize, baby.
Okay, I was just saying that like when I was talking about before about how we have to center our work in anti-imperialism, dismantling the imperial core, like dismantling America, is what's going to lead to liberating Palestine. Because the second that you take down America is the second that you take down Israel. So just I just like the framework has to be an internationalist framework because there's so many things that connect with like one
The
another.
thing about that though, for me, is like I feel like we could do that before we take down America. Like taking down America is a long-term project, and like
Yes, but that's why it should be the goal. Like you have to like work within like join movements within the global south because everyone in the global south wants to take down America.
Yeah.
It's the online like the CIA. I don't want them to.
And
think
so,
that-
Sorry,
Guys,
I don't mean
guys,
to.
this is all
I don't mean to.
Yeah, I don't want.
Sorry,
to.
I don't mean to I don't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to say we got like so many more donations come through, and we're like $1 away from reaching $400. So just letting
Let's
you know.
go.
Thank you.
Just want to thank. I want to thank Sam, World Ends, Jimmy. They've all donated more. Rosa, Politics with Nick, just donated as well. There's like been a heap of people that have donated. So just wanted to.
Yes.
I didn't mean
That's
to
what
change
this
the
is about.
topic, but just chime in and.
No,
but
but
yeah,
it's all connected. It's all connected, though. It's all connected. It really is. I mean, like what we are doing right now, like we're raising funds for, is you know, I mean, it is in a way like putting a band-aid over a bullet wound.
Something.
But
and the thing is, like,
but-
I very rarely get to talk to people that are actually Palestinian. I don't know very many Palestinian people that are actually advocating
Be our
for
friends.
Palestinian
Come be our
rights.
friends. There's a whole community
You
on
know?
TikTok. I'll add you to all the WhatsApp groups. Like,
Oh,
Yeah.
bro.
there's so
Yeah.
many of us.
Wait,
I have
Shada,
one
why
person
did you?
Yeah.
You should join. If
actually
you're in
talking
college,
to
you
me.
should join SJP.
Oh, you're gonna get on the Canary mission right away.
Okay, well, add me.
No, yeah,
I see-
wait,
I'm not yet.
okay,
So.
You have to. You,
That's
wait.
still- you're not
wait,
hardcore enough.
okay.
You have to message.
hold
You have to message Yellow Printy because none of the other accounts can get DMs.
Done. I will do it.
Okay. So
So
I want-
I want to throw something out there before we move on. Oh, do you have to go, James?
I just want to, yeah. I mean, I feel like I might say some stuff. That if I don't leave right now, that it might actually land me on the anyway. The point is, the point is, I mean, like, yeah, look, I mean, what are they gonna do? They're gonna put Chaim. They can put Chaim on the Canary mission. Okay,
They're
go ahead.
already watching us, so
Go
yo,
go
so
ahead.
if I get in Canary mission, I'm fucked. Like if I get kicked out of
No,
here, I
but
have nowhere
look,
to go.
go ahead. Go ahead. Put Jaime on the Canary mission, right? Good luck. Okay. Anyway, the point is, it doesn't. It's just not. It's not about like. First of all, Shata, everything you have said is like literally just like facts. Second of all, we need to combat anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism does not equal anti-Semitism. It does not in any way. The people weaponize anti-Zionism as a way to promote anti-Semitism, but there is anti-Zionism that is 100% valid because it's not anti-Zionism. It's anti-settler colonialism, and people, like it doesn't fucking like Zionism doesn't fucking matter. That's not the point. It's that Palestinian people are being occupied and being killed. That is what matters. And we need to end that. Just like yeah. I don't know.
We'll say I stopped posting stuff from Kwame Ture because he kind of got pretty
He's problematic. He's
No,
very
no,
problematic.
Kwame Ture
anti-Semitic because
say some anti-Semitic shit.
Kwame Ture the more I started listening to him, he kind of got pretty like Khazar theory, like kind of anti. So I stopped like posting his
But
shit.
look, yeah, no,
But he had a couple
I
of good
completely
points.
agree. There's
He had
I
some good
like his
points.
analysis. I like his analysis of how it's an extension of Western imperialism, but
Yeah.
he is extremely problematic. Like I don't.
He got
But the point is
he got
there's a
anti-Semitic, so I stopped posting.
there's a
his
clear distinction between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, and anyone who actually knows about both of those topics, very very well knows what the difference is.
You should go to the Kwame Ture account. Go to my account and find my first post, and it was Kwame Ture saying that we have to separate Zionism from Judaism. And go look at those comments. Go look at those comments, and you'll.
Zionist
It's a
TikTok, I blocked them all.
And-
Like, it's
and
just,
the
they're
difference-
gonna
the
get
difference-
semantics with
comments
you.
and
They're gonna
the difference is,
gaslight the
go
fuck
read-
out of you. They're gonna
Yeah,
lie. They're
fuck
gonna
yeah.
literally publish fake things.
I
about you.
was
They're gonna
called
say smear campaigns about
self-hating
you.
Jew so many
It's
times.
just
Like
block
it
them
was
all.
bad.
Block
It's
them all.
not
block them all.
complete. It's not complete.
I
But go read
had to.
Black
I
Skin-
had to because I had to.
Wait, I just want to say one last thing because I actually do need to go. But like, read Black Skin, White Masks. Read some Frantz Fanon. It's not complete, but like, go read Jean-Paul Sartre. You know, and his book on anti-Semitism. Even though he's not Jewish, he literally had like quite literally the best analysis ever. And just like Fanon. Just get
Read
Fanon.
Fanon.
Just read
Guys,
Fanon. Just read
everyone-
Fanon.
Just get
everyone
Fanon pilled,
needs to read
please.
Fanon.
Just everyone
Everyone
just get
should
Fanon
read.
pilled.
Everyone should be forced to read like Wretched of
Just
the
do
Earth
it.
at some
Just do
point
it.
in
Wretched of
their
the
life.
Earth literally
If you don't
turns
read
me on.
Fanon, you're playing
It's
with yourself.
erotic
Like,
reading
yeah,
Wretched of
I
the
don't
Earth.
trust you as a leftist.
I don't even know who
Oh
this
my
is.
goodness.
Yeah, no, like, yeah. The
I love you, Jane.
But I'm still like, again,
But,
I
okay.
will always say this: the biggest compliment I have ever gotten from Chandler, even though it technically wasn't a compliment, was, "Oh, I thought you had already read Wretched of the Earth." That's the biggest accidental compliment, Chandler.
I need to.
the
I mean,
happiest.
like
I made it.
Wretched of the Earth. But it's all of Fanon's works. Like Fanon is like an extension of Marx in the sense that he was correct.
Well, he was a Marxist.
No, I know, but I mean, like in the sense that like he was just right. He was just correct.
Look at him. Look at them go.
These are
Hey,
all
Cog.
guys.
And I need. I need to
What,
go.
what time is it for you, Cog?
I really do need to go.
No.
I love you, Jane.
Bye.
Bye. Love you, buddy.
I love you.
All right, bye. Everyone read
Wait,
Fanon.
Cog, what time
Bye.
is it for you actually?
Yeah, what time is it?
It's 11 here. 11.
11.
10 to 4.
Look, y'all
Wait.
should read
10
the
to
Wretched
4.
of the Earth.
Oh my god, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. for him.
We just
right.
had a
Hey.
conversation about
I
Israel.
said I was
It
gonna. I said I was
So
gonna.
wait,
that was a good
Sorry,
conversation.
before everything, I don't know how long we've got left, but before we lose more people, I have an idea.
What
The
is
whole
it?
point of this is to raise as much money as possible. So I'm thinking that if we're all on PCs, we go live on TikTok at the same time from our accounts and try hustle people into the stream to donate. So
I'm on my phone. My laptop doesn't
I'm
work,
on
but
my
I will
phone.
I can help.
I actually got live banned.
No way.
Yeah.
you did not.
Yeah, we were. I was talking.
Wait, hold on.
I
I
w-
have wait. I have an email I can send you. You just gotta email them every day, and they'll give it back to you.
Oh, I just started a different
Would that
account.
also apply to the Creator Fund thing? Wait, I got banned.
By the way, Satya, I'm very glad to talk to you about Israel because I don't know anyone I can talk to about Israel that actually knows about Palestine.
There's a huge community. There's like a huge. I'm gonna add you and like just like be our friend. Like there's so many of
Get
us.
on
And like we're not all
Palestine.
Palestinians.
Because like the Jews I talked about, they always just call me a self-hating Jew, and it's very annoying. I'm like, okay, I hate myself, but it's not because I'm Jewish. Like, go away. Like, it has nothing to do with that.
Oh,
Chandler, are you good?
And that's the thing. Like Eddie was here earlier, and Eddie was so that video Benjamin Politics made about Eddie. And he was talking about the Jew Zone being anti-Semitic or being neo-Nazi, and like the guy who made Gray Zone is literally Jewish, and I'm like, okay. And then Eddie or Benjamin, because I commented on there and I said, Ben, like that guy is literally Jewish, and he's like, oh well, Jewish neo-Nazis don't exist, and I'm like, no, They
I
don't.
don't know. I do think
We should spam Benjamin politics with
I'm sorry,
count to
man.
5. Like every video, we should just tell him to count to 5.
And that's always the excuse.
Did you guys see the? I don't know if it was the ECP video he made, but he like put down like 4 bullets. He's like, "All right, you have 5."
I know what you're referring to.
I can't.
Taylor,
It's
please
such a
stop.
cop-out. It's just like, oh, you're a self-hating. It's just a way to dismiss what you're saying, and it's like,
That's
hey.
why don't engage. Like the biggest thing I tell Palestinian activists or like baby Palestinians are just getting into it is don't engage with your oppressor. Fuck them. They're going to disagree with you. That's the entire point. We can't coexist. Oppressed and oppressor, there's no way to link it together. Colonize and colonizer, colonize and colonize can't work together. So fuck them and then work within your own thing and just do your shit. Just block them all.
They're gonna call you anti-Semitic. They're going to say you're anti-Semitic, and because that's part of their playbook. That's what they're gonna say. And like,
wait, I'm sorry, real quick. What do you want us to do on live? Like, how are we supposed to?
So we should just go live on TikTok. Maybe just mute our mics like one at a time or something, and just try hustle people here. We've actually still got 21 viewers. And we just got asked a really funny question. So, Che impregnated. It says, if Che impregnated Stalin, how beautiful would the adult offspring be?
Oh my god.
Who? What?
Hot as fuck.
Bradley
If
Cooper,
Che
beautiful.
impregnated young Stalin, how
I want to
beautiful would their
agree with young
offspring
Stalin
be?
and Che.
Way
That'd
too.
be a great three.
I don't know what to say about that.
No, because Stalin's got bad. Stalin has bad aging genetics, and he just fell off.
But
he
Che
was,
can
he was
counteract
attractive when he was
that.
younger, and then when he got older, not at all.
Shut up! No,
Che-
you shut up
no,
right now.
Old Stalin,
Stalin was
old
hot as
Stalin
fuck
was
as
not
older. Are you
good-looking.
kidding me?
Was not good.
That
looking.
mustache?
Stalin
What
was
do you mean?
That
much
picture that you're all thinking of.
He
I'm
looked like
sorry.
he looked like the bad
No,
Santa
right?
Claus.
It's fake, isn't it? I thought it was fake.
Yeah,
Hold
no,
on,
that picture.
Picture of young Stalin.
I'm live right now.
Yeah, it's fake.
Hi, Communard.
What's fake? Wait, whoa, what's fake?
It was.
The young
was.
Stalin.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was most likely fake.
Shut the fuck up. No, it's not.
No way.
Okay,
Is
but
it
also
really?
wait.
I don't
Remember
believe
when
You're
The only
Wait,
hot
wait.
Faker
one
is
left
I
is
don't
Che.
believe it.
The only one I have left is Che at this point. No, Malcolm
Yeah.
X is super hot.
What do you mean? Excuse me.
He was
What
a
about
communist.
Sankara? Excuse me.
Sankara.
Yeah,
Sankara.
Malcolm X is objectively good looking.
Y'all are leaving out Huey P. Newton. Y'all are leaving out.
Okay. There's
Dude, for real though.
There's so many.
Huey P. Newton's biceps were like bigger than my head.
Huey P.
Have you seen his biceps? Have you actually looked
so
up?
fine.
Hey,
So fine.
We've had a conversation about this on Zoom before.
Oh my god, someone in the
Here we
comments
go. We've got
said
it.
the Earl ends with you. I always see on my account said that Che and Sankara would make beautiful babies.
Very true.
Yeah, I just saw that too. What did I miss? Was there a fight? No.
What, is there any other good questions?
No, I can fight someone. Who should I fight? Except
Yeah,
Huey.
let's start
Huey
beef.
will absolutely. I've already
Demolish.
every
Demolish.
single day for saying I like.
Sam is asking whether we think Fred Hampton's hot.
Duh.
I think he's good looking.
Without a question. Without a question. Without a question. Without a question.
We're all guys. We're all
Yeah.
down bad. Remember, we're communists on TikTok. So
My great uncle was friends with you with Fred Hampton.
No way. That's so
Yeah.
cool.
My mom, when she was just a little kid, she met him a few days before he was killed.
Oh. Wait, who here has seen Judas and the Black Messiah?
I have not.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
It wasn't
Mixed
the worst.
feelings.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Cuz like it's a good movie, but also like the messaging is like
Yeah, I heard that it kind of like.
Wait, what is Judas and the Black Messiah? Like, I've never even heard of that. Is it
it's
good?
a movie that was made about the murder of Fred Hampton from the
Yeah.
episode
Oh,
of
okay.
the Realm.
Okay. Yeah. So was it good? 'Cause I heard it was.
It's a good movie, but I see why No Name decided to not be on the soundtrack anymore.
Yeah.
Wait, was the producer black or were they a white person? Because that usually changes how I'm going to feel about something like that before I even watch it.
I don't know about the producer, but
Wasn't the producer the
I'm not
person
trying
who
to be.
get
no,
out, get
I'm-
out, get out?
I don't mean.
Jordan Peele.
I'm not trying to be rude.
You just don't like
Rude,
white people.
genuinely, it actually impacts. No, it actually just impacts the way that historical issues like that are like projected. So I just.
I mean,
I,
let's also take into account that like it's the.
I don't mean to be
FBI,
rude.
like, no, you don't.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
That's
It's
not
all good.
but like also take into account that FBI has to like view the scripts of movies of like most
They
movies that
really?
we consume in America. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like I feel like it was really close to like actually being a based movie. But the way that they frame the like feds in it, I'm like, okay, all right, interesting.
Well,
It's very. I mean, you can read it. It all depends on how you read it. You can read it as the white liberal is dangerous,
it is.
which
It is.
that's how I just function. That's just me on
The white liberal is dangerous. So
Yeah. The white liberal.
Do y'all want us to do things to raise money?
The
I mean,
black
I'm
liberal.
on live right now,
yeah,
but I
I
don't.
think we should.
So
Because I can't.
Yeah,
go
I think
live
we should
because for
jump
some
on live.
reason- Let me see. My Discord decided to just. So let
It's
me
not
see if it's
working on my
working
laptop.
again.
It just
Yeah.
keeps
So,
like oh my.
I'm
my
on
laptop.
live, but no one's here because earlier though they were like super shocked because it was the first time I ever went live. So they were
Yeah,
like,
like,
they
how
were
am I?
like, "Oh my god!"
How am I supposed to let the people know in the live like what to do, where to go, like at all times?
So
I
go
think
The Vanguard. Just go to the Vanguard account on TikTok, and then just go to our YouTube
Y'all,
from there.
y'all
Yeah,
hear?
the YouTube's in the bio.
Well,
You
yeah,
don't
no, but
YouTube's in the bio. Yeah.
Yeah, go to the Vanguard. No, go to the Vanguard, and y'all can go to the YouTube live and donate some money. Even $1, please, $1.
Communard, sorry, I can't remember your actual name. I was just known you as the Communard. What?
Call me Chandler.
Chandler. Sorry, I'm so
Sorry.
sorry. What were you saying? Sorry.
Oh no, like how can I like keep it to where? Because like on lives, it's like people constantly like filtering in and out. So like, is there a way I can like leave it up permanently so that like when people come into the live, like it immediately shows them where to go?
If you want to go live for just like half an hour, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bounce out so I can go on your live and just spam the comments with it.
Oh, that's a good idea. Do it to my team. Okay, well it's right now.
Well, I mean, it's 11 now, so.
So is it gonna turn off?
You could do an extra hour. Couldn't you?
Oh God.
Oh, so what do you have to?
Oh, I didn't realize.
Dang. Ooh.
I don't have a Zoom account.
I don't know how to do that. I just learned how to use Discord today.
I have like.
Me too.
That sounds like a lot of work.
I don't know.
I'm down to.
I don't even know how to do that.
I mean, we were probably gonna Zoom after this anyways. So.
Yeah.
Can I be invited?
I have got to go.
Oh,
Sorry,
Can I-
like 4 a.m. here.
Okay. Bye.
Can I be invited to the Zoom?
See you later.
I'm gonna follow you.
maybe.
I love you, Cog.
There's a
I'm
link
gonna follow
down
you.
below.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Did the stream end?
I will
Okay, well,
donate,
let's.
but
Someone has to donate.
Are we still
There's
on
a
stream?
link down below.
Yeah, the
Stream
stream's still
labs.
live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, most of that is you, Angie.
What?
Most of that is you.
Wait, what?
Oh, it's 5 minutes.
Based.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
All right.
I'm Almighty Push
Oh, yeah.
Zero. Invite me to the Zoom.
I'm at Socialist Girl.
Alright, when we make it, I'll send
We can just stay in Discord. We can just stay in Discord. Yeah.
Oh,
it won't be live.
yeah. Can't we just go to like
Yeah.
the what's her name? The